Love podcast, hate nonsense in the PoliticsJOE podcast election special! I'm Ed Campbell.
I'm Ava. Santina.
This is PoliticsJOE, you know that. We've got an array of guests here with us celebrating. Standing in silence, not really party vibes, to be completely honest.
We've got a whole lot of experts here, some of whom you'll have seen on PoliticsJOE, some of you haven't seen on PoliticsJOE, but you'll get to know them over the course of the evening.
Yes, we're going on till late in the morning, however long it takes. Ava, how's your polling day?
My polling day was great. I've been asleep all day.
Excellent, I've been awake. So is that difference in dynamic that makes us such good partnership?
But one of us went to Glastonbury and one of us actually didn't go to Glastonbury.
One of us had the choice to go to Glastonbury and chose not to.
One of us thought that the election was more important than going to Glastonbury.
Glastonbury?
Can't even believe that. Should we introduce everyone? Actually, tell you what, Laura, tell us who's coming up tonight.
Yeah, we have loads of guests coming on, including some of the lovely people you see here, but we also have interviews with Grace Blakely, the Green Deputy Leader Zach Polanski, and the drag queen Davina De Campo.
And housing campaigner Vicky Spratt.
Yeah, housing campaigner Vicky Spratt as well.
Mm.
Unreal. What? This feels like the one show. This is so strange.
Okay, what would be really fun is if you start putting your questions in on the live chat, and if you also start giving us your predictions, which we'll go through as the night goes, and if you want to get up a list of the seats that are going to be called, if you want to call them before we get a chance to, that'll be good fun. Should we start with the number of seats that the Conservatives are projected to have by the end of the evening? We'll go through our guests now. Connor, do you want to start?
Absolutely.
Who are you, Connor?
I'm the content editor for Gay Star News, a sister brand of PoliticsJOE.
And what's the point of Gay Star News?
What's the point of us?
Fair question. Here, man.
The point is to uplift queer voices everywhere and to get a lot of stuff out there about the community, because there's just not enough, I think, in the press about us.
Absolutely.
Some could argue.
How many seats?
So I'm going to go quite extreme. I think they're only going to have about 70 left by the end of the night.
70?
Yeah, I think we're going to see a very humble Tory party tonight, even if it is around the 100 mark, because I think the vibe in this country, there feels like there's been a bit of a seismic shift recently, and I feel like everyone seems to have landed on the same page that it's time for change. So I think I'm going to go 70.
All right, Matt Torbs, time for change?
Time for change. Managed decline. I don't know about change. I think the Conservatives... There's plenty more where that come from.
I hope so.
Matthew Talbot, political commentator and homelessness campaigner. I will go more extreme than Connor. I think they will only get 64 this evening.
64?
I think there will be 64.
Is that what someone else is at the opposition?
No, the Lib Dems will probably finish around 61. I think it'll be close, and it may depend what Reform do. I think Labour's massive majority will be the main story of the night, but I think Reform coming second in dozens of seats, particularly across the North East and North West, will be the other big story of the night.
Where's everyone going to sit in the chamber?
Not my issue.
Laura?
I think I'm going to go slightly different to you two. I think I'm going to go with 102 to the Conservatives. I think that I think that the polls I think people will have looked at them and felt maybe more safe to vote for parties like the Green Party, and I think that sort of general sense of apathy might lend well to the Conservatives.
Excellent.
Nice.
Sean?
Who are you, Sean?
Hello, who am I? I don't know. I'm so confused and scared. I think I actually wasn't listening to what Laura said there.
Christ, that was rude.
What did you say?
102.
I was thinking about 100. I think they're going to break 100 seats.
What Laura said, minus 2.
Exactly, yeah. I think they're going to break 100. I think there is an aspect within the Conservative Party that has been apathetic to them for the last 2-ish years, that come around to polling day, they are going to have a moment when they're stood in front of the ballot paper and they'll say, no, I'll stick with them. I don't want Reform. I don't want Lib Dem. I voted for them my whole life. So I think we will still have a considerable amount of Conservatives in the House of Commons by the end of the night.
We're getting dangerously close to the exit poll, so let's rattle through. Jack, tell us who you are.
One word.
Jack P. I'm the editor of the London Economic.
Give us a number.
I would go a bit more. I would love it, not to get all Kevin Keegan on this, love it if all these were right. I think it's going to be over 100, 115, so that's my guess. I'm tempering my expectations.
Sarah, round 99. I think.
Excellent.
Jeremiah, my name. I agree with the higher margins. I think we're looking probably at 100 plus. I'm going to go, if I have to give a number, 110. Just because I think wishful thinking, but also the Conservatives have sort of like a general strong base that has not turned on them to the degree that we expect them to have done.
Josh Kaplan.
I'm Josh.
Oh, he's so back.
I'm journalist of the Jewish Chronicle. I think I'm going to go for 120 only because I want to be the highest. So if it's above that, I win.
Hi, I'm Roisin. Been on PoliticsJOE before, back for one time only. I would go also 100. I think can't trust shy Tories, can't trust English people.
Josh, who are you most looking forward to tonight losing their seat, or the Portillo moment that you're expecting?
I think I'd be sort of crucified by the audience if I said the former member for Islington North, so I won't say that.
So shut up.
I'll say Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Yeah? Sarah, what do you reckon?
I reckon Jeremy Hunt.
Jeremy Hunt.
Hope so. Fingers crossed.
Not a Portillo moment, but I just hate him. Jonathan Goulis.
I agree with Sarah. I think it's going to be Jeremy Hunt.
Esther McVeigh, I think, will be a dark horse for going tonight.
Kemi Badenoch. I don't think it's going to happen, but it would be a good one.
So the exit polls in. Polls are closed, exit polls in. I'm going to shock you all. Labour set for a landslide victory, 170 majority. Ooh. Not bad, that. Initial reactions, anyone who wants to go first? Laura?
Yeah, initial reactions is that is... How many did you say was Labour majority there?
170.
Yeah, I mean, compared to the Survation predicted 484 seats, YouGov were predicting 431 seats, and I'm guessing that will still be the largest majority since 1832.
That is absolutely outstanding.
Wow.
Right, 130 Conservative.
131 Conservative, 61 Lib Dems, 13 Reform,
13?
10 SNP, 4 Plaid, 2 Green.
10
So 2
SNP.
Green. That's going to be Carla Denyer in Bristol and possibly Seán Berry in Brighton Pavilion, I would have thought. Yeah.
What about the Plaid ones?
What's the matter? It's the rudest thing you could have done. Matt, what's your initial reaction? 410 seats for Labour. What do you think? Do they deserve it?
I mean, I've said for years now that Labour have not been 20 points ahead. The Conservatives have just been 20 points behind. I don't think they've articulated a vision that has wanted people to go out there and vote for them. That also is my experience on the doorstep, that actually I've not met a single person voting Tory. They just haven't known what to do. And again, I think that will play out in the reform numbers there. I've also not met anybody that's truly excited about voting Labour. I think actually what this is a bit of a large protest vote. And if Labour now don't use this by building a shed load of houses, by people feeling better off in their pocket and feeling like there's hope and opportunity, I've said it for a few months now that Nigel Farage will in some way end up against Keir Starmer in 2029. And they will end up more like a UKIP and take 50% of votes off Labour and 50% of votes off the Conservatives. It's got to be something that's got to be taken very seriously, despite their low numbers, because it's a very angry country at the moment that wants, what they see as change, which isn't managed decline from potentially the Labour Party.
Can we take let's cast them right back from 5 years in the future. The Tories have just lost. After 14 years in power, they've taken an absolute fucking kicking. Could we not all be slightly happy for 5 minutes? I appreciate your thoughts, Matt, but I don't know, I think people at home in the audience across the country should be allowed to be delighted.
Absolutely outstanding. That's the supermajority that Rishi Sunak has been talking about for the last couple of days. Jack, do you want to talk to us a little bit about that? So what has Rishi Sunak been saying about supermajority?
Yeah, absolutely. It was another scare tactic. Again, the Conservatives are very good at winning. So they rolled out the big lines about tax. People, I think, bought it in a lot of instances. The supermajority is another instance of a scare tactic. Just to add on to what Matt just said then, YouGov polling just out before this of people who voted Labour, of them, only 5% said they voted Labour because they liked their policies. Now, that is incredibly low. And the lion's share of people voted for two reasons. One, they wanted to see the back of the Conservatives. Two, they wanted change. Those were the two big reasons. And I think that's absolutely been borne out by those results there.
Can I ask you about that, Josh? What do you reckon?
To what?
To the supermajority.
Yeah, I mean, the supermajority is obviously kind of a bullshit phrase, right? It doesn't really mean anything in this. It's important. I would maybe slightly disagree with the fact that no one's enthusiastic for Labour. I think, for me personally, I like what they're saying about fucking tarmacking the Greenbelt. I mean, it's probably a bit too late for HS2, which is what we all really want. But I think, there's something to be seen there. It's, maybe not perfect for everyone, but I think it can't get any fucking worse, right? So hopefully it gets a bit better.
Roche, what do you reckon?
This is the first time in my adult life that I haven't voted for Labour. I'm obviously happy that the Tories are gone, but I can't trust them on several issues, including trans rights and Palestine. So it's great that they have a supermajority. It'd be great if they did some good things with that and didn't just make, it's not really things that can only get better, it's things can't possibly get worse.
Gosh. It's not very enthusiastic, is it? No. You would think that everyone would be screaming and shouting.
It's not really the party vibe that we planned when you invited you all here.
So we can see that there are other, independent candidates or other just don't fit into the main party's brackets. There's quite a number of seats there, which means that Jeremy Corbyn, who people have been worried about in Islington North, perhaps might retain his seat. What do you reckon? Anyone here want to talk about Jeremy Corbyn? Oh, you've had your ear to the ground, haven't you, Connor? Can we get the microphone back over here?
Swing it over here, guys. Oh, thank you. So I actually grew up in and still live in Islington North, and I've been talking to a lot of people in the area about how they feel, and mostly it's an overwhelmingly positive thing that I hear. Obviously, I can't be representative of everyone that's in the constituency, but on the street I live in, almost every window has a Jeremy Corbyn sign in the window, and I would be shocked if he lost it. I've seen some of the polls have been a bit contentious around him, but I personally, as someone there, would be taken aback if we didn't see him win.
Right, well, there'll be more drinks and more chat throughout the night.
You guys all have a drink.
Perhaps some more enthusiasm. Right, we'll leave you here.
We're going to have fun over there.
Come back, you could, Jesus Christ, guys. Wow. What a miserable bunch of people.
We're just getting better friends. I hope they all have a drink and a chat.
Realise what's become of them. Right, so huge, 170 seats. Seat majority.
Seat majority.
Absolutely massive.
So who won? Josh won that.
Oh, I thought you meant who won. I was like, Labour. Labour have won that
Labour
one.
won. Christ.
I mean, that is what you might call a stonking majority. Wouldn't
Yeah.
you? You might say tanks on everyone's.
It's interesting. That's actually on the higher end of the predicted seats for Conservative that I saw. I think you saw as low as 20, didn't you? Something insane like that.
There was a rather ridiculous estimate that I think put the Liberal Democrats as the official opposition, which is, I think that most people looking at that were rather,
Look, the Tories got double the seats the Lib Dems did. Get fucked.
Yeah, that is.
Ed Davey did all that surfboard stuff for nothing.
Well, Liberal Democrats are so back because obviously in 2010 with the disastrous, I think it's fair to say, coalition between the Lib Dems and the Conservatives, and the number of concessions that the Conservatives made to the Conservatives. Sorry, I've got my dates all mixed up here. I'm all over the place. Excuse me. During the coalition government, the huge concessions that the Liberal Democrats made in order to stay in power with the Conservatives, Ed Davey has had to answer many questions about that scenario over the course of this election. He's been asked multiple times, how can anyone trust you? How can a voter trust you? Because last time you went against your manifesto so violently that you've lost the. You lost the people, and he was batting for that. He was explaining that the only reason that we conceded on those things like student loans, which are very important to older people like me, is because we wanted to get other things through. It's just classic politicking. I mean, clearly it's done enough. If that's going to be the voter turnout today for the Lib Dems.
Yeah. God, it's interesting. I think as well that 10 seats for the SNP.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
That is shocking, isn't it?
That is actually as well. Their election strategy was de facto referendum and independence. If that was your strategy, Is that a nail in the coffin for independence?
I think that's the lowest. That's lower than most projections. The lowest projection I saw was 12.
Yeah, I think it's 14.
Yeah.
10 is
10 is disastrous.
Dreadful.
10 is John
appalling.
Swinney resigns.
No. He's only been in office for 6 weeks, 7 weeks.
What, you think he'll stay on?
Yeah, 100%.
Well, the big question will be tomorrow. What does Rishi
Sorry,
Sunak do?
can I just, on John Swinney, the SNP's had a disastrous few years, none of which he's actually really been responsible for. As in, you saw the debacle at the end of the Sturgeon administration, Hamza Yusuf tearing up the power sharing agreement with the Green Party, Scottish Greens rather. John Swinney actually hasn't been responsible for that. I'm sure he was in government and he was probably privy to a lot of those developments, but it wasn't him necessarily. And I'm not sure you can necessarily blame him for that. And also, they're not going to have a fourth First Minister in 2 years.
Well, I guess the comparison to that would be, well, firstly, the Conservative administration, where Rishi Sunak was obviously complicit in the Boris Johnson government.
Yes.
And then you also have over in Wales, Vaughan Gething, when he became First Minister, because he was Health Minister throughout the pandemic, you could argue, well, actually, you did have your, you were so involved.
Yeah,
you were
true.
Difficult to pull away. So perhaps, that is the comparison, isn't it?
True. No, yeah, that's true. Actually, maybe I'm cutting them.
No. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that actually, maybe you're right about John Swinney. Maybe he's forged a reputation enough around himself that he feels detached from the Sturgeon administration.
Because they keep trying to underline it as a clean break, as well.
They tried that with Hamza though, as well, didn't they?
Yeah.
It didn't quite work.
He was a continuity candidate.
Do you think?
100%.
But he tried to push that line that he was the clean break.
Yeah, but I think because I think as it turned more sour, you kind of had to with the camper van stuff. I think you probably had to do that.
Well, he shouldn't have gone on holiday in a camper van, should he?
You can't even call yourself Scottish and have a camper van anymore.
Okay, so what's going to be exciting tonight, if you're a massive dork?
Which you are. Do you know what's really actually quite jarring? Is there's so many people in this room having a conversation, not listening to us. It's so weird.
I hope people are listening to. Even I'm looking at Seán. I'm looking at
Seán
Laura.
and Laura are not watching.
Neither of them are
listening.
listening
They're
to
listening
us.
now. Give it away.
Jem, the videographer, not listening to us. I assume Sam is listening.
Sam,
to
are you
us?
listening? Give us some talk back.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
He was not happy about it, though, was he?
Look, we got these.
I hate them.
We don't usually have these before. If I'm going to tear mine out in dramatically tonight at some point.
Okay, wait. Let me go back to
Sorry.
to the dorks. To the dorks. So, there is a competition on tonight.
Is there?
I hate myself. Sunderland, Newcastle, and Blythe. Who can get their ballots in the fastest?
Do you know what this is? That's the most BBC thing you've ever said.
That's not true. I've said many BBC things before.
They love that. It's all like Westminster
I said it was
dorks
for the
talk
nerds. Oh, we've got some real nerds coming on later as well. You're not even going to believe
yeah.
it. We've got someone coming on to talk about trains.
Do we?
Yeah, John Elledge is coming in.
Oh, I like John Elledge. I was about to say, how did we like that?
He's also like a very esteemed commentator.
He's brilliant.
Like he writes like searing commentary for the New Statesman, but I only care about the trains.
Remember when he got tricked into posting photos of model trains in the New Statesman?
Did he?
Yes.
What happened?
Someone did a freelance article and submitted their own photos, and John Ellis didn't clock that they were model trains.
Amazing. Fantastic.
And he kind of had a go at the writer on Twitter, and the guy was like, "Well, you approved these," and he's like, "Okay, I admit I should have noticed these were model trains."
That's amazing.
What are you glad the election's over, Ava? I feel we've had a big 6 weeks. You more than me. I've been on holiday 3 times.
You have been on holiday 3 times,
Yeah.
and I resent you for it every day.
But I've also been ill the most.
I know. Do you think it's because you keep going on holiday?
I'm just getting sick. I've been ill 3 times. I've been on holiday 3 times.
I know.
That's nuts, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe.
But have you had a nice time? You haven't been anywhere sunny, have you?
Bilbo. No, actually, wasn't sunny. It was a pale.
Yeah, you're the. It's really nice to have Casper in here with us today. Oh, it's so nice that the ghost of Margaret Thatcher has
It's so
turned
lovely
up.
to be joined by a can of tango.
Yeah, how nice to have you here. We've actually got 3 sets in here this evening. So there's an interview set that you'll see probably about half an hour's time when Ed's going to interview Grace Blakely.
Do you know what I don't get? See if we have that set. Why are we not there?
I think about that all the time.
Yeah.
Why do we have? You're about to see an actual set.
Yeah, you're going to be furious if you think we've got a fucking green screen.
Yeah, there's no green light tonight.
Oh yeah, I suppose the lights are on.
Oh right, okay.
It
looks so good normally.
For my interview with Grace Blakely, it'll be on the nice set, and you're actually going to be seething in the comments, I think.
Yeah, you will be.
So, does Sunak have to resign?
Well, that's the big question. Is it so tomorrow morning? Will he? Undoubtedly, he'll want to speak on the steps of Downing Street, a concession speech.
Yep.
And then he'll have to go to Buckingham Palace, where he'll just. Am I being BBC again? Do you
No.
Okay.
Oh, if you're being BBC,
Just feel like I'm just going to get criticised now for anything I say. So he'll have to go to Buckingham Palace, and then he'll dissolve the government, and then Keir Starmer will presumably follow him there, and he will ask the King, "Can I please have a government?" And the King will say, "No." Give it to Ed Davey.
The People's Champion is 61 seats.
Yeah.
Of the seats that you visited in the election, we all kind of went all over. Which one are you most curious?
Sorry, I hadn't finished about Rishi Sunak.
Sorry.
Sorry. Thank you. So I've forgotten what it was. Rishi Sunak will have the choice tomorrow to stand down as leader of the Conservative Party.
Yep.
Do you think that he'll do that?
100%.
Yeah?
I think of course he will. It's not like he doesn't want to do it anymore. This was a 6-week falling on his sword process.
Well, when you think about it, God, it's actually astonishing. The more it's setting in, 170 seat majority. It was a landmark majority when Boris Johnson had 80.
Yeah.
And 170. All right, let's not even buy this. I have been talking about the supermajority over there. It doesn't actually matter. It's totally inconsequential, actually. The thing that it really matters for is the makeup of certain select committees. Can you get enough from each party to make a proper cross-party committee? But no voter is actually caring about that.
About the inner workings of Parliament.
No, Sunak was trying to spin some sort of web of lies that apparently a supermajority will be very North Korea. Very frightening. Everyone's going, oh, well, I don't want it to be like North Korea, so I better vote for Ed.
Yep, absolutely.
Davey, not you this time.
How many votes do you think I would get?
Where would you stand?
Where would you like me?
Sinn Féin, Islington North.
I will stand for Sinn Féin in Liverpool.
I think you'd get in there. We're right back where we were.
I do not think still don't think Sinn Féin win a single seat.
Do you know what? That would be a question for
mainland
Roisin
UK.
Lanigan, who will be here.
And you say the exact same thing as me.
I'm going to ask her, can Sinn Féin win?
If she says your two bullshit answer, I'm going to come in and kick her out.
Sean is slightly off it. Can you hear me? Do you think Sinn Féin could win Liverpool? Could Sinn Féin win Liverpool? Yes.
You're a fucking idiot. You're clinical morons.
Clinical.
You expect people to listen to this until 4 a.m, and that's kind of.
What did he say? There we go. Good. Well, you'll hear Sean shortly.
No, if he keeps up that shite.
No.
No, I'm done. No more Irish people.
No more. Okay, great. Well, we're actually quite outnumbered on Irish people and Scottish people.
Not outnumbered.
I would say so. Sometimes we're at the desk when it's me, you, and Laura, and I think,
God,
it's a bit much here.
They're so pale.
Yeah.
They're so vitamin deficient. That's why we're so small.
Every time I'm in a shot with you, it looks like I've just come back from the sun.
So people never see us standing up. I was sitting that on the bench. I think people don't realise how much taller than me you are because we're always sat down.
Please can you stop this because everyone's making jokes about me being massive.
No, but I'm small. That's my point. I'm not
like the other day, my hands are quite normal sized. And
no, look, they're huge.
I can't stand it.
Which of the seats that you visited in this election are you most excited to see the result for, or most curious rather?
I'm actually sorry to be really basic and a bit FPPE, but I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens in Rishi Sunak's seat in Northallerton.
Yes.
I think that would be fascinating to see if a sitting Prime Minister gets hypothetically voted out.
See, actually, with that,
astonishing.
I don't think that's with that number of seats. I don't think that's happening.
Yeah,
I'm curious to see, have they shown predicted vote share, or is it only the number of seats?
I haven't seen a predicted vote share yet, but I think we can get Laura on that. Laura, can you get?
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is sick. She's never this responsive.
I know, but also she's just absolutely outstanding.
We've
Okay, so we're going to go all throughout the night, or we're going to go until Labour get 326 seats, and until you're going to see the wall in a minute. I wonder if we can get a camera over there. I'm not sure if we can.
Can we get
We've got a wall
a shot of the wall?
which has the cabinet ministers on it, their faces. Potentially, we might be able to give you a shot of that now. And Laura will be on hand to cross out the face if and when those cabinet ministers lose their seat, because obviously quite a number of them are pitted to lose, including Kemi Badenoch, who is expected to run for leader after the election. It's sort of, if Rishi Sunak stands down, she will want to throw her hat into the ring. If she loses her seat, so this is actually quite complicated, so you're going to have to give me a second. Let me just explain that. So Kemi Badenoch could lose her seat. This is in part due to the postal votes that never turned up at people's doors, and they think it's around 2,400 that didn't arrive. Now, if the margin of error is equal, it could be proportionate to the number of postal votes that didn't show up, they will have to hold another by-election. If it goes to by-election, it's possible that Kemi Badenoch, because she won't be a sitting MP, will not be able to put her hat into the running for leader of the Conservative Party.
Wow.
Yeah. So she might just be sitting at the sidelines while the Conservatives mull over this problem of their own creation.
And elect Tom Tugendhat.
I don't think they'd ever elect Tom Tugendhat, do you reckon?
Gun to your head. Quick fire answer, who's the next Conservative leader?
Well, I would say that it's Kemi Badenoch.
Think so?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe, I think you're probably right. Maybe Cleverly?
James Cleverly, do you really think?
Yeah.
He was very upset, wasn't he, the Home Secretary?
So he's Home Secretary, Foreign Secretary, two of the big four.
Yeah, but then you look at Jeremy Hunt, he's been... Oh, Michael Gove never got a big four, did he?
No, never. He fucking everything else. But...
Why do you think that he stood down? Do you think he stood down in Surrey Heath because he didn't think he was going to...
Yes, I think he didn't want to suffer the indignity. Because actually, like, so, for what he's got planned post career in politics, he's still got his career and his dignity intact, and that people say about Michael Gove, forget about his politics, but he's a fantastic minister. Versus, if you want to be editor of the Times, you're that loser who got dunked on at 4 o'clock in the morning, next to like Count Boniface's little brother.
There's going to be some really great graphics. You're going to see them when the first seat is called. Some beautiful graphics that have been made up. Yeah, you haven't seen them, have you? They're absolutely stunning. You guys are going to love them.
Oh, I don't think I will see them either.
Yeah. It's basically, no, you won't see them. It's basically like, it's very BBC, actually.
That's so sick.
Yeah, you're going to find it very upsetting.
Who are you most excited to speak to later?
Well, I'm most excited, actually, to see who's going to win out of Blythe, Sunderland or Newcastle. Who's going to get those...
in the way!
Who's going to get those ballots in the quickest? No, so the reason that they do this is so that they get their area on the front page of the paper, potentially, or they get spoken about. Yeah, because you think Sunderland was the first to declare during the Brexit referendum leave. Newcastle, in the running, declared remain.
Oh.
So what Sunderland did was deny the columnists the perfect entrance to columns forever, books forever, which was that Newcastle was the first ever to declare, and they declared remain. Our hopes were then shattered. We had 1 minute of joy, and then the rest of the night was shattered.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I think that would have made a really heartwarming column.
Shall we reflect on the campaign? What have been some standout moments for you in terms of the 6 weeks we've just gone on?
Sorry to go back to it, but I think that D-Day was the most extraordinary bit of politics I've ever seen in my life.
That was insane.
I thought it was absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, it was. I was going to catch them up. They all know about.
Yeah.
I was like, someone today tweeted like saying, "Guy with 10,000 extremely politically engaged followers. Remember to vote, guys."
Yeah.
We don't need to explain anything to these guys.
But I actually hate the remember to vote things.
Really?
The only time I only did one was like the registered to vote is because I was getting really pressured in my DMs by like a couple of people who run like vote pushing websites or whatever, and they were like, it's really disgraceful that you haven't, and I was like, I'm gonna have to do it, please don't make me do this. They know to vote.
It's interesting because I actually think with different influencers or influential people would be more useful. Like, see, you know, GK Barry stuff she's doing, like get out the vote stuff.
Yes.
That's actually very useful because her audience might not be that politically engaged. They just know her because she's funny and like makes TikToks, whatever, versus all your followers presumably like politics and follow the news, etc. So when you see like mainstream political journalists telling their followers to remember to vote, they know. They're reading your tweets about PMQs.
Right, we've got a couple of questions in the live stream.
Hello.
First one is, how do exit polls work? Would you like to answer that, or shall I answer?
Yes, I would. A crack team of psephologists stand outside. It's the same, it's in the same constituencies every time, so it's comparable to previous elections, and they get people to basically cast their vote again. They give you a ballot, and you cast it the same way you would X the box. Goes in the box, and once they've got enough, I don't know what the number is, but once they've got like a representative sample, this psephologists go and analyse them, come up with a number. I think it's normally done by like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The exit
it is, yeah.
It's nuts, isn't it?
So John Curtis is known
Then
since 2 o'clock.
John Curtis and some other smart people get locked in a bunker somewhere and are trapped there until about, well, now.
John Curtis has not been locked in a bunker. I was watching him on Institute for Government at 2 p.m.
Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe someone else then. I don't know.
He did like a briefing. Oh, it might have been 3 o'clock. I watched a briefing that he did for some journalists.
Oh, okay, never mind then. Not John Curtis, but other smart people doing the exit poll. Or like, oh, and then also, not us, broadcasting stuff are told like 15 minutes before, so they can plan their first hour of cover. That'd been handy, wouldn't it, actually? If we could have been on the exit poll.
Well, do you know what? I actually had it in my email and I totally forgot. I just Sorry.
That's so bad.
Just totally forgot. But yeah. Anyway, next question.
Holy shit. That's so funny. Then we could have told that lot to chirp up a wee bit.
God, they were miserable.
Weren't they? That was not the vibe though.
That was not what I was expecting at all.
I was expecting like fun. I think they were as well, and I hope they. Don't worry, we're not going to let them do that again.
It's like the most underwhelming reaction I've ever seen
for a
to an
fucking landslide Labour majority.
You're getting 170 majority Labour, and then that's how they react
to it. The Tories have got an absolute fucking kicking, and these lot are.
Yeah, well, they've just really not done enough.
Oh no, we have to think about reform in 2029. It's 5 years. It's 5 years in the future, mate. Come on, honestly.
Jesus Christ.
Let us be cheery.
Right. Well, okay. Well, actually, can you let us know? How are you feeling?
Yeah, actually, I might be misreading the room.
Cheerful? Yeah.
I might be misreading.
Do you know what it is? I know what. I'm not going to say what you're happy about, but I know exactly what you're happy about. I'm going to write it down on a piece of paper, and then.
I bet you think the same thing. I'm not happy.
You're happy about that, aren't you?
No.
Yes, you are.
I'm not happy. I'm interested. It's interesting.
Was that exciting to you though when you saw that?
Yes, it's interesting.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's interesting that that Lib Dems will not be the leaders will not be the opposition. Have we got more questions in the chat?
I'm not sure. Laura hasn't put. Laura, have we got any more questions? So she's rushing back now. We've got one which is, do you have a favourite train operator?
Yes, I do. Oh my God, I do.
Yeah.
Great Western Rail. Don't nationalise the rail. Can someone does anyone have a remote for that telly?
Yeah.
Can you click OK?
Carry on. Who's your favourite train operator?
Great Western Rail. Don't nationalise the railways. Just give them all to Great Western Rail.
Okay.
That's my.
But they receive huge subsidies from the government, so they are part nationalised.
Oh.
Just in name, not in name only. They're private in name only.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's my favourite one. They're so sick.
Can't wait for John to get here.
What about you?
I do like a Great Western Rail, but it depends if you're getting one of the electric ones or one of the diesel ones, because the diesel ones can be a bit. Have you not been on a diesel GWR?
I could not tell you.
You'd know. You'd know.
I was. See,
it honestly feels like a steam train.
Last week I was on 4 Great Western Rail trains.
Because you went to Totnes?
Totnes and back. Glastonbury and back.
That one down to Bristol, that GWR, is
unbelievable.
Lovely.
Just going to the southwest is just an unbelievably pleasant experience.
It's such a beautiful train journey.
Changing Exeter sucks, actually.
Oh, why did you change at Exeter?
I have done before. If you go to Cornwall.
Oh, right, yeah. I haven't been to Cornwall before.
It's lovely.
I feel like, yeah.
It's really far, though.
Okay, another question is Ed wearing lipstick?
Yes. No, I'm not actually. Do I lipstick shine? It might be the lights, to be honest.
It's because you had a big snog before.
No, Eve and I were getting off before.
That's not what I said.
Surprise!
I actually did ask you to get off with someone so that they could then get off with me, so that I would get the illness that you've had the last week.
Yeah, should we reveal? If you've noticed how well I'm looking, I was really ill this week, like super unwell. I lost 4 kilograms in 3.5 days.
How much weight, cumulatively, has the Conservatives lost from the House of Commons tonight?
Right, so what's the average weight of a person?
I don't know, some dork at home, I can imagine, could work that out, couldn't they?
Like, it's about...
If you work that out, you can have a prize of your choice.
It's about 10 tons?
10 tons, you reckon?
I think so. You shouldn't just give them a prize of their choice. That's such a that's an odd blank check.
Well, it might be something that we can achieve. Like you give them a kiss.
And they can also lose 4 kilograms.
Are there any drinking rules for tonight?
Yeah, have a good time, man. That's the only drinking rule.
Maybe we should we do some shots every time a Conservative minister loses their seat?
Finish your drink.
Finish your drink? I'd rather have a shot, to be honest, but you were really funny the other night when you had a couple of shots.
Oh my God, I was battered.
It's really good fun.
How drunk I was.
It was really fun.
I was so drunk at the live show.
Are you surprised by 13 seats going to Reform?
That's actually higher than I thought it would be, to be perfectly honest. I thought it would be 4.
Can I
I'm
say
really
something rogue? And I don't think that will happen.
Say it again?
I don't think that will happen.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not confident on that.
I'd be curious to see where they are. Well, actually, how many serious Reform candidates? What if like the Nazi guys got through?
Well, then we know what will happen, don't we? Seán, I think maybe. Should we have a little swap in with Seán? You stay here, Seán swaps in.
Yes.
And then we'll do a little...
I'll be back at 11:15.
No. I'm going to leave. You're going to stay here with Seán.
Okay.
Yeah.
Grant.
Are you ready for Seán?
Seán's here.
Here he is.
Woohoo! It's the boy.
Take it away. I'll be back at 10.
Cool.
Hello, bud.
Hello, man. How are you?
I'm good.
How's the party?
The party's good.
Excellent.
Everyone's having fun.
Everyone's having fun.
Yeah.
You throw a party and you can't enjoy it. Where are we? I'm just checking the schedule. How are you? So, have you cheered up?
Have I?
Were you being miserable?
No, I wasn't being miserable.
Did we ask? Did we talk to you? Did we? I've forgotten.
That's absolutely fine, man.
Did we talk to you?
We did talk to me, yeah.
And were you being miserable?
Miserable in terms of
the result?
No, I don't think so. It's a strange one, isn't it? I mean, like, I don't think Labour themselves had the... I think it's interesting how they will probably try to swing this as a massive vote of confidence in the Labour.
Oh no!
Excuse me.
God,
that's disgusting
to
hear on screen.
Strike them down for 170 seat majority being a vote of confidence.
But
in
no,
government.
I mean, it as Torb said when we were all around the bar earlier on, I think it's more a case of a lack and a just genuine hatred of what the Conservatives have done, particularly in the last 2 years. But I think when you're looking at this, it is more a vote for change rather than a vote for Labour. I mean, Jack is. I'm just rhyming off what other people have said, but Jack said in the YouGov polling that it was only 5% of people who were voting for the Labour Party were actually voting for the Labour Party because they thought that their policies were good. So that should tell you all it needs to say, right? You've got...
I don't think that's actually as damning as that sounds, to be perfectly honest. Like,
you should vote for a political party because you believe in the movement.
Yes, of course you should. In an ideal world, yeah. But like, if your options are the fucking Conservative Party that's been in government for the last year, as in one motivating factor isn't necessary. Like, I don't know what the phrasing of that question was. It might be, what is your main reason for voting? It's not at the expense of all other options. Why are you voting for the Labour Party? It might be at the top of your list. Like, number one, I hate the Tories. Number two, I like the policies.
Yeah.
It might be that.
Okay, I did a module in quantitative methods at university.
Actually, it's my degree. It wasn't a module. But
sorry.
But I don't know. It's not. If this swing is not. I think. I wonder if you're being too down.
The secondary stories of the exit poll, I mean, it's going to become clearer as the night goes on, but I think the secondary stories being just how many seats the Reform Party have won, are predicted to win, I think the Greens have ended up actually being the damp squib, where we did think that it was going to be maybe, 5 to 10 seats?
2, it says, didn't it?
Yeah, just 2. It says 2 here, but I mean, 5 to 10 was what people were expecting, and especially as the protest vote for the Labour Party, I think it will be interesting to see the Green vote share in some of the seats that
interesting,
Labour have won.
That's what,
So the two, to go back to what I was saying, the 2 things being the surge in reform and also to see what the vote share for the Green Party in some of these Labour seats are, I think will give you a better sense of how. I mean, ultimately, yes, they're still winning the seats. They're still gaining power in this way. But I think to have just the top line being massive majority, that means everyone loves them. Because it's first past the post, it could be very, very small majorities in some of their seats. I mean, look at some Labour Save seats. It would be very interesting to see whether the independent candidates, like, for example, in Ilford North, if Liam Mohammed has done as good as was predicted by some people in reducing West Street.
Do you think they will have had an impact?
I don't think it's splitting the vote. So no. I think, but the reason why I don't think it's splitting the vote is because I think that the dislike for the Conservatives is so strong that Labour are getting the bleed through from that. So I think it is a traditional Labour voter that's going to be voting for independents and Greens and probably not Reform, but we'll see as the night goes on how Reform are doing in, say, the Red Wall that the Conservatives were doing so well in 2019. I think time will tell, but I think it isn't a matter of splitting votes. I think it's a matter of understanding people's apathy for Labour on the ground. And again, I completely agree with what you're saying. I completely agree with what you're saying.
I just think
they've got
all that needs to be really, really caveated with, like, the apathy on the ground. I saw some places, I didn't see it. It wasn't uniform, to be perfectly honest. It wasn't like.
But I mean, when you're going out and voxing, it was like, I mean, the most recent one I went out with you on is to Canvey Island.
Yeah, the most Tory place in the UK.
The most Tory place in the UK, and people were saying they weren't voting for the Conservatives, and they were voting Labour. But it wasn't like it wasn't an excited vote for Labour. Do you know what I mean?
Canvey Island with 76% vote share for the Conservatives.
No, absolutely. Bad example.
You can't.
Bad example. Bad example.
You can't use that.
But
as a
how
test
many
case.
times were you meeting people when you were out in the last 6 weeks or the last year, the last 2 years, and you're seeing people say, I actually rate Keir Starmer. I think he is a fantastic. They were interesting voices to hear. And it was interesting to find people who were captivated by the Starmer movement.
Yeah, true, actually.
You know?
The Starmer heads.
Yeah, they're few and far between.
The Stormtroopers.
The Stormtroopers is a good one. We have that has been coined by somebody else, hasn't it?
No.
But no, I think
the Keir Bears.
That's ours. That's trademarked.
If you're a Keir Bear, we'd love to hear from you. Maybe you can call in.
Call in, yeah.
It's interesting, like your point about the independents in standing against kind of prominent Labour figures. Like you had a swathe of independents, didn't you? You had Count Biddenface as an independent. Mm. Like you had Nico Omalana as an independent. Yeah. You had that, but versus you had quite a lot.
Did Nico stand in Northallerton?
Yes, no. It was him. Then he did. I think he got everyone to change their name. Stand in multiple constituencies. I've not actually seen much about that this election. I think a lot of people are quite tired of his shtick.
It was good when he did it for the mayorals in 2021. Yeah. It was 21, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he did the thing like the Uber Butler thing. I've got people to sit in on interviews for him. And that was quite funny. But this one, I'd be curious to see actually what happens with it. Maybe he's too busy like with Kai Cenat or something to do something.
I also think it's just such a silly. I mean, it's part of the tradition of British electoral politics to have these joke candidates standing in the seat of the Prime Minister. But I think when you have such a movement of disdain towards the Conservatives, and you've got a seat that, whether it was likely or not, I mean, we'll find out later as well, whether it was likely that Rishi Sunak would have lost a seat to the Labour candidate, losing a 27,000 seat majority, by the way. But if it was likely, and you have Binface, Nico Omalana, someone from the Monster Raving Loony Party, that doesn't really sit well with me when it comes to effective electoral change. Yeah. To just be like, to market yourself as a protest vote, but then be actively splitting the vote against someone actually making a legitimate political statement, I think is a very it's a very silly thing to be doing in the system that the UK has.
I think the voters are big enough and bad enough to make that decision.
But it's
themselves.
a protest vote, you know.
It is absolutely, and I don't think people should be discouraged from doing it necessarily. Like, if you understand, you have to fork up like the deposit. It's not, and also like I think if you're a good enough candidate to unseat the Prime Minister, then surely you should be doing that.
However, we did see that there are quite a few independents coming in. So maybe it is Binface. Maybe it is Binface.
Sean, I'm going to kick you off.
Okay.
Because we've got someone even better than Sean.
Fabulous.
Matthew Talbot. Woo. Can I get a round of applause? Yay!
I disagree, Sean. You're better than me. I don't think that's true.
He's the man in the party mood. It's Matthew Talbot. How are you, man?
I'm all right, you?
Yeah, I'm good. Sorry if I haven't got you earlier, but
that's all right.
It's my party and I'll cry if I want to. You didn't say you worked in Parliament. You were a Labour staffer.
Yeah.
So you've been inside the Labour machine.
Yeah.
So you've got a wonderfully unique insight. Can you talk us through what will the mood be in Labour HQ at the moment?
Well, I've had texts from them. They're very happy, obviously. Yeah. I think it will feel like a job well done. The hard work will only just begin. I know there's concerns about whether certain MPs are ready to step up to the plate of government, whether certain staff members are ready to step up to the plate of government. It's a hard thing to do. I think there's also going to be some concern. I've just seen, from some of the exit poll, 2 Barnsley seats are 99% likely to be in Reform's hands. Hartlepool is likely 91% chance of going to Reform. So I think there's also going to be slight concern for colleagues. Thangham's obviously in danger. I think what it does do, though, I don't think losing certain people is such a bad thing for Keir Starmer, because not that he'll be necessarily happy they've gone, but it actually gives him an excuse to do quite a quick reshuffle. And if there's certain people he maybe didn't want to take, that he might have found hard to move straight away, he might have to do that. If Shabana Mahmood is potentially in trouble in Birmingham Ladywood, I've not seen, or some of these sorts of people, he's going to have to start moving the deck chairs a little bit. So I think Keir's going to be very happy about all of it in a way.
You talked when the results came in about kind of the threat to reform, and you think the story is going to be where they've come second, and kind of what were you. I was very rude to you, and I said, and you're talking about 5 years in the future. What is it about reform that appeals to people? Because when people, I think actually our audience, people think about reform voters, they think about caricatures. They might not know any reform voters. They might not come from these deprived English towns or areas that are catnip for reform, really. What is it? Why do you think someone would vote for reform?
I've got loads of mates that were planning on doing so. I think you have to try and understand these people. I totally get the need to say, these people are racist, fascist, and terms like that. In many cases, it may be true. That doesn't mean they're going to then vote for your party. What I would say is I use my mum and dad as a decent barometer, right? My mum and dad don't tend to vote. They're not political. They work menial jobs that don't pay very well, and they struggle, right? They watch the news every night, though. They read newspapers, and they like to, they want to know what's going on. For many people, I'd say the vast majority of people in this country, politics and the world is hard to understand. What Nigel Farage does, he did it with the EU, he does it with immigration. I imagine he'll spend the next 5 years screaming about PR and fairness in the democratic system. He's offering a very simple solution to several complicated questions.
Yep.
That's appealing for people. I mean, I did a talk in a prison a few months ago, and the one question they all had is, what the fuck is inflation? I don't understand it. I don't understand. There's terms, GDP, people don't know what that is. So if he's telling you, well, it's immigration's fault,
yep,
and you're seeing the footage of people in channels, then people are going to go with that, and it helps them feel better about the situation they're in, of going, oh, well, if that's it, well, he'll solve it for us. I also think in some of these Labour seats that may well go, whether it be Barnsley and other areas, large areas of the North East, North West, Midlands and Yorkshire have had Labour councils for years, and people have not seen their towns or cities change in those years. So I think the change message hasn't cut through in some areas, because everyone's gone, well, no, it's still the same here. It's a shithole, I don't like it. So he appears to be offering real change because he's not Labour. They don't like the Tories, they can't stand the Tories. But we've had Labour for 20 years in this council and they've done nothing. Yeah. And I hate the council and there's potholes everywhere, and it's a nightmare, and they never collect me bins. And apparently that might be immigration's fault as well, but Nigel can sell that very well.
Do you know what I thought was interesting as well is the people who were reform curious, I would say, that I met in this election campaign, they did not buy the shtick of Rwanda. They were like, I'm concerned about immigration, not refugees crossing the English Channel. I'm concerned. I know this is they're trying to appeal to people like me. I'm not falling for it. Immigration's at record levels. It's the Conservatives' fault, and I'm not buying what you're selling because I know this is a gimmick that'll have nothing to do with it. So even the Conservatives, like, Hail Mary to appeal to these people, just had no sway with them, and I think it's just going to come back to bite. You've opened the door for this party. You made the party more electable by opening discourse to them, moving discourse towards them, shifting towards them, toward their worldview. And you do have to listen to these people as well. You have to listen to their concerns because their concerns are legitimate. I think there's going to be there might be a reaction to the 13 is a large amount of MPs. For a new-ish party, it's a pretty sizable thing. They're going to have a voice in Parliament, and there's going to be a knee-jerk reaction to ridicule them and to not listen to them.
And then a very quick knee-jerk reaction to appease that, and that's why what concerns me is that the Labour Party may tack right on immigration.
Yep.
I do not buy that Rwanda is going. I do not buy that. I do not buy that at all.
God.
And there is a reason why I imagine Keir Starmer has been asked, would you process people in a different country? He's refused to answer that. I think he will come under huge pressure from people like Nigel Farage to look to be tackling immigration in a very obvious way, not in the very policy-heavy border way he wants to do with the new controls and setting up a whole task force. People don't want to hear task force, they don't know what that is. So I don't think that will, I'm not sure that will go at all. And I think they will influence Labour policy more than people realise. I think Reform will have a big say on what's going on because Labour will begin to be concerned over the next 5 years of them taking more voters from us. And I think, again, it doesn't surprise me that people didn't buy the Rwanda shtick, but it's infrastructure. I am very liberal and okay with different levels of immigration, but it ain't going to work unless you build the infrastructure. You've got to build the schools and the houses, and we haven't done it. The Tories haven't done it. Labour didn't do it when they were in. And that is what causes people like Farage to enter the fray and seem a very good choice for people. And I don't know, because the shtick is, or the excuse is, we haven't got any money.
Yep.
Well, Labour aren't going to build them houses. They're not going to build them schools. And that's why I think we're slowly sleepwalking into Nigel Farage being in a position of power in the next 5 years if we're not careful.
Well, on that haunting warning, I'm gonna swap out me and Matt for a much more glamorous trio.
More glamorous.
Woo!
So bad. Okay, I'm going to have to get on a stool that everyone's going to laugh at because I'm going to be absolutely tiny.
The cuck stool.
The cuck stool. Did you see Rishi Sunak on his cuck seat the other day?
Yeah.
During this morning.
Like a delicate little boy sitting on his little cuck seat.
Do you want to both introduce yourselves? Roisin, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I'm Roisin Lanigan. I've been on podcast once before and contributed editor at The Fence and journalist for a bunch of other places, and I've got a book coming out in March.
You can't tell us the most exciting place, apart from The Fence, where you're a journalist.
No, I can't. And I shan't.
But it's so hot.
Yeah.
It's so hot. Josh, would you like to reintroduce yourself to the
audience? I'm Josh Kaplan. I'm the head of digital at the Jewish Chronicle. I was on podcast once before, and it all went swimmingly.
It was, well, I liked having you there. It's really nice to see you both. All right, so, okay, initial reactions to the exit poll. It wasn't exactly screams of delight, was it, Roche?
No, I think this is the first exit poll that I've ever seen in my adult life, and before I could vote, that I just feel completely apathetic for.
Oh my gosh.
I don't care. I'm just like, it's happening, it's there, and I'm here, and I've had some drinks, and I'm fine with it, but that's as far as I'll go.
Anything better from you?
Yeah, I can imagine it.
No, I liked it. I think it's a good exit poll. I am happy. The Tories seem to be on their way out. I think that's good. I'm not like die-hard, ride or die Labour, but I think it seems promising. Maybe some good things will come out of it, maybe?
Because there's this argument, isn't there, that Keir Starmer has been playing to the right. He's been playing to the sort of soft right Conservatives in a bid to get into government, and then he will transform and flower like the beautiful socialist he once was.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's like deep down at his core a massive centrist, right? And if he gets this massive majority that he looks like he's going to get, it means that he perhaps won't have to listen to the left wing of the Labour Party, because he can just do his own thing, knowing that he can lose 50, 60 of them and still pass whatever stuff he wants to pass.
Because that's the conversation about the supermajority, isn't it? I guess that's I know you've already ridiculed me for using that phrase once already, but the point is, you have a majority if you've got, say, one extra seat. However, if you can't whip the entire party into voting with your policies, it doesn't mean anything.
No, and I think maybe there'll be a bit of party unity, especially in these early days, because they'll be so glad that they've actually won an election for the first time in 14 years, and maybe he'll actually be able to get some stuff done. But yeah, I mean, the Conservatives did fuck all with an 80-seat majority. So it'd be interesting to see what he can do with
That's not fair. They got halfway there with HS2.
And they nearly banned vapes.
They did nearly ban vapes. And they tried to do something with the Equality Act.
Actually, I think I saw this thing earlier that said the third thing that people say is associated with Rishi Sunak is banning XL bullies.
Really?
Yeah, that's the only thing people remember. They remember him paying their salary during COVID. They remember a bit of furlough and then XL bullies.
Wait, isn't that the same thing, those first two?
Yeah.
So he said the first two slots have been the same thing. Okay, Rose, do you have any faith that he is going to flower into the socialist that he once was?
Absolutely not.
But he did write a socialist newspaper leaflet when he was at university.
Yeah, and he was also head of the CPS. I don't have any faith that he is going to flower into a socialist, because he's not. If a wolf goes by, it's still a fucking wolf. Like, I'm not. He is a Tory in a slightly different Burton jacket, and he's just going to do. Yeah, well, I don't know, maybe whistles.
Did we mention that you were also at ID and you're very much one of the fashion girlies?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Keir Starmer would care about that. I feel like
but I think that's important. Who do you think is better dressed, Rishi Sunak or Keir Starmer?
The gun would go off. The gun would go off, I'm afraid.
Sorry,
neither of them are...
Sorry, is that a vote of confidence in Rishi's little baby boy suits?
Oh no, I would... Angela, phenomenally dressed, a Vogue smoker. I think,
chic.
Yeah, very, very chic.
She's a woman after your own heart, really, isn't she?
Yeah, 100% I would have voted for Angela. No one else in this country would have, and that's fine. But if we're going to sit here and pretend that Keir Starmer is chic, I will leave.
I don't think
I will get up from the table. That is not going to happen.
Okay, chicest Labour MP, Angela Rayner, in your opinion?
I think it could be Rayner, yeah.
Okay, I'm a Thornbury myself. Where are you?
I really like Emily Thornbury, but I would probably say Angie Rayner as well.
Yeah,
she's got a good vibe to her.
Yeah.
As you see, I think a few years ago she was smoking Vogues at some opera, Glyndebourne maybe, just having the time of her life.
Big Vogues girly.
Yeah.
Do you know, I shouldn't really tell this story, but I've had half a beer. One time at Labour conference, she ran over to me. It was really, really windy, and I was wearing a really long skirt, and my skirt kept blowing up above my head. She ran over, pulled my skirt down, and goes, "Put your cigarette in my mouth."
That's kind of hot.
That is so hot.
It was. I was like, okay.
I love it. If we can have that as the one victory of tonight, I'm happy.
Yeah.
That she's, somewhere Angela Rayner is smoking a Vogue in a very triumphant way. And
Good
just
for
blowing
her.
it towards the ceiling, and I'm very happy for her.
But Michael Gove was also a smoker. Are you sad to lose him?
Am I sad to lose Michael Gove?
He brought a bit of drama to the party.
He did, I wouldn't
Kinda
say
messy.
I wouldn't say chic, but like a messy bitch that lives for drama.
Yeah.
Like I do think we need more of that. Like Keir's not a messy bitch that lives for drama.
No?
And that's what I think we need in government.
I mean, you need more drama.
Yeah, and who would provide that in the current Labour government?
But he's he's a strategist, isn't he? And you could argue that maybe he's a little bit conniving? Calculated.
He's a conniving bitch that lives for drama.
Well-
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say if you said that and I agree with it, yeah, it's fine.
You could make an argument, couldn't you? Because he's managed to. Well, actually, do you know what? That's going to be the big tell tonight, isn't it? If Jeremy Corbyn doesn't win Islington North, that'll sort of be the final kiss of death to socialism in the party, maybe.
Yeah, the final death of the Corbyn project that was longed out for a good amount of time.
Yeah.
But then, I don't know, I think there was probably parts of the Labour Party that got a little bit bored of losing, dare I say, and they realised that maybe if they want to change things, they kind of have to be in power to change things. And to do that, you probably need to appeal to people that Jeremy Corbyn couldn't appeal to.
Because the sort of policies, though, that they're bringing in some of them wouldn't signify dramatic change.
I don't think any of the policies that they want to bring in, and they've been very vague about the policies that they actually want to bring in, given that every leaflet that they've put through a door, especially in Islington North, has just been like, we are not the Tories, which is great, it's very convincing. But I don't think any of the policies they want to bring in are particularly socialist or, like life-changing.
Well, because that's the big conversation we'll be having. I'll be talking to John Elledge about this later, but about their train nationalisation programme. Within that programme, it'll essentially be private companies that get to finish their 30-year leases. They won't buy them out of that. And they'll still have private infrastructure feeding into this umbrella arm of nationalisation. So it just doesn't quite feel like they're going the full mile.
No, I think if they were going the full mile, they would do cool things like another HS2, HS3, yeah, maybe even HS4.
Where would you like to go?
Oh, anywhere. We could go from anywhere to anywhere in under 2 hours. Wouldn't that be such a treat?
What about more connected? What about the bridge to Ireland?
What you want is concord within the UK.
Yeah.
And I feel like I've accepted that at this stage. That's all you want. If anyone was like, I will provide a train between London and Scotland that does 45 minutes, you'd vote for them. It wouldn't
100%.
matter.
Yeah, 100%.
45 minutes?
Yeah.
If they could do that.
All Josh cares about.
All I really want is the much maligned Boris Island. Yeah. Concrete over the estuary, build a fuck off airport, fuck the birds, and have like a bajillion flights a day. It'd be great.
And keep us mid-rise.
100%.
We've gone too high recently, haven't we?
Why? You think some high rise is good? Bit of gentle density kind of everywhere though. That's what we want.
Because Michael Gove wanted to knock all of that out the water, didn't he? He wanted denser inner cities.
Yeah.
He wanted to build up, not out.
Well, but I think if you look at the way that the current Tories act, like they don't want houses in London, they don't want houses on the Greenbelt, they don't want houses on the brownfield sides. They just don't want houses. They want houses. So the only encouraging thing that I think about Keir Starmer is that the Tories were using all this like scare stuff, saying Keir Starmer's going to concrete over the Greenbelt, and I'm like, yes, do it.
Okay, but this is where it gets interesting for parties like the Greens or parties like the Liberal Democrats, because they've got very ambitious housing targets, right? But they also are in constituencies where a lot of local people will not allow those plans to come to fruition. So, someone like Carla Denyer, I mean, she ran on a manifesto that essentially said, we are going to build. Do you think she's going to run into trouble in Bristol if she does gain her seat tonight?
Yeah, I think the Greens on a national level, same as the Lib Dems, they like to promise these big things, but then they realise because of the way they have to get elected in these individual seats, they have to pander to the NIMBYs. And I think, Carla Denyer's no exception. Same as I had a conversation with Zach Polanski a few weeks ago where he basically
said... He'll be here later.
Where he basically said, I'm not a NIMBY. And then I was like, well, here are 10 different things that you guys have said you don't want to do. So it's massively in conflict. And the reason they can say that stuff is because they know they're not going to be anywhere near government. And
can you give us a flavour of that? What sort of thing do they not want to do?
So, for example, if you look at the Greens' policy on transport, right? They said they want to ban domestic flights, but they don't want to invest in HS2. So it's like, how do you get to a situation where people don't want to fly to Scotland, but you don't want to build the railways that will allow them to get there?
So we're right back where we were, weren't we, about the trains?
Nationalising the railways.
Yeah.
I agree.
Always. All comes back to
you
trains.
ran on a one
policy.
Yeah, that'd be great.
There are a couple of independents running tonight, including Faiza Shaheen in Chingford, Leanne Mohammed in, West Streeting's constituency, Ilford. North or South? Ilford North. Or have we just got North on the brain because of...
I think it is Ilford North.
Okay, so we've got them and we've got Jeremy Corbyn. Do you think any of them have a chance tonight at taking their seats?
I would hope that they would have a chance, but I really don't think that they do. Having been in Islington North quite a lot over the past few weeks, a lot of people are very vocal for Jeremy Corbyn, but if you look at the polls, he's not polling where he needs to be to win that seat, which is a real shame. I know that people didn't want to elect Jeremy Corbyn as their Prime Minister, but I think if you look at what he's done as a local MP, he is very reliable. He's done a lot for Islington North. It's a real shame that I don't think that he will win tonight.
I mean, particularly when you look over to Leanne over in Ilford. So she's running pretty much on she's got a couple of policies. A lot of them concern the NHS, but her big one is Israel Gaza and the conflict there. Do you think that that's enough? Do you think people are angry enough about the current Labour line on Israel Gaza to vote in an independent candidate?
Yeah, I think maybe in a few constituencies it might make a difference, but I think it's such a big leap asking people to vote for an issue over, that they don't encounter every day. The majority of British people aren't, directly affected by this. They're not super engaged in it. I think much more people are going to be like cost of living, housing, getting rid of the Tories. I think they're going to be their much bigger priorities than Israel Gaza. And if some of these MP wins, it's probably because of their connection to the local area rather than that policy specifically.
See, I think Gaza's big. I think Gaza is one of a huge platform.
I understand. I do completely understand what you're saying, and I have really struggled with this. So, as I said earlier, I didn't vote today, and I started the day with being I agree with you. The NHS. It's just the fact that you can't get to anywhere of a real, these are all the costs of living, the fact that I can't buy a house, these are all tangible things that I care about in my life. The Israel-Gaza issue for Labour is a hard line for me in the same way that transphobia is a hard line for me. For me...
Right?
No. But in the same way that I know it doesn't affect people on their day-to-day, but I think you have to elect people on the basis that you can trust them on moral and ethical issues, and I feel if you can't trust them on something like that, then you cannot elect them. And I wonder if I understand that you could argue it's quite a privileged issue. It's not a day-to-day issue, but if you really care about it, you cannot elect people that have that line on it.
Well, I guess the NHS is also very important because you've got, particularly in that constituency, so Leanne Mohammed, she's running in, as I've said, I think 3 times now, but in case anyone at the back didn't hear me, running in Ilford, West Streeting's constituency, where West Streeting could become the health secretary, and he would like to privatise various parts of the NHS. He'd like to use the private system in order to blitz the waiting lists. That probably does ring alarm bells for a lot of people.
Well, and if West Streeting wants to do a lot of stuff to the NHS that I feel is quite fantastical. West Streeting is very vocal about the fact, for instance, that he only wants women-only wards in the NHS, which is quite a statement to make, given that you can't get on a ward in the NHS. You can't get there. So I wouldn't really care if anyone on my ward was of a different gender, if I could simply be treated by the NHS. So I feel if West Streeting dedicated more time to simply talking about cutting down the waiting list on the NHS or not privatising the NHS, that I would have a bit more trust in him and I would probably elect him.
We actually didn't really hear at all about male or female wards, hospital wards, women-only spaces, really, during this election. We heard from J.K. Rowling, and we heard there was a little line from Rishi Sunak.
Representative J.K. Rowling.
Yeah.
The Minister for Hogwarts.
Children's author J.K. Rowling.
But she does have the ability, doesn't she, to sort of control the conversation.
Yeah.
But what I was going to ask you was, the only other time actually I heard it was Rishi Sunak yesterday saying that the Labour Party can't be trusted on gender dysphoria. Are you surprised that it didn't come up as a more topical issue during the election?
Yeah, yes and no. I think the time I saw it in the election campaign was during one of the debates where Keir Starmer brought up the fact that Rishi made a transphobic joke in front of the mother of Brianna in the House of Commons. I think the majority of people, again, it's similar to the Gaza issue, is that it may be an issue that the people feel strongly about, but is it something that they feel stronger about than all the other issues? I think it's probably more of a suppressing vote factor, people like Roisin who, have a red line and they don't want to come out for it, rather than voting for a party where that is the number one issue. I think it's more like depressing the turnout of people that would have not even thought twice about voting Labour in 2019.
Because, you know, if you cast your mind back just a year, Lee Anderson was still a member of the Conservative Party, and he said that the next election would be fought purely on culture war. Do you think the culture war has come up?
Yeah, I think it has, and I think that the fact that they, especially Keir Starmer and the Labour Party, are kind of scared to take a hard line on it, and they're scared to come out and say that it is bullshit, so they will flop to be like, I will meet J.K. Rowling. So if you look at the J.K. Rowling issue, like that was almost like, it was so farcical because it managed to piss off everyone. But yeah, I think that like it has been a major defining issue, which is annoying in the, yeah.
We're waiting on Grace Blakely, but in the interim, I think we're going to have the return of Ed Campbell. Is that right?
Well, there's no seat for him.
Oh, I'm going to come over to the fun set. Okay, well, I'm going to leave you guys here. Thank you.
Bye, Ava.
Thank you so much
We're just
for
gonna
talking
fight
to
now.
me. I've had the best time. And then we're moving over.
Bye, Eva.
It's important to take your drink with you, you know? No, that's what I'm just narrating myself.
I'm a vision. Welcome to the... Where's my camera? I can't see it. I don't know where to look. Okay, it's slightly off. It looks off to me. Anyway, I'm sure it's not. Welcome to the fun set. Can you believe we've had this the whole time and they make us sit in front of a fucking black curtain?
Should we do a little tour of it?
Isn't this nuts? Look how lovely this is. Look at our wall of ministers.
Sean, can someone take that mic from Ava, please?
We've got a wall of ministers here. We've also got two relics, I think, of election past.
Gordon Brown versus Gillian Lynch. Was that her name?
Yeah, the bigoted woman.
Gillian Lynch.
It might be, I don't know.
Gillian...
I just only know her as bigoted woman.
Gillian...
You keep saying Gillian
Duffy.
at me. Possibly Duffy.
Mrs.
I don't know.
Mrs. Gillian... I mean, it might not be Gillian.
It's more your...
Prescott versus something.
Prescott the Punch.
My shitting Sunak?
Yeah, we took that from your desk upstairs.
That's
I hope
great.
that was all right.
I'm really pleased with it.
And,
They're going to be furious that they make us have the curtain when we've got this.
I know. We've actually got a number of sets in here. That's what's going to upset you even more.
It upsets us. We talk about it quite a lot.
So we have the curtain, but I quite like that it looks a bit slapdash, and I quite like that people are always questioning: is it a?
That's the line. That's the line to go with. Did you hear an unbelievable tweet from Michael Fabricant?
Yeah, please.
I'm going to paraphrase it because I've lost it. But basically, it was saying, never before has there been an election where so many has been let down by so few.
What?
Isn't that nuts?
That's really crap.
Isn't that insane?
What happened to that? Do you have no copywriter available that night or something?
No copyright?
No copywriter.
Oh.
Like someone to write it for him.
Uh-huh.
Should we have a quick look at the wall of shame?
Yes. Right. So, we've got this wall of ministers, not every minister, and we know that. We've got this wall of ministers that we're going to do something dramatic if they lose their seats. It's going to be quite embarrassing if none of them lose their seats.
I wonder if I stand up, will people be able to see me?
Will people would see you?
Well, I don't know. I was going to stand up and walk over to the wall. We can see the whole
We can
wall.
see the
Okay,
wall.
right. I'm going to go behind
You're
Ed.
going to do like Carol Vorderman on Countdown.
Okay, so I'm behind Ed. So, okay, we've got Rishi Sunak at the top.
You know him.
I thought you were pointing at Laura. Laura, big fan of Rishi Sunak.
He's your guy.
I do believe that Laura has predicted that he could lose Northallerton tonight. Then we've got Kemi Badenoch, who also could lose her seat tonight.
I just think not in these numbers.
She could lose her seat tonight purely because of the postal office.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah.
That's where it gets interesting, doesn't it?
Yep.
Penny Morden, I think she's pretty safe. What do you reckon?
Could Ava hold that handheld when she's over there?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And a number of others there. Tom Tugendhat, though, he's still very much in place, and he's hoping to run as leader the next time, isn't he?
Yes. George Galloway's expected to lose a seat.
Oh.
You're a big Workers' Party.
There was some news today about his funding, wasn't there?
Oh, from Tristan.
Tristan Tate
Our
is one of
friend
his
of the podcast.
friend of the podcast. Is he a friend of the podcast?
Because we like him.
Oh yeah.
We're big Tate
yeah,
guys.
yeah. Well, Tristan, Andrew.
yeah, you donated
if you ever
with it.
get out and you fancy coming on here.
Oh my god. No. He
What
turns
would
up.
be your first question to Andrew
Tristan
Tate?
Tate. To Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Brother, how do you get the beard like that? I'm the total opposite from you.
Sorry, I just clicked onto the tab that we're on. That's so jarring. Oh, that's so weird. Because it's not real time. I've just
Have we
seen
got any
myself
live
react. I've just seen
questions?
myself react to it. I'm gonna close that tab. That's a nightmare.
Just to let you all know, the competition between Sunderland and Blythe is still very much on.
Do you know what? So great tweet about that.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ! This race to be the first ballot announced. If this passes for entertainment up there, no wonder they chopped down that fucking tree.
That's great. That's good now.
And I wholeheartedly agree.
Have you got any audience questions?
I'm sure. Send them in now, friends.
If you send them in right now, Ed is actually looking at the screen, so
I'll
he'll be able to
get it
tell
back
you.
up. Oh, I can do that. That's easier, isn't it? That's a direct route.
Should we make
PoliticsJOE.
some questions up?
4,500 people watching at the
Okay,
moment.
I'll start.
How,
Clean Flatworm 03 asks Ed, what gives you the right?
Oh, actual question from
Yeah?
Creamy Goodness. Months ago, Ava said she placed a bet on the next Tory leader, and it was someone that nobody had ever mentioned. Will you now let us know who that is?
Well, I'll let you know, obviously, when it goes to the leadership contest.
And when they win, you'll be like, that was it.
No, well, you know who it is, so
I can't
you'll be
remember
able
who
to
it
hold
was.
me to account.
I just can't remember.
You do know who it is. I'll write it down.
Okay, I'll read it out.
No, don't read it out.
You
know.
Oh, sorry, I do know. Which constituency do you think will be the closest? That's not a good question, but I read it out. Sorry about that.
Which constituency do I think will be the closest?
That's...
Well, that's pretty hard, actually, just to think off the top of my head.
Yeah, it's not a great question, man. Sorry, I read it out. What would be funnier? Every minister losing
If you
their
give me
seat
more than
or
1
Lib
minute, I
Dem
could think
official
about it.
opposition?
I think that, oh God, I'm just trying to think which one. I think that Godalming is going to be very close.
Boston.
Boston, I think, will be pretty close. What was the next question?
It's just they're coming through thick and fast. Excuse me. What do you think about the exit polls showing such a high number of reform seats? I think it's interesting. It's just higher than I thought it would be. I think that it'd be interesting because they don't have that. What who the big four reform people are: Farage, Anderson, Tice, Habib.
Yeah.
So beyond that, there's presumably going to be 9 extras that we don't know about. Yeah, they might need a chief whip.
Habib.
That's going to be interesting.
Well,
Going to need spokespeople.
But also, you've got to remember that it's a business as well. It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
a political party. So it's like, what will be interesting to see how a business translates into Parliament. So will it have to go through, like, what sort of rigmarole will it have to go through in terms of like the register of interest? Because at the moment, most of their donations are shielded by it being a business. It's sort of like when a charity doesn't declare itself to the Charity Commission and you can't quite see inside it. But you wonder if perhaps there'll be some sort of parliamentary procedure. Someone will consult Erskine May and find a way to perhaps haul the CEO of the business in front of the select committee. A select committee, perhaps the privileges committee, or to ask them, how on earth, who's funding you? And they'd have to answer it if they're in select committee. You're under oath. You have to do it.
I wonder who will become the remit of the Department of Trade.
Well, also they'll be quite high up on the agenda for Prime Minister's questions. So expect to see Nigel Farage speaking most weeks because the Liberal, he'll be in the place of where Ed Davey has been.
Oh my God, yeah.
Exactly.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So he'll be where Ed Davey was.
Wow.
I know.
Didn't think about that.
Well, it's the same. It's a pretty similar number of seats, isn't it, to the Liberal Democrats, what they currently have?
Yeah.
Can I nail my flags to the colours to the masts, and can I say I don't think it's going to be 13?
More or less.
No, I think it's going to. I'm going with 11.
I'm going to say 9.
You're going to go with 9?
Someone has asked me, Ching1888 has said, Ed, just how unwell were you that you couldn't nip into the office briefly to help Ava with some election stuff? Unbelievably ill. I can't emphasise that enough. I lost 4 kilograms in 4 days.
Yeah.
That is...
He actually had a tapeworm put in.
And I've got it. Imagine dangling it.
Yeah.
Oh, would you rather fight 100 Laura-sized Avas or 1 Ava-sized Laura?
That is outrageous. That's outrageous.
I think you're going to give Ava a complex, actually.
I think I have a complex. Well done. You will give me an eating disorder.
You're going to get you get leg lengthening surgery. It's like horrific. It takes like 2 years to recover from. You're going to get leg shortening surgery.
No, I won't. I love my height. I'm really proud of my height until I'm here, and then I'm dramatically. I'm really upset about it.
That's completely fair enough. What tactical voting Oh God, sorry, some of these questions are really good. Some of these are really bad. Tactical question is obviously important for this election. How many people do you think would have actually considered this? A lot.
Well, I think it was the number of people who needed to tactically vote Conservative. I don't think it was very many. If you wanted to keep the Conservatives in power, sorry,
Really?
Rishi Sunak said it yesterday, and I'm trying to remember what it was. It was either 120,000 or it was 20,000.
Really?
I can't remember which one it was, but it really wasn't that many. Yeah.
Gosh, that's interesting.
And that's why he was appealing to them, because he was saying, like, well, actually, we can keep in if you lend us your vote this one final time.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's so small.
Mm-hmm.
Someone said, "Is this the end of Scottish independence?"
Well,
if the SNP get 10 seats.
I guess the argument there would be that they don't have the mandate for it.
Yeah, well,
I don't know.
I think that what actually has really scuppered the SNP this time is actually support for the independence remains around the 50% mark that has done since 2014, and is completely decoupled from support from the SNP. So although independence remains popular, it either isn't as much as a priority for some people, or they don't they don't see the SNP as a viable enough vehicle for it, and they're being punished for it. Now. Sunderland South they won the race. It's declaring now.
Here we go. So we've got Green 1,723 votes, Conservatives 5,514, Liberal Democrats 2,290.
Any moment now.
Waiting.
Big round of applause for the Dems.
Well, that's going to go to Labour then, isn't it?
Yeah. What was it before?
Here we go.
Presumably.
Labour, 18,847. Last one, Reform. Oh my God.
Wow.
What? Reform had 11,000 votes. 11,000. So that's Bridget Phillipson, who's the Shadow Education Secretary, has held the seat. That is astonishing. 5,000 votes to Conservatives, 11,000 to Reform, 18,000 to Labour. That is absolutely astonishing.
That's huge. That's huge for Reform.
I actually feel like I've almost read that wrong. 11,000?
You did, you can't read. That is absolutely insane.
That is astonishing.
Sunderland South. Oh, where to get the freaking...
So Sunderland won the race, that's what's more important. 11,000 for Reform. What do you think that means?
Yeah, I think it's what Torb was saying earlier. That's an interesting narrative, isn't it? It's you're seeing Conservatives losing votes to the left and the right. You're seeing it's not just like Conservatives losing support and they're embracing the government and waiting. People are angry and they want to show that they're angry, and showing the Conservatives that you're properly angry, I think, is voting for Reform. It's a protest vote. You haven't got anything they're not going to be in power, but you're showing what you want, and Reform are going to stand to benefit from that. I'm not sure. It's obviously the only seat being announced so far. There's not much more that we can do. We can analyse from it more widely. But yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad that Sunderland won.
Let's just compare that back to 2019. So in 2019, Labour, Bridget Phillipson had 16,000 votes. So she's gained 2,000 votes. The Conservatives had 13,000. Brexit Party had 6,000. So that's the Conservatives have. That's 8,000 votes that they've hemorrhaged.
8,000.
And the Reform Party, the Reform that used to be the Brexit Party, they've gained 12,000. But that would make sense. So Sunderland was obviously the first constituency to declare during the Brexit referendum, and it was a Leave vote.
Yep.
Really high proportion number of Leave. So it would make sense that a lot of them would feel betrayed by Brexit, perhaps, and turn to Nigel Farage. It's astonishing, isn't it? Sam Woods Brass is the Reform
why do I recognise that
candidate
name?
there.
Was he one of the... Oh, what did... Woods...
He's the chicken man.
He's the
chicken man. Does that ring any bells for you? I don't remember the chicken thing, Sam.
Oh my God! Yes, it does. He's the guy who said that his girlfriend's bits look like chicken.
No! My guy.
Well, not bad. 11,000 votes. I mean, fair enough.
And was he the one who was unapologetic about it?
So that's so Shadow Education Secretary. The question now is, will she hold on? Will she become the Education Secretary?
He's the one who deleted the post after being approached by the BBC. That is So funny. That's why I remember him. I want to see him. I want to see what he looks like. I want to see this guy. Oh, is that Newcastle now?
I think
No,
we'll get Jack
Sunderland.
Pete in here in a minute.
Jack Pete?
Yeah, Jack. Yeah, we'll swap him in. He'll sit with you now, and he'll give you a bit of analysis.
Nice.
And then I'll be back after that with Albie, the Conservative commentator. Been a bit of a hard night for
I'm
him, I
curious
would
to
have thought.
see his mood, because it's going to be like, it's better than expected for the Conservatives, and not as good as it was expected for Labour. That's an interesting thing, isn't it?
Right, here you go, Jack.
Jack Pete, everybody. Woo! TLE's finest.
Thank you very kind.
Finest, excuse me, not finest. That's not a word. How are you, man?
Good, mate. Yeah.
Enjoying a nice can?
I am, yeah. It's been a good party so far, and I think the results are sort of as expected, but just to sort of reflect on sort of when we first heard about it, there's definitely an atmosphere that wasn't the same as I remember 97. I'm probably one of the few that's old enough to remember 97. I wasn't old enough to do this and drink. But it was such a celebration.
Yeah.
It was such a huge thing. And it's really interesting to see how this is sort of like, it's a little bit more neutral and a little bit more, yeah.
Do you know what? I would be hesitant to read too much into that, actually, because there's tons of people here at the Politics Show party. We haven't left the room. But there might be wild celebrations in the streets. I'm sure there's not. But it's interesting because you see the images of Blair arriving at Labour HQ, D-Ream blasting.
Yeah.
Like, what's the modern equivalent of D-Ream? I've never quite been able to pair the two. Like, I know the song.
Yeah, because apparently they don't like that song being used
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
Yeah. So there's a big.
It's now the only thing anyone knows them for.
Yeah.
The song is fine.
Yeah.
But now it's a Labour song.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I don't know, but you're right. This room. I do get the sense, just speaking about it generally, that there's a lot of. I mean, so one of the things that you can read from this really is that I think the whole election showed how much Labour have to come into the middle in order to, and it's a Labour thing, I think, to become even considered to be an electoral force, you know, and that in itself is disenfranchising lots of people.
We know Sunderland. John's just telling us Labour won Sunderland, which we knew.
The surprise there is that I think that people were expecting Blythe to be the first to be called. The bookies were.
This is people's obsession with this. I find it stunningly boring.
I mean, it's an operation, isn't it? Have you seen that? Yeah?
Yes, I've seen it. We've all seen it, Jack. It doesn't make it any more fucking interesting. It's just broadcasters desperate for something to talk about.
Well, when else do you talk about Sunderland? This is the problem. You know?
I kind of mentioned this to Ava as she was leaving. It's interesting, isn't it? Because the various polling and because of the permutations of the electoral system, there was such a variety of ways in which this could manifest, and you did see insane figures.
Yes.
Like, I think I saw Tories at 20, something mental like that, and like Labour 500, which it was possible. I'm not saying it was likely, but with these polls, because Conservatives aren't on double digits, and because Labour don't have a majority of 300, I actually wonder if there will be. Are the Conservatives feeling better than they might have done? Are Labour feeling disappointed that they didn't do more?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that polling to the extent that we have it now is a relatively new phenomenon. Yeah. We've always had polls, we've always had exit polls. There are certain countries, France being one of them, that is absolutely obsessed by polls, and I think we're going that way. You know, you've seen over the course of this election, I think that the excitement around polls wasn't just that we had a 65, we had 50s. We had continuous polls saying that it's going to be something like 65, and not all of them. Some of them actually were moderately more accurate, but I don't think there was many that were saying, what did we end up on, 130? Or that's what it's sort of like.
131, I think.
So this is where the sort of area that we're at now. Now, really, you would expect a lot of polling to be coalescing around that sort of number plus 100s, when actually, certainly the MRP polls, and I think there's a lot of, there needs some more scrutiny around the MRP. They were really heavily suggesting a 65, hence why when we started this show, people were quite convinced that it could be anything as little as 50, and obviously I think there was a lot of speculation there, people trying to just get them out. But, it goes to show how much can we trust them really? How much should we be obsessed by them? There's a big argument to say that we should trust the bookies more than we should trust the pollsters, because that's when actually there's money on the table. There's something there to be lost. I think that polling is always a big thing, and again, we need to sort of question how much sort of stock we put in it.
I'm going to come out in defence of polling. It's just, I think if we had, it's because they take a poll and then they have to put it into the fucking labyrinthine system that is first past the post through all the different permutations, and it's going to be like all those results were possible. I'm not sure we can necessarily reject it out of hand. It's a very complex thing to do. I also have a degree in quantitative methods, so I'm going to declare an interest. Otherwise, but I don't think we should be. So I don't think the polls got it wrong. They didn't get it wrong.
And just to add to that, a Labour majority of one in this year's election would have been a sort of historic defeat for a sitting party based on the 2019 election outcome. So, there was an element of where we should be tempering our expectations around stuff like that, and I think a lot of these pollings, Alistair Campbell was one of these people saying, stop talking about these stupid projections because it's the worst thing that could happen to Labour. People just expect there's going to be a Labour win. They might not get out to vote. It will encourage apathy. They might be encouraged to vote for other parties. I'm not sure that's happened so much, but it certainly didn't help Labour's cause having all these polls point to such a huge whopping majority, and then the Conservatives got wind of that. That's why the supermajority thing is a thing, because that's something to be fearful. Anything can happen on a supermajority. It's a complete bollocks term, but they used it.
Speaking of the bollocks term, do you think this qualifies as a supermajority that they've been frightened of? Do you think this is do you think that the threshold has been reached?
Yeah, I think you're right in your last question. Not to the extent that it could have been, and to a degree. Yes, maybe there's a little bit of a win there, but not really. This is still historic defeat.
It's interesting because it kind of makes them the Conservatives now actually going to have to roll back their attacks because it's obviously it's still massive. It's not 300.
Yeah.
So if that was the supermajority, they're like, well, okay, we listened. We didn't give them a 300 seat majority. No, 100%. It's only 170.
Yeah.
So that's not terrifying.
Equally, I'd be really interested to see throughout the course of tonight what the sort of response is from these Tory members that are losing their seats. Is it going to be a hands up, you know what, this is the voters that were really pissed off with us, or is it going to be, I imagine there's going to be a lot of slagging matches. I think that people come out on the defensive. I think there'll be a lot of people shifting the blame. All of that's ugly as well. It's such an ugly side of politics.
I think they're going to stick the knife into Sunak.
Yeah,
I think you're going to see a lot of you've done this. I think just because he'll be the fall guy for a lot of it. Obviously, he was complicit in his Chancellor for however long, and hasn't done a great job as Prime Minister. So I think he has to cop a lot of the blame. But I think there's going to be a lot of really ugly gnashing and wailing. And it might be quite cathartic to see a few people twisting. Should we talk about the Lib Dems? If people have not talked about Liberal
absolutely.
Democrats, it's a return to their traditional position as the third party.
Yeah, well, I spoke to Ed Davey a couple of months back, and what struck me about Ed, and I think it came out in his campaign, especially around the video and the coverage around his son. He is a immensely caring man. He does give a shit. He's a really he's big on care. He's big on the health service. My concern for him, and I put it to him when I interviewed him, was I asked him a question on care, and he gave me a 3-minute answer. The 3-minute answer, in terms of his proposals, was brilliant.
Yep.
I could believe it, but it took him three minutes.
Right.
Now, so in a world of 3 minutes versus a world of 3-word slogans, how are you going to get that through? And his message back to me was, it was a really good point, and we shouldn't be allowing people like Nigel Farage and the right to have the emotive argument, and that's all that has happened up until now. We've allowed them to have the emotive argument to simplify all these incredibly complex issues. And I think there's it'd be great to see the Lib Dems. Actually, I would have really liked them to become the opposition party. I don't think it ever is going to happen, but you would expect on the back of that for political arguments with more substance.
Yep.
And political arguments with substance have been completely devoid in UK politics for a long time. You know, we are in a world where we can say yes or no to a membership of the European Union. We can say yes or no to frankly everything now. We talk about culture wars. You know, these are all the things that we want to simplify, really complex things. The first TV debate did it as well. Give me an answer in 45 seconds what you think about this, and it's a huge issue. How are you going to do that? You know, how stopping the boats is not a 3-word slogan.
No.
You cannot stop the boats, you know.
Yeah.
So my point about Lib Dems, I think it's great that they're back. I think they've campaigned really well. I've been really behind them, and hopefully there'll be more substantive arguments in politics as a result of them getting more seats in Parliament.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because I spoke to someone in Totnes last week, who was there behind. She was part of the team, the South Devon primary, to basically get progressive voters to work together and choose a candidate and campaign for that candidate. And she was saying, if the Lib Dems were the leader of the opposition, and Ed Davey was the leader of the opposition, then can you imagine like a civilised Prime Minister's questions? And I thought, I don't think it would be. I think you're pinning the culture of Westminster just on the Conservative Party.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I think the Conservative Party's behaviour is a symptom of the place.
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily inherited the Conservative Party. And I think it'd be just as ugly. And there is that jeering and chat, etc. with in all parties. And you actually kind of look at in Holyrood, it's what is in that arc. It's more civil. I'm not saying the discourse is better, but it's more like it's not jeering. It's not as ugly. And I think the nature of literally being Westminster in that adversarial atmosphere encourages you to behave poorly, essentially.
And I think add on to that the social media soundbite element of politics now, which is that they're not actually asking a question at all. You know, you're asking something that can be clipped into a 30-second thing, and I can say I'm going to put this out, and I think that's a really big part of and equally they don't really demand an answer. You know, when was the last time you had a genuine answer in PMQs? You know,
no, or even to a politician.
It's
just frustrating. I kind of makes me smile every time because I'm like, I didn't expect anything. I'm going to let you go. Go
great.
And enjoy your lovely beer, and Eva Santina is going to come right back. Thank you so much for joining me. Hello, Eva.
Oh, we are so back.
Oh, we are so back, Queen.
How was Jack?
Jack was great, as per. Big fan of Jack. I'm a Jack head.
Yeah?
I'm a Jack hammer.
It's good to have an actual journalist here, isn't it?
Well, I'm also here. How are you?
Well, do you know, I'm great. I'm really looking forward, actually, to the next seat being declared, which we shouldn't have in too long, actually.
Shouldn't have in too long? When should we expect it?
Well, that's great. I was actually just going to have a quick look. So we've got Blythe is not too long away. We should have Newcastle quite soon. We're rolling.
We're rocking, we're rolling. Should we talk Greens?
Yeah, please.
Was it 2 seats?
2 seats they're projected.
They were targeting
Carladenia, Bristol, Central, which will be where Thangam Debonair is currently the MP.
Yep.
She'll be the MP that will potentially lose her seat. She's also on the shadow front bench. She is DCMS, so she will be the shadow culture secretary.
Yep.
So if she loses her seat, that's potentially a Labour front bencher losing their seat, which would be quite rather cataclysmic. But they've really gone in for the... Sorry, go on.
Sorry, it's interesting. You say the words... You said cataclysmic there. It's interesting, all these targeting of Labour seats. Like, I think I read an article today about the independents standing against like West Streeting and stuff. And people say, they're really going to bloody Labour's nose. And like, in how much would they care if they have... Blythe's calling now.
Blythe, here we go. They were a bit slow tonight, weren't they? Because it was thought that they would be quicker than Sunderland, but they were not. They were pipped, Well, what it was a redrawing of the boundaries, and so that meant that some of Sunderland had been... No, genuinely, some of the talent who were really good at running, who had long practice running their ballots in rapidly, were actually absorbed into the other constituency. So here we go, Blythe.
So last time, Conservatives got 42.7% of the vote, and Labour got 40.9% of the vote.
That's absolutely astounding, isn't it?
That's absolutely...
It'd be interesting to see here what happens with the Reform Party.
Do they all wear hats like that?
Is the suffragette hat? Is it not?
Is it?
I believe that is a suffragette hat.
Can we get a fact check?
I like that I'm looking at Laura as if hopefully that she'll be able to corroborate that with me.
Laura is our suffragette expert.
Laura, could you let us know if that's a suffragette hat?
Are they on the north, these extremely?
Well, what will be interesting here is that, so obviously in the last seat we saw that Reform had 11,000 votes to Labour's 18,000, so they were the second largest. It'll be interesting to see what happens here. So Labour, Ian Lavery, that's 20,000 he's got there. Ian Lavery, of course, is from
I'm in the wrong one.
The more left of the party, the left side of Labour. Conservatives there with 6,000 votes. Greens, 1,500. Just declaring the next one. That's Reform. Unfortunately, Laura's head's in the way, so I can't see.
10,000.
So sorry, 10,000. Sorry, Laura.
857 for Reform.
Okay, so 20,000 for Labour, Reform 10,000, and then that's the Liberal Democrats, the last one there, with 1,400. So that means Ian Lavery holds the seat. That's a win for the Socialists of the Labour Party. Ian Lavery, firmly part of the Socialist campaign group. He's been an MP there for decades. He's actually, I believe he's a former union man. I think he may be a former miner. I have to check that, but I do believe that he is. So 10,000 votes for Reform. Right next to Sunderland's 11,000.
Yeah, God, that's interesting, isn't it? It's a new seat, so it's quite hard to directly compare.
Well, as I said, so some of Sunderland got absorbed into this constituency. So that would sort of tally.
God,
big Leave voting area.
We can see Andrea Leadsom on the telly, and God, I'd love to be hearing what she'd be saying right now.
Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, but 20,000 votes for Labour. That's astonishing.
No, it's massive.
So that's 2 so far. So, I mean, will that be indicative then of the rest of it?
100%.
We think that exit poll's going to hold up, do we?
Do we think? So 2 for 2. So if we project that going forward, it's going to be 650 Labour MPs.
Yeah.
That's great.
Right. Well, should we bring in Conservative commentator Albie? Is that all right?
Here for on the best night of his life, I'm sure.
Sorry, Albie. This is a difficult one for you to take the pew on.
Woo!
My God, like that. Those Reform.
Welcome, Albie.
We'll start off with Reform.
Yes, let's talk about Reform.
11,000 Sunderland, 10,000 Blythe. What do you make of that?
Well, I think quite clearly what we're seeing is that a lot of the red wall seats that Boris Johnson's Conservative Party won in 2019, we're starting to see actually quite a big Reform vote in these areas, which actually we shouldn't be all that surprised by, because one of the readings from the 2019 general election is that the reason why the Tories got that massive majority is because the Brexit Party didn't actually stand in that election. So perhaps what we're seeing is actually what 2019 would have looked like had the Brexit Party stood and the Conservative Party was standing against the Brexit Party during that election.
That's really interesting because obviously Nigel Farage conceded in the 2019 election because Boris Johnson had promised his oven-ready deal and he would deliver Brexit.
Get Brexit done.
So Nigel Farage is the secret weapon that the Conservatives should have absorbed?
I don't know that the Conservatives should have absorbed Nigel Farage. I do think we should have thought more carefully about the factors that led to the 2019 win. And I don't think we thought carefully enough about those factors. One of them being that the Brexit Party wasn't standing. Another one being Jeremy Corbyn, who was a very unpopular Labour candidate. And that whole Get Brexit Done message was incredibly effective in those red wall seats. And it delivered that red wall, which is now, well, it's now back. Now it is a red wall, a proper red wall, but perhaps delivered by the Reform Party taking votes from the Conservative Party or Conservative Party voters staying at home. But it's a bad night for the Conservatives. I've been hearing lots of Tories talking about, oh, well, you know, it's at the upper end of the range of what we're expecting, 131 seats. Well, it's not less than 100, so it's all right. This is a terrible...
Is that what you're hearing, really?
That's what I'm hearing. This is a terrible result. There's no other way to read it. It's the worst Conservative performance in history. And some serious lessons need to be learnt from all the mistakes that have been made over the last 4.5 years.
I'll pick you up on one thing you said there. You said that Jeremy Corbyn was an unpopular candidate, and so that might have played into Boris Johnson's massive win over on the red wall. there is an argument, I mean, particularly in a YouGov poll, actually, that came out just before the exit poll. Only 5% of voters, according to this poll, voted for Keir Starmer because of his policies. The majority of voters just wanted to give a sort of kicking
48%,
to the Conservative Party.
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
Yes.
You've seen the poll.
I've seen the poll. I think it's the same poll that we're talking about, which I thought was quite interesting. So yes, if we are talking about the same poll, the main reason why people voted for Labour in this election was not because they had some sort of fantastic policy agenda. It was because they wanted to give the Tories a kicking. So what does that mean for Labour going forward? Does it mean that they're going to have this long, extended honeymoon? Does it feel the same as it did in 1997 when Tony Blair won that massive majority against Sir John Major? I had a conversation with my mother last night about how she felt in 1997. She's a big Labour supporter, very much a Blairite. And she said it felt very different. And she was a lot more excited in 1997 than she is now. I was also on another radio station with Yasmin Alabai-Brown, a left-wing journalist, and again, I asked her the question.
I'm a big fan of hers.
I love Yasmin. I love Yasmin. We get on quite well, and we have good ding-dongs. A bit like you and me, Ava, but she's a bit older than you are, I think. And and she said when Tony Blair won in 1997, she and her husband were dancing in the streets. I asked her if she'd be dancing in the streets, and she said no, she wouldn't. So I think the mood, even from the left, when it comes to this huge win for Keir Starmer, and it is a huge win, don't let anyone tell you that Keir Starmer's underperformed because he got a smaller majority than Tony Blair. This is a huge win for Keir Starmer. But the sense I get, Ava, is that the feeling on the left is a little bit different than it was in 1997. Perhaps you can tell me more than what I am hearing. But the sense is people aren't as excited as they were in 1997.
Well, there's definitely been a galvanising of the centre-left, the more right of the Labour Party, and they are particularly happy tonight. The rest of the people that I've spoken to are sort of holding onto this little sort of shred of fabric of hope that Keir Starmer is playing to the court at the moment, and that when he gets into government, he will actually unveil some of the socialist policies that they would have liked to have seen, which I guess plays into the Conservative playbook in terms of the sort of election that Rishi Sunak has been running. Is there a fear in your camp that actually he will become a big socialist when he becomes Prime Minister? I mean, how genuine is that? Because I know it's been used as a tactic. It's been used as a way to prevent the supermajority.
Yes.
But how much truth do you think is in there?
Look, I don't know what Keir Starmer's plans are. I think that's one of the reasons why people aren't particularly excited about his policies. People aren't really sure what he's going to do. I think what's quite interesting when we talk about a lot of these socialist policies, renationalising utilities, energy, railways, for example, waterways, actually, guess which party is proposing that? The Reform Party. So we talk about these socialist policies as being socialist and unpopular and very left-wing. Well, hold on a minute. The right-wing populist party is actually proposing a lot of these policies because they think they're popular. So maybe Keir Starmer will feel a need to pivot in that direction, because if we look at the two seats that have actually just been announced, the second party is Reform, and if Reform is saying we should renationalise utilities, bring railways back into public ownership, and they're nipping at Labour's heels, having taken some of Labour's vote share, it probably gives more of an incentive for Labour to actually go for some of those policies that some people might call socialist but are actually ultimately quite popular.
Why do you think that there was a fear from Rishi Sunak not to pivot towards nationalising the water? I mean, particularly in light of what's happened over the past couple of years with the sewage. I mean, it's one of those disasters that sort of has pulled everyone together. Everyone agrees that it's total nonsense that these huge companies are allowed to profit off of dumping sewage. Why do you think there's been a reticence to not nationalise them?
It's not within the current incarnation of the Conservative Party's ideology, which really is really kind of long Thatcherism, to basically admit that some of the privatisations that have happened have ultimately not really been that successful. And so when you have a Conservative Party where there are people certainly on the right of the party saying things like, oh, the Conservative Party is not conservative enough, taxes are too high, immigration's too high, blah, 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 if Rishi Sunak was then to go around and say, oh, let's renationalise water, even if it's a popular idea with the public and the Reform Party are saying, let's do it, I just think it's very difficult politically, or was very difficult politically, for Rishi Sunak to do that. And I think the fact that neither Rishi Sunak nor Keir Starmer went into the election with those policies shows the concerns that both leaders had, that they didn't want to come across as being too big state, even if actually those ideas might be quite popular with the British public.
Because we have a pretty large state as it is.
We do, the biggest in history, I think.
Yes. And also, like, I don't want to press you too much on this because you are not responsible for the actions of the government. But I would push back on you slightly when I say there wasn't a mandate or a will within the party, because you could make the argument that, well, if you've got a majority and you've got the ability to whip your party into voting for it, then actually you could have just pushed the legislation through anyway.
But that's the problem. The Conservatives had an 80-seat majority. It fell to, I think it was in the 70s, during the calls of the Parliament. No one was particularly loyal to any Prime Minister, really. And people in the party got bogged down with having arguments over Rwanda, having arguments over Brexit, having arguments over all of the things which I actually think were quite pointless. And ultimately, the 80-seat majority that was won in 2019 totally squandered. If we think about how the party was feeling in 2019 after that win, there was this huge realignment, this promise of levelling up, this promise of improving things for the country. We look back at the last 4.5 years, the country is not more prosperous than it was in 2019. The North is not more levelled up than it was in 2019. I don't think those Red Wall voters feel that the vote they lent to the Conservatives in 2019 was honoured in any way whatsoever. And so the Conservative Party has been punished for that, and that is what we are seeing today. We did not do enough on that levelling up journey, and I wonder where that levelling up message even went, because that is what won the electoral coalition of 2019. And then after Boris Johnson left office and the disaster of Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak coming in, and that's also been a disaster, what happened to levelling up? I don't think I heard it very much in the election. There was a levelling up fund. What won us that 2019 coalition has barely been spoken about since Boris Johnson left office in 2022.
Because I went to Teesside a week ago and I went to see the Freeport, and it's quite an astonishing sight. You've got acres and acres and acres of demolished ex-British steel, and then you've got this Freeport in the middle of it that doesn't seem to be employing the local people. And it just seems to me that that could have been, the most fantastic conception for the area that could have changed the area. And instead, the local town, Redcar, it's a high street of empty shops, of people out of work. It just doesn't, it feels like they sort of had the idea, but then never really got to grips with it. Is that how it feels for you?
That's what's happened.
Right.
I mean, you've described something that you have seen. I've described that we won the 2019 general election on a levelling up agenda. We spoke a good game about it, but then ultimately didn't do very much with it. All right, a few free ports have opened. We also cancelled the 2 northern legs of HS2. We cancelled the Northern Powerhouse Rail. I don't know how that fits into any version of levelling up the north of England so that it is a place where there's opportunity, as many opportunities in the southeast of England. Now, that is a long-term project. And I think in democracies, one of the challenges that I think all Western democracies have been facing is this inability to really plan for the long term. People just planning for the next 5 years. Levelling up is a much longer project than 5 years. I don't think we really did enough in the 5 years that we had in order to move it as far on as we could. But even if we had, what we promised really wasn't deliverable in a 5-year term. And I think in 2019, with the majority that the Conservatives won, you would have expected the Conservatives to have been in power for at least 2 terms. Events happened, and that is all history now. But I do think Keir Starmer has got to work really hard to actually solve the problems that the British people have. and deliver. Because what I'm concerned about, Ava, is we've had 30 years of the mainstream parties in power since 1997. We have surging populist parties, whether or not it's on the right or the left. And if neither the Labour Party nor the Conservative Party, the two mainstream parties, can deliver on the things that the British people want and need, whether or not that's on housing, whether or not that's on defence, whether or not that's on employment, education, you name it, it is going to mean the populist parties are going to get more popular and they're going to have more power at the next general election. We had David Bull on television earlier on today, the Deputy Leader of Reform on Sky, talking about Nigel Farage being Prime Minister in 2029. It will be more likely for that to happen, which is not something I want to see, if the Labour Party don't actually deliver on the things that the British people need, and they have to not make the same mistakes that the Conservative Party made as a mainstream party, which didn't listen to its electorate, and then had this thumping defeat.
I agree with you on that point, but I do think that there's a lot of moving parts to this story, because I also think it depends on the direction of the Conservative Party after this election. If you decide to elect if Rishi Sunak does decide to stand down...
He will.
Yeah, well...
His days are numbered.
Will you be sad about
that? I want
that?
to say minutes. Will I be sad about Rishi Sunak going? No, I won't be sad about Rishi Sunak going. Can I swear?
Yeah.
I'm absolutely fucking furious at what's happened during this election campaign. I'm really quite angry about it, actually, Ava. I instinctively thought, when I heard that the election was being called, or rumours that it was being called, I just felt in my waters that it was a bad idea. And my mother always told me, Albie, trust your gut. Well, my gut was right in this instance. 131 seats, worst Tory result in a general election ever. We lost a general election 6 months earlier than we needed to. When the economic picture was improving, we would see immigration figures coming down later on this year. We would have had a much stronger footing if we'd have gone for this election later on in the year. Nigel Farage might have been in America helping his mate, Donald Trump, win the election over there. I just think the picture would have looked much better if we'd done this election in 2 or 3 months' time. We might not have won, but I don't think the result would have been as bad, and I don't think we would have seen Reform potentially winning 13 seats, because Nigel wouldn't even be in the country. So I'm really angry about what has happened, and for that reason I will not be sorry to see the back of Rishi Sunak. He's been a huge disappointment.
But you see, what I think, where you go from now, I think Nigel Farage obviously is one of the seismic changes that could possibly, I do believe the school of thought that he could be Prime Minister at the next election, but I think it's dependent on how you restructure the Conservative Party. So if you bring in someone like Kemi Badenoch keeps her seat tonight, if she is elected as leader, or someone like Suella Braverman, and the sort of Conservative Party that we see emerge is very much still entrenched in culture war, more concerned with that than they are actually about improving infrastructure or public services, then I can imagine a world where Nigel Farage crosses the floor, and in that instance I can imagine him becoming some sort of Prime Minister figure.
Kemi has said publicly she would not have Nigel Farage in the Conservative Party. Suella's not really made a comment on it. I would probably say it's more likely that Kemi will become the next leader rather than Suella Braverman. Other people that a lot of people seem to be talking about at the moment, getting quite excited about, Priti Patel, potentially, Penny Mordaunt, but we don't know if she's going to win her seat. I think there's a 25% chance that she will keep her seat, so 75% chance that she'll lose. So let's say Penny is out. Who does that leave? Tom Tugendhat on the kind of One Nation wing of the Conservative Party. I know
so
Tom.
That's very different then. A very different Conservative Party.
It would be different, but look, ultimately, any Tory leader that gets in is going to have to basically be saying we didn't act enough on immigration, we didn't build enough houses, we let the state balloon too much. We need to be more rational on net zero targets. I don't think whoever the leader is really going to have that difference of agenda, whether it's a Tom Tugendhat type figure or whether or not it's a Suella Braverman type figure. The question is whether or not the next leader of the Conservative Party would be happy to have Nigel Farage in the party. I have to say that becomes more difficult, in my opinion, after the comments that he made about Russia and Ukraine, and being seen as a Putin apologist by some, even if some people argue he makes some valid points. I think that's quite difficult for the Conservative Party. And then, of course, all of the allegations of racism against some of his activists and candidates that have actually been suspended from the Reform Party or had their support withdrawn because of racist comments that they have made. So I think it was looking a lot more likely earlier on in Nigel's campaign that there might be some sort of merger than now because of what has come to pass.
I would say, fans of Hester, one of the big donators to the Conservative Party, might say, well, the ground is fertile for someone like Nigel Farage. You don't think that in the Conservative Party, that he might be able to slot in?
It's not a case of whether or not he might be able to slot in. Obviously, there are some similarities between some of Nigel's views and the views that even I hold as a relatively moderate Conservative. But I think the issue around
on Ukraine,
particularly Russia and Ukraine, would be very difficult for a lot of Conservatives to swallow. And then also, Ava, you've got to remember that this is someone who has said he wants to destroy the Conservative Party. Now, people in political parties are very tribal. I find it difficult to imagine that the Conservative Party activist base and all the Conservative Party members would say, oh yes, come and join us with open arms, when you've just been talking about how crap we've been and how you want us to be destroyed. So I find that hard to believe, but there will have to be some unifying of the right, in my opinion, if the centre-right of British politics is going to be successful again in the future, because it cannot win elections when essentially the vote share is split between the Reform Party and the Conservative Party. It will be impossible for the centre-right movement in Britain to win an election if it remains as split as it currently is.
And I'm totally fascinated by what you said earlier about this space opening for populists. I couldn't agree with you more. I think that you're bang to a T on that. But I mean, how do you go about that? How do you circumvent it? What do we need in order to create? Because, okay, my big concern is we're not seeing it in the over 65s, which you typically might associate sort of anti-immigration rhetoric with. You're actually seeing it in 20 to 25-year-olds. That, to me, is really frightening.
It shouldn't be a surprise, though, Ava, because the younger age cohort has been really quite screwed over by the last 30 years of mainstream governments, whether or not it has been the inability to build the infrastructure that we need, most notably housing. Compounding that issue has been, of course, the large numbers of immigration that we have seen. So if you're a country which can't build enough houses for its own native population and then adds to that population artificially with immigration, it just makes that problem even bigger. Then lots of young people are also quite unhappy about the high levels of tax that they're paying, including their student loans being paid off, all of the crazy interest rates that many people that went to university have to pay for. It's interesting that Reform Party said, I think, something around some sort of cancellation or at least a large reduction in the interest rates that would be paid on student fees. Now the party has been talking about that. So actually, it is not surprising to me at all that the Reform Party is doing very well with younger voters and that it's having this sort of popularity with young voters, because they are actually the only party, I think, willing to talk to young voters in their own terms and turning issues like immigration, actually, or tax and spend, into something which young people care about, which is not something I don't think the Conservative Party has been doing. It's not something the Labour Party has really done since Jeremy Corbyn, who I would argue is a populist himself. There was almost some sort of populist revolts going on in 2017 as well. Gosh. So I think the spirit of Jeremy Corbyn almost is now in Nigel Farage. So we shouldn't be surprised that the Reform Party, a populist party, is doing well with young people, because we already saw it in 2017 with the youthquake.
But is it populist to simply call for universal broadband or housing for people?
It's popular, and isn't the essence of populism being popular?
Well, I would say that Boris Johnson was a populist.
You might say that he was a populist, but when he was in power, he didn't really deliver anything that was populist at all. We saw higher taxes, higher immigration, a very establishment way of running the country. Not that dissimilar to Gordon Brown, a lot of Conservatives would say. So I don't think Boris Johnson had the vibes of a populist, but he didn't govern as a populist at all. Which is why I always scratch my head when I hear these Tory right-wingers like Jacob Rees-Mogg and Suella Braverman talking about how great Boris Johnson is. I think he's the author of all of our problems.
It was a lot of rhetoric, wasn't it?
It's vibes politics, Ava.
It was vibes-based politics.
Vibes politics.
Well,
the worst kind.
Well, that's my sort of journalism. I always joke that I'm a vibes-based journalist.
You're not a vibes-based journalist, Emma. Ava.
Emma. Do you know, I've really enjoyed having you. I was about to say I really enjoyed having you here, and then you dropped that one.
Thanks, Emma.
Stunning. Well, I'm going to swap you out with Ed. Not because you called me Emma, but that was great. Thank you so much for coming on. And please come back.
Definitely.
Yeah, how was it? How was being on PoliticsJOE?
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Lovely studio.
Thank you. It's normally that's normally our studio. Can you see it there?
I can.
This is
now
much
I know
better
where
setup.
the magic happens.
I tell you what, before we leave, there's a wall of Conservatives
Yes,
behind
I've
you.
seen
There's a
it.
cabinet behind you.
Yeah.
Who there do you think is going to lose their seat?
I think this chap will. This is Richard Holden. I won't take him off the board because I'm sticking back up.
I'm actually not sure how they're up there.
I think it might be Blue. Let's not ruin the magic of television.
Okay.
It's stuck up there. The viewers don't need to know how. So I reckon Richard Holden will lose his seat. Jeremy Hunt will lose his seat.
Ooh,
Grant
do you
Shapps
think?
will lose his seat. I want Penny to stay, but I think she's going to go. Mark Harper, I've heard, is too close to call. And then I think what's he called?
Johnny
Mercer. Sorry, Johnny.
Well, he was in a bit of trouble this week.
He was in a
wasn't
bit
he?
of trouble this week.
Yeah.
I think he's probably going to go as well. And those would be my picks.
James Cleverly,
Yes.
do you think he's safe?
No, I think James is safe. I think James is safe.
I would
actually.
agree with you.
Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Albie. Ed Campbell, back in.
What a nice young man that Andrew is.
Very good. Very good.
How are you?
I was desperate for a cough, and I felt like I couldn't cough in front of Albie because I thought it would be rude.
But you can cough in
So
front of me.
I coughed in front of you instead.
Do you know what I think we are missing on this election broadcast?
Yeah.
Those really naff graphics that they have.
What naff
You
graphics?
know, the ones that's like, they're in the House of Commons.
Yeah.
And they got a big green screen thing. What would your dream naff graphic to walk around?
Oh, do you mean like the sort of 3D
Yeah.
things? Okay, I'd like John Prescott here, and I'd like maybe Gordon Brown there, just shouting "bigger" at me. What would you like?
So what would that rip? Sorry, I'd like to get, what would that, just for decoration, not for like analysis?
That's the Labour that we wanted.
New Labour, True Labour. Did they ever say that?
True Labour.
New Labour, True Labour. Has anyone ever said that before?
I haven't heard New Labour, True Labour. I'm sure there'll be people in the
That's
comments now
one-
going, I mean, you heard it all the time.
That's one for them. I'm coming up with so many good mantras today.
Are you?
I came up with Care Bears.
Okay. What did that mean?
Like Care Bear. If you
Okay.
say Care Bear, I think it might sound like Care Bear.
Care Bear.
Okay, no, it doesn't actually. Never mind. I retract that one, gang.
Do it in your voice.
Care Bear.
Well, okay, maybe, yeah.
What about as a naff graphic for us if it was a dogfighting pit?
A dogfighting pit.
And you had gangs of dogs chained to walls.
Okay.
And the closer they got to the other dog would be how close they were to the finish line. Sorry, I said that so boringly. That's just like a horse race, but with like chained up dogs.
I'm pro that.
Have you ever seen the clip of, I think it might be in 2005?
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy Vine dressed up as a sheriff.
No.
It's
What do
so
you mean?
funny.
I think Jeremy Vine does some of the best graphics on this
2010
planet.
because when Nick Clegg was leader. And it was like the whole thing was like, oh, there's a new sheriff in town, and he kicked down like saloon doors dressed as a cowboy.
Outstanding.
What most talented broadcaster in the UK?
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
You can
Jeremy
do it all.
Vine.
Channel 5, Radio 2, Trash Future.
Yeah.
He's an absolute. Does he host Eggheads as well?
The other day when I did his show,
Mhm.
he rode in on a penny farthing.
He's the
Why?
king. He's the king. That's so good.
Do you know when we do a swap out in a minute for John?
Yes.
I actually would love the camera to just be on Ed for the moment, just so I can pull this out.
I'm not sure. Is that possible?
No, I don't know. Okay, I've got it.
Okay, cool.
Because I can't hear Sam talking to me.
Oh, Grant, excellent.
We're going to bring in John Elledge, aren't we?
We're going to bring in John Elledge. John Elledge, everybody. Woo!
That's exciting. I never get a round of applause for anything.
We're doing the one show now.
I've never felt so loved, thank you.
Ah,
I'd
John.
like to thank my mother and most of all the Academy.
Yeah, who are the Academy? The Academy are behind
Academy
you,
is
aren't
in
they?
the- Oh, God. I didn't enjoy that. Hello.
Hi, do you know what's really exciting?
What is really exciting, Ava?
When you're sitting here, I think that Basildon and Billericay are going to be called.
Is that going to happen? Oh, God, please let him lose.
Yeah, and
Did you see that amazing Times piece about the campaign in which one anonymous Tory source was complaining that they'd gone into the election without knowing which seat the party chair was going to stand in?
Oh, yeah?
And I mean, we will never know for sure who gave that quote. Who in the Tory party could have been really concerned about making sure that party chairman Richard Holden had a seat? But I think it's the main issue of the campaign, actually.
Do you?
I do. Yeah.
I was quite interested to learn that Jonathan Gullis tried to move his seat.
Oh, did he?
And I wish I could remember where he was trying to move to. I want to say it was Stratford.
Upon Avon or East London?
Upon Avon.
That would make more sense.
And I would say that's because he has a house there. Or he was a prospective buyer, purchaser of a house
Does he
there.
have multiple houses?
Jonathan Gullis?
That would seem unfair.
Well, I think that he got into a little bit of financial trouble at one point, didn't he? So I'm not sure if... well documented.
let's
I'm not
leave
libeling
this.
anyone. I'm not libeling. It's well documented. Do you know, it's so great to have you here. We started talking about HS2 earlier, and then I actually halted the conversation and I said, let's wait for John.
Okay, what are we talking about? HS2?
Would you say that was the most calamitous infrastructure fail of our time?
Oh, God, no.
Oh.
No, I mean, don't get me wrong, we should definitely build it. I bloody love trains, and even if I didn't bloody love trains, we should definitely build that one. But no, I would say the single most calamitous infrastructure failure of our time was the decision in the weeks after the coalition was elected in 2010 to cancel Labour's Building Schools for the Future programme, which was a £55 billion programme to rebuild secondary schools, from which you can draw a direct line to the fact that last autumn school ceilings started dropping.
I think we're getting Sunderland Central are declaring.
Oh, we're declaring?
Okay. Oh, wow, gosh, this is another huge one. Reform with 10,000 votes to Labour's 16,000 votes. The Conservatives there on 5,000. That's a Labour hold for Sunderland Central.
I'm not loving the reform vote, I have
That is
to say.
absolutely astonishing. So we've had Blythe with 11,000. We've had Sunderland where? Sunderland Sands Central with 11,000. All over the place now with 11,000, and now here with 10,000. That is absolutely astonishing.
Yeah, so it is a worry. I think what we're seeing here is a lot of voters who are angry with the Conservatives but not infused by Labour. And there are parts of the country those voters will go to the Liberal Democrats or the Greens. In the Red Wall, they are going to go Reform. We will see how that goes over the course of the night. But this is our version of a phenomenon that's kind of happening across the democratic world, with like kind of a shift to the populist right. In some ways, we were ahead of the curve with UKIP and then the Brexit Party before Reform. But what I'm not too worried about kind of the long-term implications here, because I do kind of feel like Reform is quite self-cancelling.
Okay, but what's interesting, I think, about it is that it's going to become, I would argue, probably the story of the night, because they've overtaken the Conservatives there as the second. Go on, push back on me.
The story of the night is we're going to go from a Tory majority government to a Labour landslide.
Okay, but
that has to be the story.
Okay, but
just
John,
because
that
we've all
aside,
absorbed that. But you can't that aside that. Like we have an elective dictatorship. If you have a majority in Parliament, you can do basically what the hell you want.
Mm-hmm.
The story of the night really should be that like Labour is going back into majority government for the first time in 14 years.
Sorry, I apologise. The next story of the night.
The second story of the night.
The second story of the night. But even there, what we've just seen in Sunderland Central, if you put together the Conservative and the Reform votes there, that wouldn't have been enough to overtake Labour.
No, but you wouldn't necessarily expect that in Sunderland.
But
it is. I mean, like this is something that we are going to have to watch. Clearly, this is going to be a factor in future politics.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, What does it mean? What does it mean going forward, though, if reform do you think that it will swing back to the Conservatives at the next election? Do you think
it's
it's just a blip?
at this stage, isn't it? It's like, it depends whether the Conservatives get their act together, whether they do something. They are going to clearly try and appeal to these reform voters. But I feel they may be misreading it. I think a lot of this is a sort of a box on both your houses kind of vote, rather than necessarily as the pro-Farage vote. The reason I wonder if the reform vote might be self-cancelling is I don't like Nigel Farage, but he is extremely good at knowing where the line is and knowing just how far he can push it, how loud he can make those dog whistles while still remaining kind of acceptable to polite society. Like, not metropolitan liberals with poncy hair like me, but like, you know, the people who might vote Tory.
Sorry for nodding there.
I
nodded a bit too violently.
I do have grey hair, so I will forgive that. But like, Farage is really good at that. Most of the other people coming up behind him are not. Like, we've seen that in the campaign with a lot of reform candidates have got themselves in trouble and have said things that are just beyond the pale. I think if they do, as the exit polls suggest, get a dozen seats tonight, I think a lot of those guys are going to be making the case against voting reform again quite quickly. We saw this with the BNP surge in the noughties when they were, I can't remember, did they run Barking Council or they were just the official opposition? Either way, they did extremely well in the East London borough of Barking and Dagenham. They got a lot of councillors and it lasted precisely 4 years because they were so rubbish at it. There was a great quote in a piece I read in The Guardian years ago, but there was a BNP councillor that had spoken on the record precisely once, and it was to ask what the word abstain meant. I'm not saying the reform candidates are quite that bad, but it is at least possible that some of these guys who are about to go into Parliament are going to accidentally be making the case against reform rather than for it.
But there's two things on that. The first thing I want to pick you up on is, do you think, when you were saying there that Nigel Farage knows just how far enough to push the boundary to still be palatable in polite society, do you think he pushed it a little bit far with his Ukraine comments? Do you think he missed the mood there?
I mean, I didn't think so at the time, because I kind of thought like probably the Venn diagram of people who would consider voting reform and who really cared about Ukraine was probably quite small. But that does seem to have kind of pulled them back from the peak it looked like they were hitting. Although, I mean, this is a lot of seats they're talking about now, so who knows?
Do you think there perhaps maybe is the sort of silent majority that watches a bit too much American TV and have sided with the Republicans? Why are we funding this war in Ukraine?
Yeah, I do think there probably is an element of that. But as with so much of what Farage and his backers do, I kind of think that places a fairly hard cap on how far they can go. I can imagine them getting to 16, 17%. I can't imagine them getting to 25, 30 required to actually sort of form a government. So I think one of the stories in the next few months and years is probably going to be the Tories kind of sucking up to reform because they want those votes back. And I do think that would be a mistake. I think actually they are going to end up alienating as many voters as they attract that way.
The second thing I wanted to just pick you up on was what you had to say about the BNP, about them not quite understanding procedure or not speaking or not being, on record as speaking. So I was down in Brighton a couple of days ago and I was speaking to Seán Berry. She was saying that actually she felt she was going to really benefit by not understanding parliamentary procedure because she's not going to be at the behest of the good chap theory and think, oh gosh, I have to abide by this sort of unwritten code of conduct. And so perhaps she'll be able to push further than perhaps her other left-leaning colleagues who might be more, a bit more demure.
So I have a lot of time for Seán. I think she's... I don't have a lot of time for everyone in the Green Party. I think Seán Berry is good. But that does sound a bit like an excuse, doesn't it? Like, she's going to have like more room for manoeuvre than, say, a left-leaning Labour backbencher by virtue of being a small party rather than a big one. And the Green Party do not whip in the way the Labour Party does. But fundamentally, the Greens are on course to get, 2 MPs?
Yeah.
The exit poll?
Yeah.
They're not going to be able to change much with that. So it's like, to some extent, it's the power of not really mattering. Like, what Green MPs elected tonight do is probably not going to make a huge amount of difference. Whereas what rebellious Labour MPs do will, by virtue of being part of the governing party. So I do think she's slightly kind of getting her excuses in early there.
Do you think that though perhaps there could even be a coalition between, not an official coalition, a sort of under the table between the Green Party and maybe some of the more left-leaning Labour MPs?
Maybe. I mean, I think... So the exit poll said 410, didn't it? Which is not the sort of crazy majority where you can see the Labour Party quite producing its own opposition. Which, when like the polls that suggested 500 seats, like that is where you would end up. So I'm not so convinced on that as I was before the exit poll. But also, I'm going to get myself in trouble here. The Green Party is not as left-wing as it sometimes pretends to be. The Green Party is a coalition of a number of different groups, one of which is people who are on the left who like Jeremy Corbyn and are disillusioned with Keir Starmer. Fair enough. If you don't like Keir Starmer, why would you vote for him? But also, there are the existing Green Party forces of environmentalists, people who care very much about the climate crisis, but also conservationists, who are broadly people who care very much about trees. Often the tree at the bottom of their road where someone is trying to build a house or something, for example. There are quite conservative forces in the Green Party as well. I do not think it is as simple as imagining it to be a party that naturally lies to the left of Labour. I think it is going to be on some issues and not on others.
Yes, and they get into a lot of trouble when it comes to the NIMBYs.
The Greens have been absolutely appalling on the fact that, I mean, not just, obviously I care a lot about the housing crisis, but there are a lot of ways in which to deal with the climate crisis. We are going to need to build more stuff. We're going to need more solar panels. We are probably, if we're honest, going to need nuclear energy. We're going to need more trains. And the Green Party tends to oppose all of these things to win local election campaigns. And they've tried to make a virtue of that by arguing that actually, unlike the other parties, we do not whip our members to kind of follow a party line. And that works quite well when you're a small party, when you're like, nipping at the heels of the big guys. I don't think it's going to work if they become a serious parliamentary force. I think you get to a point where you have to whip. There has to be a party line, otherwise you're not a party.
I just remember the first Green Party conference that I ever went to was a couple of years ago. It was when they were entrenched in this really deep trans row. And it was, the party was totally split. You had sort of the older wing of the party being, more of the gender critical wing, and then you had the younger lot who were very progressive and the sort of ideas that we tend to associate with the Green Party. So they're always in battle, aren't they?
They are. I mean, in many ways, that's obviously tonight an election result. We're going to be talking a lot about where the parties land. I do still think one of the biggest dividing lines in British politics is not between parties but within them. And it is that sort of age break, in that generally speaking, every party has a younger wing and an older wing, and they want different things. The younger people are generally more socially liberal, they're more in favour of house building, and that is true even of the Conservatives. So the Greens are not going to be immune from that. There will be a lot of older Green voters who care mostly about protecting that field rather than about saving the planet.
How successful do you think that Labour's policy of introducing all of these new planning officers to blitz through planning reform in their first 100 days, how successful do you think that will be?
We don't know. I mean, I could lie to you and tell you, we don't know. But I do think it is a positive thing that they've worked out that this is something you have to do straight away. Because there is going to be a political cost to it. It's going to annoy people. It will work out in the long run. If we get more houses built, that will mean more people have access to secure housing. It will boost the economy. It will boost people's ability to have families and therefore deal with the demographic crisis. All those things are good, but you have to do it straight off, because in the short term it's going to make you unpopular before it wins you votes. So the fact that the briefings have all been, we're going to do this in the first 30 days, feels very positive to me.
And I mean, they've got almost a little bit of shroud of cover of summer, right?
No one's going to be... Everyone's knackered. I I don't want to kind of peek behind the curtain too much here, but we've been trying to go to the pub for quite some weeks, and you've been very, very busy.
You're talking to me personally
I am talking to you personally, yeah. But yeah,
everyone, me on here.
Everyone in the West, she's too busy to go for a pint. Everyone in the Westminster bubble, she does love going for pints. Everyone in the Westminster bubble has been incredibly busy after the election. I think we've got about a week of frenetic activity while the new government is formed, and then I think everyone's going to go into a coma. So there is probably going to be a few weeks where nobody's... Also, The exciting story is going to be what happens to the Tory party. Like, so far as we can tell from the exit poll, it does look like the Tories are going to remain a viable party. They're not being crushed. So who leads the Conservative Party is going to be a big story this summer. That is far more interesting to most Westminster journalists than boring stuff about policy. So I imagine that's going to be what we talk about for the next couple of months. No one's going to pay the slightest bit of attention to minor changes to the planning system.
Well, you might not.
I will.
I might.
But no normal people will.
We're going to bring to you in a minute. Swindon looks like it's about to declare.
Oh, which Swindon seat are we? Swindon South?
Well, at the moment, all I can see is Swindon. Might get a little bit more information here.
Oh, we can see Jeremy Corbyn. That's
Jeremy
exciting.
Corbyn. His, yeah. His advisors arriving in Islington, going to have a little look at the votes, aren't they?
It is interesting to note that, like, okay, so they're particular seats, but Reform are consistently beating the Tories so far. That does make me wonder if that...
Well, when I brought that up a minute ago, I think that you said that is not a big story. I think I said that might have been the
it's not the big story.
Well...
But I do wonder if it means the Conservative seat share has been overestimated. If that keeps happening...
But they haven't won anything, have they?
They haven't. Nobody's... I mean, only Labour have won anything. So
I think that 13 is rather ambitious. I can actually imagine it being more... Well, I'm thinking more 11.
I mean, I was imagining 6 or 7.
Were you really?
Yeah.
But I wasn't even that sure that Richard Tice would gain his seat. I thought that I
Where's
assumed.
It I don't even know.
Oh my God, it's not. But Skegness.
Skegness.
And I thought that Farage obviously would be a shoo-in, but not confident that Lee Anderson would have been able to get that seat, hold the seat. But perhaps he will.
Maybe. I mean, I do wonder if. So one of the stories I'm going to be looking for later is. I think our Portillo moment might come from Liz Truss losing. I think that is very possible, and that would be a delight.
Do you really think that will be the Portillo moment of the night, though? Do you not think that there might be a more dramatic...
Well, we don't know. This is the fun of election night.
Well, because I think it's going to be really eyes on to Northallerton, to Rishi Sunak.
I don't think Rishi's losing. I know his Labour opponent. He's great. He's a Yimby. He's a Yimby campaigner.
Right.
I have a lot of time for Labour's Tom Wilson. I do not think it is the most likely outcome that he wins. I think Rishi probably keeps his seat. If the Tories are looking at 130 seats, as the exit poll suggests, I don't see how Rishi loses. But who knows?
We're going to bring Ed in shortly, I think. Ed is just, Ed coming in with Laura, I do believe. Ed's going to come in here with Laura. Just after Swindon South
Labour
declares.
Swindon
21.
South. Heidi Alexander's back. I love Heidi Alexander.
God.
Okay, now that's interesting.
Right, so we'll just read it out. Heidi Alexander, that's a Labour gain, 21,000 votes. That's Robert Buckland on 12,000.
Robert Buckland, quite a big figure. He was a cabinet minister, of course.
Gosh. And then if you look just under that, we've got Reform there with 6,194 votes. So look, even if you tally those both together, that would not have been enough to stop Heidi Alexander taking that seat.
No, that's much better news from the being scared of Reform point of view than the seats we've seen. So Swindon, of course, it's not quite blue wall. It's that kind of town, city seat, the kind you would expect Labour to be winning right now. But it is interesting to me that Reform are not performing as well there as they are in the Red Wall up north.
That's absolutely astounding. Right, we're going to hand over to Ed and Laura, who are going to carry on with a bit of analysis on that. John, it's been an absolute pleasure.
It's been lovely.
I've
we
loved
should go
it.
for that drink.
We should. I had to beg you to come on here.
That's
right,
true.
Here they are.
She did have to beg me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Thank you, Eva.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. Holy moly.
Oh my gosh.
Robert Buckland lost his seat.
Pardon?
Robert Buckland lost his seat.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
That's happened just now.
Labour gained from Conservative, Swindon South, giving Labour 4 seats. Do we know who is in second place in Swindon South yet? Can we see?
I don't know if we can see, but what's that swing? 16% swing.
Yeah,
for Conservative
it's
Labour.
also the first Conservative loss of the night.
Yeah, that's also former Justice Secretary Robert Buckland.
Oh my gosh.
That's a Portillo moment.
Ed, would you call that the first Portillo moment of the night?
We need a proper woo 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 woo. We need a.
That is crazy.
It's first place, Labour. Second place, Conservatives.
Third Reform.
Third Reform, Greens. Fourth, Lib Dems. Fifth, and a pink party. I don't know it.
And it is an independent.
Independent, the
Yeah.
Pink Party, Martin
Coming in
Costello.
last.
Marty Pello.
I'm wondering if that is a trend that we'll see throughout the night. That because we've seen 3 Labour seats and Labour holds with
Yep.
Reform coming in second place in those seats,
Yep.
beating the Tories, and that's the first Conservative seat we've seen swing to Labour with Reform coming in third place. So I'm wondering if it'll be interesting to see how Reform perform in Labour seats versus how they perform
Yes.
in Conservative seats.
Yes, absolutely. And no, you're absolutely right. Yeah, because maybe. Excuse me, that was so bad. Yeah, no, absolutely will. I think we've been talking about Reform a lot, but it is actually very hard to talk about them when only 4 seats have been declared.
Yeah.
But at the moment, we're 4 for 4.
I know.
It's going to be, at this rate, it's going to be 100% Labour government, Parliament.
The one-party state
that's
that they
gonna
warned
be,
us about. Yeah.
The super majority.
Shall we talk about the other surprise of the night, which is maybe...
Yes, which the mainstream media doesn't want to talk about.
No, and that's the SNP.
Yeah, they've what an absolute disaster of a result for the SNP.
Yeah, I think that exit poll is a lot worse than they were expecting.
Anyone was expecting.
Yeah, I mean, Nicola Sturgeon live on ITV, where she's a commentator for the night. Maybe ill-advisedly, considering the losses her party might suffer tonight. I mean, just yesterday, John Curtis was saying that the SNP would remain not the majority party in Scotland, but the largest party in Scotland, on 24 seats, with Labour getting 22. Either way, whether they get 24 or 10, like they were predicted by that exit poll, that is massive, considering in 2015 they won 56 out of 59 seats in Scotland.
Yeah. 10 is humiliation.
It is.
10 is absolutely appalling.
Yeah.
That is like, you need to what is that in Canada 93? Is that is that as punishing result for the SNP? I think it's curious, isn't it, because the SNP are quite a difficult party to analyse in like a broader UK perspective, because they're party of government but also party of opposition in Westminster, and the leader isn't standing in the Westminster election, and he's also been in power for 8 weeks. But it's interesting. What do you think? What would you chalk that up to, that prediction?
Well, I think there have been, going into this election, there were a series of scandals around the SNP. There was a change in leader as well, and I actually think a lot of people, and when the election was first called, people had really low predictions for how the SNP were going to perform. And I think throughout the general election campaign, with John Swinney as the leader, there was seen to be a steadying of the ship, and it was going to be not as bad as they'd initially predicted. Scotland, the SNP were going to retain 20-something seats in Scotland. It wasn't going to be the total wipeout, and a lot of that was being put down to kind of John Swinney and Stephen Flynn's performances in these debates. But with that exit poll, I think they will be shocked. And the exit poll also predicted that Stephen Flynn's seat might not be kept by Stephen Flynn.
I wonder as well, because obviously the infrastructure problems and societal problems that we see in England obviously happen in the UK, in Scotland as well, and the SNP are party government, and I wonder if they've been in power since 2007, and just like the Tories are getting a kicking, I wonder if the SNP are getting a kicking.
In that people want change. Like, as in, you can only be a governing party for so long before people say enough.
And, and also, like, you talk about Swinney's performance during the election campaign. His decision to back Michael Matheson for as long as he did was nuts.
Yeah.
Like, that is an insane thing to have done.
Which you spoke to him about when you were up in Scotland interviewing John Swinney.
I spoke to John Swinney about where he backed an SNP MSP who charged £10,000 in data roaming charges to the taxpayer. Which, if that was a Tory MP, he would have been like spitting feathers about, and people see that, and it's just another scandal upon scandal upon scandal of the SNP, and people are sick and tired of it.
I also think, on the converse though, like, maybe the SNP weren't kicked as hardly over those scandals, because compared to what was going on in Westminster, it seemed a lot smaller. It seemed a lot more trivial.
I disagree with you.
Do you?
Actually, yeah, the SNP's finance irregularities are pretty massive.
Yeah.
I think that's like, what is it? There's a missing, or the Independence Fund
Yeah, the 100,000. Yeah.
But and things like that, and I think there's been a lot of things that people resent because the SNP without Nicola Sturgeon is such a different proposition because she was so uniquely popular.
Yeah.
And you just don't have that anymore.
Yeah.
She was paper over a lot of cracks.
Yeah.
And because the party was moulded in her image,
Yes.
a party moulded in someone's image without that mould being there is a really different prospect.
I mean, I think the fact that John Swinney had to come in as First Minister shows that. It was almost as if to steady the ship, we need to go back to the days of Nicola Sturgeon or the people that were close to Nicola Sturgeon to remind people that.
But even then, like he was leader in the early noughties.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like that was like a high time for him, like, for them either. So I don't know. It just seems.
I think the other question this leaves for Scotland as well, or for the SNP, sorry, and actually when I spoke to Stuart Housey, who's the Dundee for MP for Dundee East, also the campaign director, their plan, their manifesto sets out that they need a majority of the seats in Scotland to be able. Their path for independence relies on having the majority of seats in Scotland. They do not have the majority, according to this exit poll.
No,
in Scotland. Is that an existential crisis for the SNP? Because they now have no plans for a path to independence, which is their raison d'etre.
It's not even they don't have plans. They've said this election is about independence by their own rules. They've said this is about independence. We have put independence on page 1, line 1.
Mm-hmm.
And by their own rules, so according to the rules that SNP themselves have laid down, Scotland has rejected them.
Mm-hmm.
And that, which, if you believe that this election was a referendum on independence, which I don't, but by the SNP's own metric, it's a resounding rejection of it.
Mm-hmm.
Which I just think is not a priority for people at the moment. It was 5th or 6th in their list of priorities for people in Scotland.
I think we have another seat in. Labour holds Washington and Gateshead South. Sharon Hodgson.
Well, that's 5 for Labour.
Yep, 5 for Labour.
5 so far.
Yep.
What has been your campaign highlight so far, Laura?
What's been my campaign highlight? That's such a good question. Honestly, I think it was going to Richmond and North Allerton. That was a highlight because I think it surprised me. I think I was expecting that we would find a lot more ground support for Rishi Sunak than we found. And I think it cast a lot more doubt over the results tonight. Like, I think on the team it's fair to say that I'm the most uncertain about whether Rishi Sunak will keep his seat. I think the rest of you are all very convinced that he will.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair to say. I just think on these numbers, it's just such a 130 seats is much more than people were saying, and it has to be a really extraordinary set of results for this incumbent Prime Minister to lose his seat like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think as well with the first Conservative loss of the night, it continues, and the reform gains we've seen, it continues quite an ominous sign for the Tories, according to John Curtis.
Well,
we are about to be joined by Deputy Leader of the Greens, Zach Plansky.
Zach Plansky,
so
everybody.
Head
Woo! Come on in, Zach.
Woo!
Have you got a drink? Would you like a drink?
And I'm all good, but thank you. That's very kind.
Very professional. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing very well. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thanks so much for having me.
How's your election night been so far?
It's really good. Now I'm sat down, I feel like I want to congratulate you on the video documentary that you did as well, looking at migration. It was a really
thank you.
Yeah, I just thought it was really powerful. It feels odd that I'm sitting down. That's the first thing I say, but I'm seeing you in person, and so
what a disarming interview tactic.
No, but I just think that lots of people are doing those, kind of going around the country. What do people find? But I feel like they're just stopping people in the street and vox popping, which is important. But I felt like you really gave a space to people, particularly the English woman who spoke about how much she loved working with those workers. And it's something that the rest of the campaign have thought about. Anyway, to answer your question, I'm feeling really good.
Okay.
I've been out in Brighton today. Boyfriend's with me, he's been in Bristol, and it just feels like lots of people are voting Green. And looking at that exit poll, exit polls are exit polls, so let's see how many MPs we get. But it's almost, I wouldn't say it's immaterial, but it's almost a side note, because actually what I'm really interested in is when all of those votes are counted, what's our vote share, how many people in this country voted Green. In 2015 it was 1 million people. I think we're going to smash that this time, and I think that speaks a lot to people were ready for the Tories to be done, and thank God they've gone. But actually, we're increasingly going to see an authoritarian Labour government where he wouldn't cap bankers' bonuses, but he will cap child benefits, keeping 250,000 children in poverty. And I think the need for a Green Party has never been clearer. There's a huge vacuum in politics. Nigel Farage is ready to fill it. We cannot let that happen. So actually, in some ways, it's a big call for people to join the Green Party. This is a moment to get involved because actually we can push that Labour government to be bolder and better, which it needs to be to tackle inequality. Those are a lot of words to one question.
It's interesting because you're kind of still talking about hypotheticals.
Right.
The exit poll has come out.
Yeah.
You have been projected to win 2 seats. You're targeting 4.
Yeah.
You have doubled the amount of seats that you had in Parliament, so that is a win. But I wonder, so Reform are projected to win 13 seats, which dwarfs the Green numbers, to be perfectly honest. Is that? It must be quite disheartening to see. You said there is this need for people to reject that. The Reform Party and what they hope to occupy, but they seem to have accepted it. And you said there's a need for the Green Party to be in British politics, but there doesn't seem to be as much of an appetite for it. What would you say to that?
So there's a few things there. I think first of all, and it was present in your question, is that we've had 1 MP for 14 years. So to go to 2 MPs and to have Brighton and Bristol.
It's interesting the expectation management in this.
Right. Exactly. Going on. But
I
mean, that is huge, and I've felt that the whole campaign that I said we're targeting 4 seats, and lots of people, including journalists, but mainly our own membership base, were like, why are we not going for 20, 30? Why are we not thinking bigger? And you in your head are going, actually, if we won 2, that would be pretty
50%
pretty phenomenal. Exactly.
It's 100% increase.
But also, is it disheartening to see Reform possibly going up? Yes, I say possibly, because I do think the exit poll is likely to overinflate their numbers, but those could be famous last words, and they could do even better than they do in that exit poll. But it's something we've got to take really seriously. We see it across Europe. We see the rise of the far right. It's not just Reform, it's Labour, who I'd say have stood on a pretty centre-right platform. And so to see them get the majority they're getting too, I get why it's got it. I don't think it's enthusiasm for Labour. I think it's an anti-Tory vote. But all of those things are worrying. But I think that's even more of a reason why, as a Green Party, and generally on the left, we've got to get better at communicating the urgency of these crises, of environmental justice, social, racial and economic justice. I was listening to a stream just before I came on as I was coming from another studio, and I heard one of your guests talking about the so-called NIMBYism of the Greens. Complete and utter nonsense. Like, this is like right-wing Labour talking point that started to really kind of circulate in the media. But actually, in Brighton, we built record numbers of council homes. In York, we won awards for the council homes we built. Mid-Suffolk, the only outright majority in the country, has just won Council of the Year. And so I think a lot of that story is around the Labour Party often wanting to build executive homes and affordable luxury homes. And then the Green Party saying, no, we need to build council homes. We need homes that people can actually afford. And then the Labour go, oh, you're just trying to stop house building. Whereas actually, the property developers make a lot of money from building luxury homes. Those property developers also donate to the Labour Party. And the reason why I'm saying all of this is because we have a Labour Party who are in hock with big business, property developers, gambling companies, oil and gas companies. This is really serious, and it requires a huge opposition. Now, is that opposition, are we going to face a lot of fire because we're talking about tackling multimillionaires and billionaires? Of course we are. I felt that fire personally in this election campaign. But again, we've just got to be focused and be really clear with the electorate and with everyone that if you want to challenge this Labour Party, if you want a better country, Keir Starmer does not have the solutions, and we need a Green Party. And people could actually join by going to join.greenparty.org.uk. We are the fastest growing political party in the UK in terms of membership, and I'd love to see that continue.
If Keir Starmer doesn't have the answers to these solutions, why does he have a 170-seat majority?
Because we needed to get the Tories out, and I feel that too. I'm Green Party deputy leader, but I'm so bloody happy the Tories have gone. And so I don't think an election will ever be harder. I can't speak for future generations, but in our lifetimes, as 14 years of Conservative austerity that's absolutely broken this country, in a two-party system where all the Labour Party needed to say, we're not that lot, we're going to be better. And just to be clear, I think they will be better. I'm so glad the Tories have gone. But being better when we have a climate crisis is not enough. Being better when trans people are being demonised is not enough. Being better when people can't, heat their homes and put food in their kids' in the kids' bellies is not enough. And so if we have a Labour Party, and we've seen this across Europe, who don't offer radical changes, who don't offer to transform our economy, who don't move money from multi-billionaires and billionaires to the working class communities and empower marginalised communities, then reform will come through the middle. And so we need to push that Labour government to be better.
So let's talk about Bristol Central, where Greens are expected to pick up a seat from Labour. When you've met people moving from who've decided to vote Green, moving from Labour to Green. What would the reasons be?
Yeah, I think it's been a few things. I think one of the key things has been the Labour Party made that £28 billion climate pledge. It was a flagship pledge. And then they U-turned on it. I think Gaza has undoubtedly been a huge part of this. I would say complicity in war crimes, when we had Keir Starmer saying that Israel had the right to cut off water and electricity. He says he didn't say that, but Emily Thornberry doubled down on it just a few hours later. And I think it's a real sense as well of actually that we need proportional representation in this country. But when Keir Starmer has been very clear that he does not support reforming the voting system, it makes absolutely no sense to continue to vote for the Labour Party, hoping that at some point they will reform the voting system. So I think it's been a combination of those things. And I think more than anything, a sense that the Green Party in the past, people have thought, we just care about polar bears and forests. Now, polar bears and forests are really important. They are at the forefront of everything we do in terms of the environment. But ultimately, we need intersectional justice, and we need to join those connections and join those dots. And I think people are increasingly seeing Green Party spokespeople and going, wow, they really have an analysis that's based on class, that's based on marginalised communities, that's based on an intersectional analysis of what politics needs. Has that convinced everyone? No, not yet. And that's why we've got a lot of work to do, and it was very hard with an awful Tory government. But take water companies, for instance. They're literally pumping sewage in the waters, and sometimes they're incentivised to do it because it's cheaper to take the fine. And then we have a Labour Party that won't bring them into public ownership. The junior doctors are on strike. They're asking for a 35% pay restoration. It should not be hard to say that the people who kept our cities and our towns running while most of us were locked away home safely in our homes deserve a proper pay rise, and they've had pay cuts. But again, the Labour Party, with the key being Labour in its name, still can't do that. So I think it's a massive disenfranchisement with the Labour Party, but I'd like to think it's more than that. I think they are looking at elected Greens that are happening more and more at local level. We've over quadrupled our number of councillors in the last 4 years. And they're saying, actually, even under a first-past-the-post system, Greens can and do win. And that's why Bristol's so important, by the way, because that demonstrates for the next election and all the second places we've got, particularly in those urban places, that where it's Labour versus Green, the Greens can win. And that's, by the way, why the Labour Party puts so much effort into trying to stop us in Bristol Central whilst allowing Nigel Farage a free rein in Clacton.
Your point about Nigel Farage there, Labour, or in Clacton, I suppose, Labour were very unlikely to win in Clacton.
Right.
So with the tactical vote, they're not to vote Conservative to keep Farage out, and perhaps did Labour divert resources there. I think. What would you say to that?
I think if they can't win in Clacton, then they've given up. Because actually, it comes back a little bit to your video, to be honest, with a documentary. Like, we need to be speaking to those communities, and the Green Party absolutely need to be doing that. So I'm not absolving responsibility.
Yeah, but if it's a question of resources, as in you can't campaign 100% everywhere.
Definitely. So
what would the Green Party do?
So we're a much smaller party, which is the point I'm making. But the Labour Party are the party of government now, or will be the party of government this time tomorrow. And so if they are giving up on those communities that have been left behind, that feel broken, that haven't had anyone make a positive case for immigration, then this country is going to further swing to the right. And actually, I think this was a key moment where the Labour Party needed to grab that narrative and say, yes, the NHS isn't working. Yes, you're struggling to find a council home. Yes, transport is too expensive. You can't get an NHS dentist. Those aren't the problems of migrants. Those are the problems of 14 years of Conservative austerity that we just watched. And we are willing to change that. But instead, we've had this conspiracy of silence between the Labour Party and the Conservative Party, where there is this billions of pounds of black hole, that is going to be cuts in our public services. They haven't said how they're going to fix it. Now, I imagine some of it will be they'll raise capital gains tax. That's something Labour have been clobbered with during that election. But spoiler, I'd really like them to raise capital gains tax. They should absolutely be taxing unearned income as much as earned income. That's just obvious. But that's not going to do enough. And ultimately, you do need to bring in some sort of wealth tax. Or your other option is austerity. And I fear that they will go for the austerity option and they'll call it something else. I was in a debate with Wes Streeting the other day talking about what I would say is him opening the door to private healthcare and I would say privatisation. He would say having conversations and deals with private companies. And he said the left were bleating on again. And I just think, one, it infuriated me, but two, how insulting to so many people in this country that want to keep an NHS that is nationalised. So, for the good of the country, we've got to hope this Labour government will be better than they've campaigned. But let's look at the evidence. Keir Starmer ran on the coattails of Jeremy Corbyn. He had lots of pledges that were pretty good pledges, has abandoned almost every single one of them before he's even in power. It's only going to get tougher. It's only going to get hotter for him. And again, this is why we need people there to hold him to account.
Well, we've got some breaking news that Newcastle Central is declaring now, where we are seeing, Liberal Democrats on about 1,946, Conservatives 4,200, and I think this is 28. I'm not sure my eyesight is good enough.
I'm amazed you can see any of that from here.
Greens, how have you done? 3,228 seats for you guys in Newcastle Central, and Labour have 18,875.
I'll be really interested in the vote share there for the Greens, because actually at the last local elections, it's a Labour hold, obviously. Oh, I say obviously. We won our first council seat in Newcastle last May in Byker Grove.
And again, Byker Grove, then.
Yeah, it just feels like we are consistently winning in places you wouldn't have expected Greens to win previously.
That's interesting. What do you chalk that up to? Because I think most people, well, your 2 seats in Brighton and Bristol Central that you're projected to win are no one's surprised.
Yeah,
they're quite green areas. What do you think the path forward is for growth for the Greens if you are to double again your projected seats? Well, in like 100 elections, you have the whole house. But what is it? So actually, in those places. We talked about like Boston, like Clacton, and more kind of culturally conservative places. What is the reaction to the Green Party there?
Yeah, so it's interesting. I think the first thing, if I'm really honest, is a lot of people there, just the Green Party is not on their radar.
Yeah.
So they're watching what say is legacy media, and we're very rarely featured there, and we might get a few moments, so it's not generally on their radar. When I have been out there, though, and knocking on doors and saying some of the things I've been saying tonight, it is genuinely resonating. People go, why am I not hearing these stories? And sometimes there's a bit of pushback, as you would expect if they've had decades of narratives. I think more than anything, though, I'm talking about going to those places and talking to people. The much more important thing is going to those places and listening. And just to give you a very tangible example of this, Burnley, one of the first places to get BNP councillors in the 90s. One election cycle later, the Green Party turned up, and a lot of those BNP councillors flipped to Green. Do I think people went from the hard right to the Greens in one election? No, I don't. But I think the BNP turned up when the Greens weren't around and said, we're here to listen to you. You've had a Labour council for decades. Are they serving you? And they've gone, no, everything's awful in my area. I'll literally vote for anyone else if you'll listen to me. The BNP didn't turn up in jackboots, and they didn't turn up saying we want to demonise migrants. They turned up and just said, we're listening to you. We're not normal politicians. We're genuinely going to engage with you, and what you want we'll try and make happen. That was attractive to people, so the BNP got in. They then didn't deliver, and people got disenfranchised. And then the Green Party did turn up and said, we'll listen to you and we will deliver. We turned up, we delivered, then there were more Green councillors, and then there's a more sizable number of Green councillors now in Burnley, and so that's growing. Anyway, that's a very specific example, but I think it's a model that can be replicated across the country, which is about saying we don't have all the answers, we've got a very clear platform, so it's not about turning up with a blank sheet and saying, we'll just listen and whatever you say, that's what we'll do. That feels like a very Lib Dem approach, and ultimately that means you don't ever really end up standing for anything. But we're really clear about what a philosophical basis is and what our main values are. But part of that philosophical basis is listening to people and that genuinely grassroots engagement. I think that's really exciting. I think it's something that people can get on board with. And again, I think that's roots to the Greens growing in the future.
You mentioned the media there. Obviously, we've seen Reform and Nigel Farage getting massive coverage in this election on some among other platforms, PoliticsJOE. Isn't that frustrating for you to see?
It's absolutely infuriating, and I'm not going to pretend any other way. They have 8 councillors, we have over 800. The idea that we have 100 times more coverage than them is beyond ludicrous. Richard Tice was all over the media, and then the day Farage kind of announced, the media were like, he's back, but he'd never really gone away. He only needed to cough.
He was presenting on GB News.
Exactly, and they were suddenly reporting on him. So, one, I can sit here and whine about it and say it's infuriating, and I'm finding that quite cathartic, so thanks for giving me the space. But 2, I guess as a Green Party, I'm continually reflecting and go, what do we need to do more of? I think there's a fair criticism that sometimes we're too polite. Now, I don't think we should be disrespectful and rude, but one thing I've certainly been working on and the party has been working on, how do we be more urgent? How do we speak to the pressing needs that people have? How do we make sure that what we're saying kind of cuts through? But, there's a balance there. I was on LBC just a couple of weeks ago with the comment editor for the Daily Telegraph. She said something I found pretty bigoted. I think it was the same day I'd watched your documentary, so it's very much in my mind. And I didn't call her a bigot. I didn't call her a racist. I don't know her. But I did say what you've just said is bigoted and what you've said is racist. And Ian Dale, who's presenting, wanted me to apologise to the guest. I said, I'm at a microphone, I'm not going to apologise when I hear someone say bigoted. I might never be on the show again, but that's the choice I'm making, and ultimately it's more important for me to have the integrity and to call out someone saying racist than to worry about it. Next day, the Daily Telegraph ran a personal hit piece against me, and the day after that, she wrote for The Spectator why the Greens are terrifying. And so you just realise how powerful some of these people are, and I don't regret any of that, and I think we'll take those hits. I think people can see that for what it is. But I do think we've got to get more savvy and quicker at how do we challenge power. But when we do, it's a tightrope because power will quickly lash back.
You need to be more sharp elbowed.
Right, for sure. And
especially in the kind of the 7-person debate, which I thought was a ludicrous format of just 7 people answering this, because by the time we got to the 7th person, I'm sure Carla was probably a victim of this. By the time Carla was asked about some question, sometimes you'd be like, "Oh my gosh, there's a 7th answer on education."
Well, it's interesting you say that. I'm obviously biased, but I thought we really shone in that 7-way debate. But I also accept that there's complete confirmation bias.
But I think it might have been confirmation bias, but equally, I think it was information fatigue.
Right.
It was, for goodness sake, we've heard from Carla's the 6th person.
Sure.
On equally, I think.
We did poll as winning that though on the poll the next day. It was Carla and John.
You will know better than me, but I think it was interesting, the Nigel Farage brash. Carla Danger.
Although he seemed like yesterday's man, I thought, in those debates, and a lot of the prep we'd kind of been ready for this very I hesitate to say entertaining Nigel Farage, because I don't think fascism is particularly entertaining, but in the same way that Trump gets those laughs, exactly. Yeah. And I feel like it's a joke that no one's laughing anymore. But then if they, are looking to get 10 or 15 MPs, I don't think anyone should be laughing. And we also can't just dismiss it. We, as a broader movement of the left and even the centre, need to start going, what are we missing here? Why are people so... I mean, it's obvious why people are so disenfranchised and disaffected. It's the two-party system. And so I think there's some suddenly very interesting conversations about proportional representation and how we do democracy in this country.
Zach Blansky, thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you. I'm going to go and join Ava on the boring set now. If we will all... I'm not sure if the camera's on Ava yet, but I'm sure it will be imminently. Thanks for coming, Zach.
I don't know whether I'm going to move.
Excellent. I'm walking across the set now.
Keep up the great work, guys.
I've never had so many compliments from a guest before.
So, I mean, it's a big night for Green, isn't it? Because they could be on course to take Bristol.
Yes.
It's huge.
Yep, absolutely. They're about to double the amount of seats they have.
I mean, if you're talking in terms of percentage, you could say 100% gain there.
100%. I made that point.
Did you? No wonder you're popular over there. How are you feeling here?
If we did, imagine I came round and we're just while I was off camera.
Do you know what, we really missed a great bit there.
I didn't have the courage to mention it.
No, but we missed a great bit that you should have walked over to this set with those footballs in your top. Oh, that would have been really good.
That would have been
so sad.
That would have been great.
That really is sad. Oh, look, here we go. Islington. I've just spoken to a couple of people at Islington. They say that it's way too close to call at the moment.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting, because there was that polling that suggested Labour were 11% ahead.
Yeah.
That's super interesting.
They're holding on. One person I spoke to is a little bit unreliable. They're saying it could be about 1,000 votes in it to Corbyn.
Gosh.
But I think that the counting is the counting's underway. It's very difficult. So basically what happens is, so what you're allowed to do when I haven't been in a voting hall for a general, but for by-elections, you as journalists and you as the candidates are allowed to walk around the hall while they're counting, and you can have a little look at the piles. As they're counted, they're put into piles like that, and you can make a deduction if it's a... Sometimes you'll have, a stack up here and a stack down there, and you go, oh, I think that it'll probably be a Labour win here. And everyone goes, very good, very clever.
When you voted today, did you use a pencil or a pen?
I used a pencil.
You're a moron.
Really?
They're going to rub out your You're going to rub out your vote.
Yeah.
And they're going to... Do you know what I like about that conspiracy theory? Where it suggests that if you vote in pencil, that they're going to change your vote. Is that the people masterminding this are evil enough or disruptive enough to rub out your vote, but respect the rules of engagement so much, the rules of the game, that they will accept the pen one.
Right.
They're they've gone to the effort.
Yeah.
Well, there's nothing we can do about this.
I suppose that kind of logic would have more credence if you didn't have such a quick turnaround time. But really, I mean, you put your vote in the ballot.
Yep.
There's not... ballot in the box. There's not a lot of time
to go out and look at, scan each one. It would double the amount
Well,
of time.
especially when they're in transit, it's not really enough time to sit there sort of with like a little eraser and like gently.
Who are these little elves running around? They've got the borrowers involved.
Yeah, but also they're really tight on spoilt ballots. Spoilt ballots is like quite a, the threshold is quite low for what constitutes a spoilt ballot. So like, if you mess up on your paper, you're meant to get a new one, aren't you?
Do you ever? I voted today, brag, and I immediately thought, crap, I voted for the wrong person. I walked out.
Did you have the fear?
I walked out the polling station. I was like, crap, did I cross the wrong box?
You're so on my lawn with that. I'm gonna reveal something extremely neurotic about myself, which is that I have to take pictures of things after I've done it.
Yeah, you do actually.
To make sure that I've done it.
Yeah, you've got photos of like if you've locked up the office, just like you.
I do. I do. And things like my straighteners, like I have to take. I think a lot of people have the straighteners.
I think that's fair enough.
But I also do when I shut my door and I lock it, I push on it and film it to make sure that I've shot it, and I take a picture of the stove even if I haven't used it. Which is nuts.
That is.
So I understand your line of thinking.
Do you, like when you go on holiday, are you concerned that your flat has gone down?
Nope, because I've got all the
weeks?
pictures.
Hell yeah, I suppose.
I look through the pictures and I go, yep, off.
Are you having a nice time?
I'm having a nicer time. I've had like a huge bit of water and a coffee.
I'm gonna
get right back on it. What should be my first drink? Can you put that in the live stream? We're quite limited on choice here.
Shall look up and see what they're going to say? Something insane.
Should we go? There's a couple of questions actually that we can go for.
Oh, excellent! I'd like to instruct the chat to be nicer.
What is the chat not being very nice?
It's been very rude at some points.
Has it?
Yeah.
Have I been getting any?
Not you. Ava.
Ava, here's a horrible one.
Ava lives for style, as someone says.
Oh, that's very nice.
Isn't it?
Thank you very much.
Shout out my fellow OCD gang. Someone said.
I don't have a diagnosis, and I'm not ever going to reach for one. But I do have to. There are some things I do where I think, a doctor would probably sign this off, because at night I lock the door like twice, and then I like open it on the Yale lock to like check that it's bolted while I'm filming it. But I have to do it twice, and then I have to push on it twice, and then I can go to bed.
And then you have to touch the banister 16 times.
No. See, I don't have to do that. But if I haven't tapped the door twice, then I know that the door's not actually locked.
Someone called Dumdy Dum has read us for filth. It's funny when they try to be grown-up talking head presenter types instead of the drunken nonsense the fan base wants.
Were we trying to be grown-up talking head types?
I think the way I talk to Zach Polanski is very different to the way that I talk to you.
Right.
Because we can't, no. Have they?
Have what?
Have they gotten bigger?
Have mine?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, since like being in the room.
Wait, what was the other? What metric did you think I was going off?
Ever.
I was born with these. I was a baby.
Oh my god, that's horrific. That's horrible.
You brought it up.
I didn't, you did.
Right.
When is Ed starting Are You a Twig?
Say that again.
Someone's asked when I'm starting Are You a Twig?
Do you want to do it now?
Not really.
Should we get someone in here to do Are You a Twig?
Maybe later.
Harry?
That feels like a 4 a.m. I'm not sure Harry is a twig.
No?
I'm not sure.
Who do you have suspicions about being a twig? Like?
Who's a twig? Sean's perhaps a twig.
Okay, should we bring him in later?
Yeah, Sean.
We'll have a couple of shots. And then, okay, so it's 1 o'clock now. So at what point do you think it's okay to start really caning it?
I think it's fine now, to be honest.
No.
Yeah, this is like peak, like prime night out time.
Yeah?
I think you're having lots of fun at this point.
We've got to do a serious interview in a minute. So once that's
who
done.
you got?
Vicky Spratt's up next.
Friend of PolJOE.
Yeah.
When's that happening?
Well, in about 5 minutes' time, I reckon.
Excellent.
So should we blitz some questions?
Yes. Have you got some?
Well, Laura's put some here, but I think it might be
No,
fun
they'll
to go
be
live.
way better than these ones. It's really hard. The ones in the chat are so... no offense, chat. Some of them are really good, and some of them are really bad, and it's quite hard to see them because they just disappear.
Right, well, if they fancy putting some good
They're also calling you
questions in
Emma,
it-
which is actually very funny.
That is very funny. I wonder why he called me Emma at the end.
So funny. I was like, you guys know each other.
I know.
Let's go with that, Andrew.
We're usually put on to spar with each other.
Yes.
On
a broken glass.
It's just kicking off in
It's
here,
kicking
isn't
off.
it?
We
It
can't
is.
see where everyone else is, so it sounds.
It's going off.
Raucous.
Oh, God.
What have the audience asked us?
What are you drinking?
Cause of my illness, that there's just so many people walking past that we just don't know. Because of my illness, in which I lost a fifth of my body, not a fifth.
Stop
excuse me,
showing off.
5% of my body weight. I'm not actually drinking anything because I don't want to shit myself on television.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's legitimately why
You're
I'm not
wearing
drinking.
darks.
Oh, it's fine. If I shit myself on television.
Do you want
What's
to
that?
swap?
Is that a coffee? Oh, thank you, Sean.
Who's that for?
Thank you.
I had to go and make my own.
It's for Edward. He was shitting.
Otherwise occupied. Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you?
what are you drinking, Emma?
That's the future that he wants. A unified Ireland under British occupation.
I'm so confused as to who these people are.
I
I'm
don't
trying to
know
find
who on earth are all of these people.
And like everyone else I knew before.
Do you think that perhaps there's been a mix-up?
What? And this is like a sick house party?
Yeah.
Maybe. The Huck magazine thing looked cool.
The what?
The Huck magazine election screening.
Oh, that did look cool, with
At
Ben
Dawson
Smoke.
Dawson Superstore.
Yeah, a friend of PoliticsJOE, Ben Smoke.
Ben Smoke.
We were actually going to sort out a live link into here, but then we didn't end up doing it.
Say it again? Is that
Yeah, but we should do a couple of questions.
Sorry, well ask me them.
Okay. Will the rise of populism be a turn-off for proportional representation rather than a pull for a greater voice for the Greens?
That's interesting. Is that I think that's the argument that Labour will make, is that so the first past the post system benefits Labour and the Conservatives, or the two biggest parties, I suppose. Might not be the Conservatives, because it used to benefit the Liberals.
Can you hear the chat over here?
Pardon?
They're like, where are you from? What's happening here?
It's so loud.
It's
I wonder, but I don't, like, broadly there is arguments from all across the political spectrum about proportional representation. I don't think you can reject them out of hand because of fear. What about you, Eva?
I feel like Sam keeps going to speak to us.
Yeah, it's
but then he doesn't actually end up
Yeah,
speaking
is
to
that-
us. So he's got
2 minutes left.
2 minutes left. He's
Well,
let us know.
They didn't need
Of
to know
what?
that. Shall we rattle through
2
some
minutes
questions
left of
in
what?
those of his employment here? Shall we? Have you got any more questions?
What do you say are the main reasons for reform's huge gains?
Interesting. The main reasons is utter contempt for the Conservative Party, I would say. I think until very recently, until Farage came back to Reform, I don't think Reform were that viable an option. Because no one really knew who Richard Tice was, but Farage is in easy shorthand. His politics have been well known for years and years and years. You see Farage, you know exactly what you're going to get. And if you're a right-wing person frustrated with the Conservatives, and you come from somewhere like Canvey Island, conservative to the bone, you are going to, you'd rather chop off your own hand than vote Labour. And oh, actually, there is a viable right-wing option. It's like a pressure valve. It's like it's protest, isn't it? And actually, I'm curious to see. There's a lot of kind of fear-mongering, scaremongering about Reform at the moment, and I wonder, actually, is this protest? Is this I hate you bastards so much, and these people have given me an excuse to express that, rather than the beginning of a political movement and machine? What would you say?
That's the point that Albie was making, wasn't
Really?
it? Yeah, Albie was he was arguing that actually both Labour and the Conservative, both votes, both big pulls to either party are just a kicking to the Conservatives, rather than it being because I'd like to make the argument that actually it's pretty consequential. I would say, well, I actually made this argument to John Elledge and he refuted it violently, that it was the second biggest story of the night, that Reform were pulling in places like Sunderland and places like Blythe, they were pulling in 10,000, 11,000, 13,000 votes. I would say that was pretty massive. and that should be a conversation. But, you know, it could just be, as we've said, a protest vote.
Mm.
Well, I'm going to go and talk to Vicky Spratt now.
Okay, excellent. Enjoyed that.
And then we'll come back here, will we?
Yes, why not?
We'll come back. Can you actually, do you know what, tell you what, can you actually put some good questions in here?
Those were good questions.
Ed's going to compile, those were good questions. Ed's going to compile them and then I'll come back here.
I'm going
and we'll actually blitz through them.
I'm going to find out who the devil's here.
Okay, great. I love that.
Excellent. Am I still on camera or is it then yet?
Hello.
Hello.
Cool.
How are you?
I'm
Excellent.
good. How are you?
Well, I'm now just wrestling with all these wires. Sorry.
Yeah, I was worried about tripping over this one.
It's a bit of it's an interesting setup, but you know, it's not quite.
I feel like health and safety have not been here.
No, but you know that there was a bit of health and safety because we were going to have an audience. We were going to have people sort of scattered around everywhere. That would not have worked.
I'm actually very sad that they're not here. I think that would add to the jeopardy.
Yeah, but we're confused about what's going on over there. We don't know what's happening. It feels like it's quite like house party over there now.
Do you know who they are? No. Those people.
I've got no idea who's turned up. I can't see them. I can just hear them.
There's a group of people who no one seems to know.
Great. Okay. Okay. That's what I was worried about. Okay, let's talk about. Oh, let's start with housing, actually. Okay, so Labour, this huge majority that is going to be delivered tonight, they've said that they are going to... Oh, God, I should introduce you, for God's sake. It's terrible.
Well, we are familiar with each other.
I'm so sorry. Vicky Spratt, do I say you're of the I paper?
Yeah.
Do I say... And also an author?
That's also true. You could
What's
say
the book?
either or both. The book is called Tenants. I wanted to call it Stories of Britain's Housing Shame, but exactly. The publisher felt like that was too tabloidy and sensational, so it's called The People on the Front Line of Britain's Housing Crisis, which I'm still mad about to this day.
Yeah, I kind of like, sorry, not to...
Housing Shame.
Yeah, do you think you can do a second release
I think
with that?
We should update it when Labour inevitably can't fix the housing crisis.
Yes.
And just get shame in there.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. What do you make of... So in their first 100 days, apparently they're going to blitz through planning reforms. It's going to be build, build, build. Do you think it's possible?
Well, yes and no. So what I would say, in case people listening to us are not familiar with how long it takes to build a house, if you're going to build a house well, it does take quite a lot of time. To get permission to build that house also takes a while. I think that Labour have some really, really good plans for planning reform. I think their reform of something called compulsory purchase orders is really interesting. So basically what they want to do is empower public bodies, which could include these new development corporations they want to set up, to buy land from developers or landowners who don't want to sell it at a fair price, so below market value, and then prioritise that land to build homes on. I think that could go some way towards unlocking the system. They also want to invest in new planning officers. One of the big problems we've got is that loads of really talented people have left planning in the public sector and gone to the private sector. Yeah, the party is like really kicking off now.
It's happening.
And I think that's good too, but the number of planning officers they'll be able to replace will go nowhere near the brain drain that we've seen over the last 10 years. So do I think Labour can do what they're saying they're going to do? Yes. But it will rely on them convincing local councillors who have been blocking builds to get on board and speed ahead. Whether they're going to nationalise things more than they have already intimated, I think is actually an open question. I sat down with Matthew Pennycook recently, currently Shadow Housing Minister. Let's see what his role is in the coming days. And he did say that they weren't against more national intervention, but they wouldn't specify exactly what that meant. And I think that's a really interesting sort of thing that we've seen in this campaign from Labour a lot. We know a bit about what they're going to do, but we actually don't know the detail. And I think they sketched it out with planning, they sketched it out with house building, but I have questions still about how they're going to do certain things. And I have questions about renters reform as well and exactly how far they're planning to go. So I suppose that's a long answer to your question, Ava, which is, can they actually build the homes?
Well, I asked you a very broad question, didn't I? I think the Matthew Pennycook question is really interesting because so I've heard that he is going to have a ministerial role.
Yeah, same.
But he will have a special advisor, which suggests that he will have a more promoted role. So he will basically be almost like a de facto Secretary of State. He just won't sit at the cabinet table. But I mean, from that conversation that you had with him, do you think that he's the man to deliver?
No question. Matt is incredible. He regularly corrects me on renters reform, levelling up. He is so in the detail. I don't think he'd be offended at me calling him a technocrat. He really is one, but in the best possible way. I think if there was anyone who was going to oversee how we get out of the housing crisis, you want someone who has read every single policy document and genuinely cares about the wording of each clause, and that is Matt Pennycook. So if he is housing minister, I'd actually love to see him as Secretary of State. I think he's an incredibly capable politician. I think he could do great things. I think that would be very, very good for the country. But what I would say, and I think this is a really important point, Labour's policies are not a million miles away from where Michael Gove was. I've become such a Michael Gove apologist in recent weeks, but he wanted to do a lot of the things that Labour are proposing, and of course he couldn't get them past his backbenchers. Labour will be able to get them past their own party. Planning reform, renters reform, leasehold reform.
But will they though? Because you've still got the issue at core, which is, as you said, local councillors, local residents who aren't happy with the builds. I mean, do you think there will be some backbenchers who will rebel on account of, well, I guess they've got 5 years now to keep their seat, so they won't be panicking as much, will they?
I think that's it. They won't be as worried because it will feel less volatile. I think also a lot of those constituencies are less NIMBY than you might think. I think that certain Conservative backbenchers were more NIMBY maybe than their constituents were. Theresa Villiers.
Because there was a development that I went down to in Surrey. It was near a place called Cobham, and it was a huge build that they were attempting to put through there. And I was speaking to local residents because they were picketing it. I was asking, well, why don't you want it? And they were like, well, there won't be a doctor's surgery and there won't be an extra school. So do you think that Labour have accounted for providing the extra public services alongside the housing?
I think this is something that Cobham, by the way, is quite near where my mum lives, and it's such a posh area. I'm not surprised that there are people with the time to picket new homes. Love that for them. I'm just like, at this point in time, how could you possibly be picketing a development of new homes in an area where there are no young people? I'm not surprised, but like, good luck to those guys. I've seen it all, honestly. I'm like, so you don't care if your children have anywhere to live? Great, love that for you.
But they'll have housing.
True.
Where that will be is yet to be decided.
So Labour haven't said where the new towns are going to be, and I think that is really important. But to a point about infrastructure, I think they have said that when there are new homes, they will make sure there is the infrastructure to support them. And I'm really encouraged that they're talking about development corporations, because there are some planning decisions. Like my mission is to get people to care about planning policy. It's like the least sexy bit of policy. It's not even it doesn't seem controversial, but it upsets everyone. But you cannot fix the housing crisis if you don't fix planning. And we do need to have some kind of cross-constituency, slightly more national overview of where things go. So like if we're putting homes here, what does that mean for the train capacity of these different stations that might be in different constituencies? You have to be able to work across borders like that. I think development corporations are a really good way of doing it. I was in Cornwall recently, and there was a brilliant development there called Langgarth Garden Village, which will be ready in a couple of years. And they're building GPs, surgeries, rugby pitches, football pitches, primary schools, and a whole new road as part of a development of 8,000 homes.
That seems something you should be doing.
Yeah, you'd think so, right? But that's not what we've been doing. And a problem that Labour are going to have is developers. So I learned something that absolutely blew my mind recently, which is that developers actually don't want infrastructure around their housing developments.
Right.
They own the land often. So you know if you go to one of those new build estates, and it's beautiful and there's some nice nice rows in the middle, but it's kind of like in the middle of some fields, and then it connects to the main road, and that's it. There's loads in Oxfordshire, and where my sister lives actually in Kent. And I was looking into it, like, why would you not build stuff around it? It's so weird just to plonk these homes in the middle of a field, because developers want to own the access.
Right.
But this is where the compulsory purchase comes in. So it remains to be seen how Labour will use it. But in theory, you could compulsory purchase land for infrastructure to support the new housing.
Gosh. But they've done a lot of that, haven't they? For building HS2, they did a lot of that. And then they've sold it back below market value.
Yeah.
I mean, that feels like a big mistake. Could you not have, I mean, I'm being quite idealist here, but, you know, along where it should have been, could you not have started building there?
I don't know if you're being idealistic. I think that's quite pragmatic. Like I was with a friend the other day, and her parents actually had to sell their home because of HS2 at a loss. And then obviously HS2 hasn't happened. They're now renting their home from the government essentially, and it was all for nothing.
Gosh.
And there are so many people like that. And there's this infrastructure that's half finished. Why not put the new towns along those routes and bring back HS2, HS3, or whatever we're going to call it? I think that would be very smart. I was in Bradford last week. Every train I got was delayed. There is a desperate need to be able to get around this country, and also for people to be able to live in places that they want to live. It shouldn't be this hard.
I found that with Stoke when I went there the other week, because I was trying to go, I was trying to go anywhere around the area that wasn't Stoke, and I was taking 40-minute cabs. And I was thinking, well, you can't live in any of these towns that are meant to be vibrant market towns if you don't have a car.
Yeah.
Because you're coming into Stoke and then you're completely abandoned.
Yeah.
And there's no point in having a bus there, because who can get a 40-minute bus with traffic that's an hour every day?
It's actually proper galaxy brain stuff. Like the fact that you can't get a direct train to Bradford, to Grimsby, blows my mind.
Yeah, mine too, actually. Or if you want to go anywhere like, Rochdale, you have to go up to Manchester.
And then change.
Yeah, but it's not a simple change. You've got to walk across town.
To the other station. Manchester Victoria.
Yes, I couldn't believe it. Oh God, I'm sounding really south now, aren't I?
Well, but I think, like, yeah, it makes us sound like we live in the south, but it's not that easy to get around the south either.
Yeah.
I was in Eastbourne at the weekend, and I wanted to come back from a different station, and that involved a change and a long walk. And it was fucking expensive. It's wild. Like my train back from Manchester cost my employer like £75, and it was delayed. And I just put in my delay repay thing. I'm getting 30 quid back.
Yeah,
that's 50 quid down the drain.
Yeah,
and also that is a lot of money. That's a lot of money that people don't have.
Absolutely. And also, you know, you might have sacrificed a meeting that you couldn't get to, which might have been like the reason you've gone.
Or childcare. If you were trying to get home, you've got to pay your childcare more. I just don't think that we should be a country that means if you live somewhere that's not well connected, or where there is no affordable housing, your life chances are so much worse than if you live in the southeast. I mean, like, let's be real.
Maybe you are being idealist.
Maybe I am, yes. But there are problems here too, right? Like, it's the cost of everything is out of control. Rents are out of control. House prices.
Let's get on to rents, because you were talking there a bit about renters' reforms. What can we expect from the Labour Party?
I'd love to tell you that I'm clear on what exactly they're going to do. I'm not. I don't know if that's intentional on their part or whether it's a slight miscommunication. There was a big bit of confusion because what was in their National Policy Forum document and what was in their manifesto on renters reform was not quite the same thing, which led a few people to think that they'd rode back on renters' rights.
Right.
I then spoke to Angela Rayner and Matthew Pennycook's team, and it was made clear to me that they have not backtracked on renters' rights. So I think we can expect what they've said, which is the immediate end of Section 21 evictions, which is really, really good. Just ban them. Just ban them. It's like a leading cause of homelessness.
Can I ask you about that, though? How would that ban work? Because I've heard arguments from both sides. Like, to me, it seems sensible that you would ban them. But then the other side of that is that you might create more instability with renting. Is that while you've still got Section 8?
Well, yes and no. Was it a landlord who said that to you by any chance?
Yeah, was it?
Oh my God, I'm I'm shocked. Shocking. No, I don't think that's how it would work. But there are other reasons for instability, which we can get onto. But if you ban Section 21, you do make renting more secure, because what it means is that you can be evicted at any time without having to have done anything wrong. Mm-hmm. For instance, you might have complained about the fact that your oven doesn't work and your landlord evicts you, which happened to someone I know recently. But Section 8 will remain. But Section 8 grounds are really clear. So you have to be in quite serious rent arrears of 3 months or more. You, I think, would have to be guilty of antisocial behaviour. And I think those are basically the only grounds beyond the landlord needing the property back. Whether that could be exploited as a loophole, I think is an open question. In theory, could a landlord be like, well, I just need the property back and get someone out? Yes. But because Section 8 is tougher to get through court, I don't know if I see it working in the same way as Section 21.
Right. There were some really exciting proposals from Sadiq Khan when he was running for his third term as Mayor of London. He was talking about creating these hubs where you could go to and you could get free legal advice.
Yeah, great.
And he would advocate on your behalf. Well, he wouldn't personally, but the teams would advocate on your behalf. Do you think that that's one of the sticking points between renters and landlords, the sort of asymmetrical relationship that they have because they can't have access or don't have access to legal help at the moment?
Yes and no. Since legal aid has been cut, it is much, much harder to get housing advice. For instance, like, not all homeowners are rich. I know it's a controversial point, but there are lots of homeowners who are struggling now. Plenty of low-income people with mortgages, and they would not qualify for legal aid. And I think that's like a massive problem because mortgage arrears are rising.
Because they're homeowners, is that why?
So you wouldn't qualify for legal aid.
Wow.
That's why I was in Bradford. I was at the county court, and everybody I saw there was up for repossession because they were in like 3k worth of arrears, which I know is a lot of money, but it's not like, let's take this person's home away amount of money.
Well, yeah, and also, I mean, that's 2 months' rent if you're living in a big city.
Yeah, if you're in Manchester, Leeds, London, or even, you know, other places like Cornwall, other coastal towns for a one bed, yeah, that's 1.5 months' rent, depending on what kind of house you have.
Yeah.
But if you're a homeowner or you earn over a certain amount, you wouldn't qualify for legal aid. So I think if what Sadiq was talking about was expanding legal advice beyond people who have absolutely nothing, that's great, because we're in a situation where you have to be in really dire straits to access it. But what lots of people don't know is that if you show up at court, there are usually always duty housing advisors who will advise you for free and go into court with you and advocate on your behalf.
How do you know to get access to them, though? That's the problem. I'm just going to interrupt you briefly. I'm going to talk about Cramlington, which is declaring now. This is in Northumberland. Labour with 22,000, Reform just behind with 9,454. Green there with 2,144. Liberal Democrats not quite scraping 2,000. And then a couple of independents there, one with 500, one with 300. Just waiting on the Conservative vote. That looks like it's going to be a Labour. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Conservative there with 8,592 to Labour's 22,274. Labour hold.
But look at those Reform numbers.
Well, I think that's what's extraordinary about all of this. I think it's mad. Again, nearly scraping 10,000. I don't think we've had a result yet where they're not scraping 10,000. That's extraordinary.
I think if the projections for how many seats they're going to have are correct, this is probably the real story.
Thank you, because I just said that to John Elledge and he said it wasn't.
Oh, really? Yeah. I'm sorry, John, I completely disagree. Why does he think it's not?
I stopped listening, honestly.
Well, he's wrong, obviously.
He actually said the story of the night is that Labour have won a historic landslide. And I was like,
but Labour are an established party. And this was something that we saw coming, that the polls saw coming. For a new party, Reform is a very new party, lest we forget, formerly the Brexit Party, to get, let's say, if the exit polls are correct, 13 seats, that's massive.
I would agree.
And I think that is huge. And I think you have to acknowledge that our politics is going to the right, that we have a more presidential system. Nigel Farage is an enormous character. He has enormous pull. Reform's numbers, if they continue to have a larger vote share in constituencies than Conservatives. At a local level, they're the opposition.
I would agree with you. And I also think, when you compare it to, say, the Green Party, which is a long-established party, and you know exactly what you're voting, in principle, you know what you're voting for when you go for Green Reform, because it's so new, that the lines are a bit more blurred. You'd think that the Greens should be picking up those sort of numbers.
Right, and they never have. And I think that's what's really key here. They never have. If those projections are correct, Reform will have more seats than the Greens have ever managed to get. I was actually talking to, I won't say who it was, because I think it's so easy to sneer at how people vote and why they vote the way that they do. But not everyone has the level of knowledge that you and I have. And I think
maybe you. I think you've overinflated me there.
No, that's not true. But we talk about this all the time, so we have some idea of what's going on, right? But some members of my extended family actually voted Reform today. They're all in their early 30s or younger, so like 33 or younger.
That's so interesting.
And I said to them, I was like, okay, no shade, but like, that's formerly the Brexit Party, right? And they were like, no, we thought it was the Conservative Party. And I was like, that's not what it is. Why? Out of interest, no judgment. Like, why did you vote for them? Oh, because some local campaigners told us they were going to cut stamp duty so we'd be able to own homes.
Yeah. There you go.
And I think what Reform have done is run a very effective local campaign.
They've done that with a number of their policies, haven't they? I think that even though the tax policy that they have of raising that threshold to £20,000, even though in practice actually that won't benefit people who are on lower salaries, it looks extremely attractive. And it looks like, oh, hang on, I'm in for a bit of a windfall here. Also talking about nationalising, also talking about student loans in a way that none of the other major parties have spoken about.
And talking about raising the stamp duty threshold to 750k, which, by the way, would be a complete unadulterated disaster for the housing market. Well, this is my view, but I think Labour are right not to make stamp duty cheaper at this particular point in time.
Don't they want to bring it down to 300k?
I think long term we need complete reform of stamp duty and probably scrap it altogether and boost capital gains tax. But short term, with the housing market where it is, if you cut stamp duty, what you will do is recreate what Rishi Sunak did in the pandemic, which is basically create a temporary housing bubble. So people think, oh, I'm going to save 15k, 10k on my stamp duty. I can pay more.
Right. And people have already pushed up the value of their house.
So you end up inflating house prices.
Wow, okay.
So that saving on your stamp duty just gets whacked onto your mortgage. And of course, everyone's in a frenzy because they're like, oh, when's stamp duty going to change again? So people start outbidding each other. And that's what happened in 2020, 2021, 2022. And we ended up in an absolute clusterfuck of a situation where house prices were the highest they'd ever been in history. And then interest rates started rising.
Right.
And now the market is completely stuck. Yeah, but when Reform come up to you in the street and they're like, hey, we're going to cut tax so you can buy a house. If you don't know about the economics of the housing market, which let's face it, it's my job to know, but like most people don't, you're going to be like, yeah, that sounds great, have my vote. And that's how you end up with these kind of numbers.
What do you think about keeping, the Conservatives, it's 425, is that right, is the stamp duty threshold for them at the moment? Bringing it down to 300 with Labour, do you think that's a good idea?
I have mixed feelings about it. And this is when my politics and policy views are always tested. Will I benefit from it being increased? Would I benefit from what Reform was suggesting? Yeah. Do I think it's good long term to do things that would inflate the housing market? No.
Right.
So I think Labour's move is actually sensible, but it would mean that there were more barriers to entry for the housing market because you'd have to find stamp duty and a deposit. And it's just not realistic to think that house prices are going to crash.
I thought it was a bit of a cheap sneer at Rishi Sunak during one of the debates when he said he was talking about stamp duty being at 425,000, and there was sort of a lot of comment. The discourse online was, who's buying a £400,000 house as their first house? And quite a lot of people, actually. Yeah.
I mean, like the average price across the country is what, like 285.
Yeah.
But that's not like a helpful figure, because if you actually look at the places where people live and work, it's much higher. So.
Especially now that you've got that bleed, am I right in saying that, from cities out into suburban areas?
Yeah, and there are really interesting constituencies around London where that's the case. Like Hitchin and Harpenden, I think it's called something else now, but that's a really good example. Places where people who would have lived in London just cannot afford to anymore and are now moving out and commuting in. Milton Keynes also has the same problem. Well, maybe it's not a problem, it might be a good thing. I mean, people being redistributed across the country is good. It's also maybe partly why we're seeing the result that we're seeing this evening, right, as well. Labour actually maybe haven't done quite so well in urban areas as they've done in places that they weren't expecting to do well.
Gosh, well, that's all to come, isn't it? Islington looks a bit testy as well, doesn't it?
I think it could be very testy.
Emily Thornberry fighting for her seat. She'll be quite comfortable.
I think she'll be okay.
But yeah, Jeremy Corbyn's still too close to call, apparently.
Yeah, I think that's expected. I think Jeremy Corbyn is one of those cult figures in British politics that people are very vocal in their support of. But the reality of whether the majority of people in Islington North are actually going to vote to keep him in or not is a very different picture, based on conversations I've had anyway.
Well, I was looking at the analytics for on a bit of a dodgy site, but I mean, it looked all right.
Go on.
On some of the Green social posts and some of Jeremy Corbyn's social posts, and I was looking because the Greens do very well online. They can pick up quite comfortably 50,000 likes on a post. I know that sounds like I'm being a bit silly here, but I was looking at sort of where those likes were coming from, and actually not a lot of them do come from the UK, but they don't come from areas where you could have the possibility of electing a Green MP. And the same thing with Jeremy Corbyn. His were not coming from London, they were coming from all across the country. And you think, well, it's not concentrated enough, is it?
But I think that's a really important point, not silly at all. Actually,
just getting embedded in the likes, you know,
getting into the likes, getting into the data, but that matters, right? I think social media matters, and Corbyn has an enormous national presence, international presence at this point, but he is still a contentious figure, and I don't think holding on to his seat is guaranteed. And if it were, I'm not sure that there would have had to be so many people out there campaigning for him.
Especially when you look at, say, Jamie Driscoll, who was the mayor for North Tyne, and he was a huge name up there. If anyone could win as an independent candidate, it could be someone like him.
Right.
And he didn't.
Yeah. And look at what happened to Andy Street as well.
Yeah.
Enormous figure who actually did a lot of good for the West Midlands. I don't think anything can be taken for granted.
Didn't Boris Johnson come out for him at the last minute?
He did, yeah.
I wonder which way that swung it.
Boris is doing a lot of last-minute appearances at the moment, which I think actually that's quite interesting, though, because like speaking about our politics becoming more presidential, Boris was the person that people voted for, right, in 2019. And like my mum is a die-hard Tory voter, and I think she wouldn't confirm to me that she didn't vote Tory today. I don't know what she voted. But I think them chopping and changing leaders so much was the thing that did it for her. It's like they voted for Boris, people liked Boris, and then suddenly they ended up with Liz Truss and then Rishi Sunak, who, well, Liz Truss crashed the economy, which was pretty bad, and Rishi Sunak, for whatever reason, just couldn't communicate what he was trying to do to people. And I think Boris has this pull that the others just don't have.
So interesting, isn't it? It's like voting for the person rather than the party, because our system has meant that you can actually chop and change the leader because you voted for your local MP, so it doesn't really matter who's leading.
But I do wonder whether the understanding of that is diminishing. Like, as our generation gets older, like I was talking to my sister about it today, and she was like, right, so I'm voting for my MP, not the Prime Minister. And I was like, well, you're actually voting for both, but because of other countries like America that are so important on the international stage, where you do vote for the president, I think that kind of presidential reality has transmuted here. And our debate system, call it a system, I think that's a bit generous, but the fact that we have these debates is quite a new thing. Like when I started working in political journalism, we didn't have them in the same way that we have now. How many were there this time? I lost count.
Well, do you remember at the beginning, Rishi Sunak had challenged Keir to doing a debate every single week, and Keir was like, absolutely not, I'm not going to have time for it. And then they ended up doing it every week anyway.
Basically.
So, a bit redundant, wasn't it? Yeah. Anyway, let's been a real joy speaking to you.
Oh,
thank you so
thank you.
much. Sorry, I've
Thanks.
kept you on so much longer than we said that we would. I'm so sorry. I was endlessly fascinated.
Well, it's a
But
pleasure.
thank you. Follow over here. Coming over to Ed.
Yay.
How are you, Ed?
Excellent. Keeping on. Thank you, Vicky.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. Everyone is calling you Emma. Everyone's a huge fan of Vicky. Why wouldn't they be?
I'm so
Obviously.
desperate for a bottle of water.
Go and get water. I can vamp.
You can fill,
Yeah, I'm going to fill. Chat, I'm responding live to your things right now. Sorry, I was about to read out a message from my cousin calling me Droomy. Thank you, Patrick. Have I just doxed you? I might have done. Is that a beer for... It's going to be Sean.
It's going to be
Even
Sean.
bloody better.
It's going to be me.
It's going to be Sean. Okay, I'm not reacting to you anymore, chat. I keep expecting to hear myself. I don't know why.
Huh?
I keep expecting to hear myself in my ear.
Yeah.
But I don't know why. Because
No, it's
we
just
never,
Sam
we
in
never
our
do
ear.
that. How are you? How's your...
I'm fabulous.
When were you on last? An hour and a half ago?
No, longer than an hour ago. I think it was about 10:30, was it?
Oh, that could well have been. How's
Yeah.
your 3 hours been?
Good. Busy.
Yeah.
But I think we're doing well now, aren't we? We are having a great time over there. We've got Davina De Campo in the bar.
Yes.
Having a fabulous time with Vicky Spratt, who's just joined her. And then a mishmash of other people.
A litany of other people. I
Yeah.
found out who they are. I'm not telling you guys because there are some big name celebrities here. We've got Daisy Edgar-Jones.
Yeah. And Paul Mescal. We're not going to tell you what's
Christine
happening.
Hamilton. KSI's here.
He did say he'd only come if we weren't going to put him on air. So we have to respect that.
Absolutely.
You know.
Absolutely. But he's here. Make sure you tell your teenage nephews that KSI's in this room. And we'll take a photo of him afterwards. Do you want to come on, man?
Oh,
come
that's
on.
all right. No worries.
Next time. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
We're going to ask you again in 10 minutes' time, KSI.
Right, we've got some questions. I was doing this in the chat itself. I'm also going to call the chat like a Twitch streamer.
Nice.
So I was telling chat that
Hey,
the
chat.
questions were coming in so thick and fast that I actually couldn't read them, and it was like
it's crazy
so
in there,
if
isn't
you
it?
want to ask us a question, please go to r/PoliticsJOE.
Would you like me to go get my laptop as well?
No,
so we can.
I've got a doc.
Yeah, I've got the doc up here.
I'm not sure I can vamp by myself.
Hmm?
Not sure I can vamp by myself for another minute, but we can just dive in. Yeah, sorry. Actually, go to r/PoliticsJOE and submit a question there. We'll be trying to answer them across the evening, only if they're good. Sam, you can talk.
Oh, I actually don't know where it is. It's somewhere in there. At this do you know what? At this point, we're so third wall. Maybe I'll just go back and get it.
Thank you, Sam.
No,
was
do you know
trying-
what it is? It's plugged in next to Harry.
Sam has such a background in television. You can really
Yeah.
You can really tell. It's so lovely. He tries to respect the fourth wall.
Yeah.
He doesn't interrupt. He just signs, and you're like, what?
While we were preparing for this, it's at the very back, just behind the chair. While we were preparing for this live stream, Sam's background in television was really showing when it came to things like, well, we might have someone crossing the camera here, or we're going to hear people from here. Thank you so much.
He's broken the fourth wall. He's in.
And we did have to tell him, this is PoliticsJOE.
We don't have a
Have
fourth
you
wall,
not
Daddy.
seen some of the camera angles we put on Ed in the past?
We've pocket cam for however long. It's a shame we don't pocket cam now.
Remember Pocket Cam? That was great.
That was very funny.
Yeah.
We've done some funny shit. What's your best PoliticsJOE memory, chat? We won't read those, but make sure you say so. I was quite interested in this question. I didn't take a note of who said it, but I'm going to say it. Should Ed Davey be under pressure for doing endless gimmicks / bungee jumps when there were clear opportunity for votes in this election? And what exactly can the Greens do to win more votes where most people are apathetic to both the Tory and Labour leader? So, I disagree with the premise of the question. They've won a ton of seats.
They gained quite a bit, didn't they?
Yeah. What was the total they were on?
We should probably not be relying on the screen over there that's changing it intermittently for that. But look, I mean,
results.
The last time we were chatting, I was saying
Right,
it
they won.
was
So they won 11 seats
in 2019.
in 2019, they're on 60. They're on
61 now.
Like, I think I reject the premise of the question.
I think I reject it, but on different terms to you.
Are you going to say this is a bad night for Ed Davey?
No. I'm not saying it's a bad night for him, but I do appreciate the idea that a politician has to do silly things to get attention. However, I think the Lib Dem strategy the whole way through has actually been quite effective in that they knew that they would need to fight for airtime against a dying Conservative Party and a Labour Party that was priming itself for power. So they needed to rely on getting tertiary coverage in any way possible. And I think you can look at the Greens and say that probably would have been what happened to the Lib Dems had Ed Davey not been doing the stunts the whole way through. Do they contribute to... I don't think they're contributing to the 40 plus seats that they've won, which is where I'm disagreeing with you, but I guess you might not necessarily think that.
No, I think it's chicken and egg, isn't it? Like, or causation and correlation, isn't it? Like, the two things happened. And I wonder if... I don't know. What... Is it just wounds have healed since the coalition and they've returned to their natural homes? I don't know. I think I think Ed Davey had a very good campaign.
Yeah,
he's become
saying that the wounds have healed. I think the votes that they're gaining are from the One Nation, Cameronite Tory voter. I feel.
I think they're voting Labour. I think they're voting Labour.
Well, maybe they are, but that is the Conservative type that I think are winning.
Yeah.
Where the Lib Dems are winning.
Is that result?
No.
Is that prediction? Sorry, excuse me.
I think it is. Yeah, it's Ed Davey's seat. Yeah. I think they are. I've forgotten my train of thought. I think. Go ahead.
Actually, and what could the Greens do to win more votes? Where most people are apathetic to both the Tory and Labour leaders.
Get yourself an Ed Davey.
Zach Belansky said actually he thinks in Richmond they maybe were too nice in this campaign. I'd be very interested to see a spitting, snarling, mean Green leader.
Yeah.
Someone who can get down in the gutter, fight, engage in the knife fight. It's cliche, isn't it? But politics is a nasty business. And if you are, I wonder if you present yourself as kinder, gentler, you just get dragged down underneath it.
But you get lost.
Yeah,
you get completely lost.
As well.
That's what I'm saying. Is that the way that the Greens have conducted the campaign is trying to. Can we compare the Greens and Reform insofar as they're both on one particular issue of the main parties are not representing your interests well enough. The difference between Reform and Labour, or Reform and the Greens, is that the Greens were just using that principle as an expectation placed on the public to say, you are aware that these people don't necessarily represent your interests, so vote for us, and we are the left wing that you would have voted for, that you're not getting from a Keir Starmer Labour. Whereas with Reform, their tactic against the Conservatives was the exact same principle of, you are not getting true Conservative politics or policies from the Conservative Party. They're nowhere near far right wing enough. So we are going to go to the far extremes of that and sprinkle in some progressivism here and there. Progressivism being things like abolishing tuition fees or that kind of thing. So I think as you're saying, the snarling politics, I think, is what you're seeing from Reform.
Yeah.
But you're not seeing that from the Greens.
I'm actually not sure it's the same. I think the Greens, if in that scenario, the Greens are asking left-leaning Brits to go to do something they haven't done before, as in to vote for a very left of Labour Party, to do something politically that is left of the Labour Party. That hasn't happened.
Well, I mean,
in Britain.
it will be interesting once we get to the southern metropolitan seats later on and see, is there a reform effect in Labour strong Labour seats, where you're seeing this massive growth in the Green Party. Like I was saying this earlier, I think you're seeing this massive growth in the Green Party and a massive loss of the vote share for Labour. That you're kind of seeing in the seats that have been called already, where you're seeing an eradication of the Tory share of the vote.
Right. Okay, I understand. I'm not sure you will.
You don't think so?
No, I'm going to keep banging the drum. I'm going to wager there was one positive vote for Labour in this election.
I'm not saying that there wasn't.
No,
I'm not saying that there wasn't, but I think there is a lot of discontent for.
So last election wasn't that many Green votes anyway. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I'm not sure there's going to be. It's interesting to like the expectation management, and I'm finding this personally quite interesting. I find myself shaping a narrative or like conforming to a narrative, or trying not to conform to a narrative, but I don't know. I arbitrarily decided this is a disappointing night for the Greens. They've increased their seats by 100%.
Yeah,
it's interesting, isn't it? And like Keir Starmer's got 170 seat majority, but people are saying it's a bad night for Keir Starmer. It's a good night for the Conservative Party.
No, yeah,
where they're kicked into third place behind Reform.
Yeah,
I'm actually finding it through the looking glass now. Like it's very disconcerting to try and establish it. And obviously everything's changing. There's been 11 seats called, 10 seats called. And the Lib Dems have just gained Harrogate from the Conservatives. What a terrible night for Keir Starmer. And Ed Davey himself. That's from Harrogate. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That is Harrogate. Sam, is it Harrogate near Knaresborough?
Yes.
Thank you. I think that's the one you claimed was his seat. Was Ed Davies' seat on the telly?
I claimed the Ed Davies seat.
No, wait, it was up on the telly. It was up on the telly, and you went, that's
right.
Ed Davies' seat. Like a clinical moron. The Conservatives have held Wickford.
That's their first one on the board for the night.
That's the first seat on the board.
Yeah.
What did you say? Laura did.
Thumbs up from Laura here.
So how shows that shows what a dreadful campaign Ed Davies had. When was the last time this wasn't Conservative? It went Lib Dem in 2005, and was Lib Dem in the year 2001. Okay, so it's been Lib Dem quite a few times.
The scars of the coalition years have healed in Harrogate.
They've healed in Harrogate.
Yeah.
Ooh. Basildon and Billericay is completing a full recount. That is the seat where Rich Holden, Conservative Party chair, is standing. He was parachuted in, much to everyone's shock.
Tipped is the first scalp of the night for.
I'm excited for that one.
Yeah.
That'll feel good. I'm excited to get some ones that everyone gets buzzing for. Should we answer a few more questions?
Yeah.
Do you think voting should be compulsory, and should it be a national holiday?
National holiday, yes. Or certainly maybe a half day, or like a nationally sanctioned hour off work, or an extra hour on your lunch break.
It should be easier to vote.
It should be much easier to vote. I don't think there is any use in criminalising not voting. I think in Switzerland it's a legal requirement for people to vote.
And Australia as well.
Yeah. It doesn't necessarily equate to 100% turnout. I was looking at the coverage earlier on, and it said that the forecast for this election is a 54% turnout, which is a massive drop off from 2019. Do we think that making it compulsory to vote would increase that to a substantial amount that would encourage people to be more democratically active? I'm not so sure.
I think it would actually, because in order to do that, if you made it compulsory to vote, you'd have to make it easier to vote.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, the easiest, making it easier to vote, having a 2-hour lunch break on the day of the...
Make it the weekend.
Yeah.
Like, you don't just make it the weekend. I think it's mental having to go to work. Like, how far do we live from work? Like,
40 of an hour.
40 minutes.
Yeah.
So to get there and back to vote, you have to go early in the morning. Getting on the tube.
We've just narrowed down the radius of where we live, Ed.
That could be a absolutely.
There's going to be circles around London in the Reddit later on. This is possibly where Ed lives.
So maybe he gets the Jubilee line and changes, but maybe he double backs. He does 10 laps of the circle line. And then it should be much easier to vote.
Yeah,
you need to get rid of ID cards to
well,
vote.
I mean, the voter ID thing, I think, is... I'm not necessarily entirely against it, but the reason for that is because that in Ireland you have to have an ID to vote.
I think I still think it's bad,
it's always been the way for me voting to have one. So I think it's for me to now need one. Like with any of the elections that I voted in here, I always brought my passport with me, and it was just like second nature to do so. Not needing that didn't mean head nor tail to me. Bringing it then, I appreciate that then it's very difficult for people that don't have passports, don't have driver's licenses or what have you. So I do think it is actually quite an issue, but for me it's never really been one.
Labour have gained Stroud from the Conservatives. And they've held Jarrow and Gateshead East. Let's look at Stroud. Let's look what's going on there, friends. Gain Stroud.
Yep.
Is that a new seat?
Change of boundaries, possibly.
Oh, this is driving me nuts.
Do you want me to have a look at what was the other one?
Jarrow. Why don't we keep talking about
the? I think yes, obviously, voter ID in a place where you've never needed voter ID is a horrible and anti-democratic measure to counteract an issue that never really existed en masse. Voter fraud doesn't exist en masse in the UK. There are not seven. There are not 10% of voters in the UK receiving 2 ballot papers for 2 different constituencies. It's not a measure that people need to make to counteract voter fraud. It doesn't exist on a large scale. It's just to disincentivize people from voting. So in a case where you're having it as a new thing in a country, then I think you should abolish it. Whether Labour will abolish it is a different thing.
Yeah,
I think, because it's always the way when you come to election time and you have a political party that has advocated for, I mean, under Keir Starmer, they've very kind of softly advocated for a change in the voting system, but it is never of the benefit of a party that has won an election on a voting system that is fundamentally flawed to go out and change the voting system. So whether because Labour are winning such a massive majority off the back of it, not necessarily off the back of, but with all of these extra measures in place to prevent people from voting or to disincentivize people from voting, I don't think you can rely on them to repeal these things. You know.
Yep. No, you're absolutely right. It's also interesting to go if, given they want to expand the franchise to 16, 17-year-olds as well, you think they want to make it easier.
Yeah.
As well, because you don't have a driver's license if you're 16.
Yeah,
you got your bloody passport.
If you have one.
If you have one, how many Tory MPs or failed candidates do you think will defect to reform? I'm going to make a request. Stop asking us numbers questions. I think that's an interesting. I think.
Will people defect to reform?
Yes, I think it's better. You could phrase that better, actually. But I think
I'm not sure if it was in the YouTube comments earlier on where someone was asking if they think that if it would be Kemi Badenoch or Suella Braverman to be the most likely replacement for Rishi Sunak. My thought is that someone like a Suella Braverman is far more likely to defect to reform than a Kemi Badenoch. because I think someone like Kemi Badenoch can smell blood within the party, knows that she's on the up and up. She's probably challenging the likes of Penny Mordaunt to be the next prominent figure of the party, to change the party in some substantial way. It would be interesting to see how the Conservative Party now in opposition is going to separate itself from Reform. I think that's the more interesting question. You've had the last 2 years, 3 years of the Conservative Party trying to appease the right to such an extent, and that monster has not been fed. You know, you're seeing it tonight, that they're suffering everywhere. They're leaking votes left, right, and centre to the Reform Party, and they are not in they're not in a position to move further right, because there is now a substantial other political presence on the right that is challenging them on the far right of what they are. So when it comes to people like Penny Mordaunt or Kemi Badenoch, it'll be interesting to see where they would bring the party after that. If it came to a coalition of opposition with the Conservatives and Reform and become a broad church based around the right of politics, then you start to see, like, I imagine you would start to see some sort of bleeding from the centre of the Conservative Party into the Labour Party or into the Lib Dems. So it's all up in the air. But I think someone like Suella Braverman, who kind of seems to be a forgotten figure within the party.
Actually, I'm going to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Darlington, Labour has gained from the Conservatives. So Lola McAvoy has been elected with 16,621, and Peter Gibson came second for the Conservatives with 14,323. What's interesting there is if the Reform vote had gone to the Conservatives would have retained that seat. So not Reform in third place as opposed to second, but if Reform had stood aside for the Conservatives in that election, they'd have very likely have retained that seat. It's interesting, isn't it? I think Albie suggested to Ava that this was 8% swing from Conservative Labour.
Yep.
That is nuts. Albie suggested that what we're seeing tonight is what could have been the Conservative result in 2019.
I was just about to say that.
That was a very interesting point as well.
Nuneaton has gone to Labour as well from the Conservatives now.
Conservatives, gosh, it's coming in thick and fast.
Yeah. And we're not even at the bulk of it yet.
No,
we're not even at the bulk.
I don't really know how we're going. It's just going to be us.
We're just going to be speaking into the mic.
We've got like 15 or something. So we've got like we've got 636 seats to declare. We're going to have to be, I think we're going to have to be quite selective with the ones that we discuss.
Yes. Yeah, I think so. I think Laura's going to come in for 5 minutes before I sit down with Davina. No, for me. Oh, okay.
It's going to be you guys.
Sorry, I didn't mean to shout in your ear there, Ollie. I beg your pardon.
Laura, coming in.
Yes. Hello.
Hello, Laura.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Grand, yeah. Really good.
Yeah. We were just discussing, one of the questions here was to do with the Conservative defections. How many Conservative defections do we think are going to move to the Reform Party?
That's such an interesting question, because I think at elections like this, when things start going wrong, when it becomes obvious things are going wrong, it starts to become a question of how quickly do members of that party, MPs that are losing their seats, start to turn on the leadership and blame the leadership that they have been batting for the whole election campaign. We saw that a lot in 2019 with Jeremy Corbyn. Didn't take very long at all for...
Well, it wasn't even after the election, was it?
No, it was during
yeah. It was during the campaign.
Yeah, and actually, speaking of Jeremy Corbyn, there's lots...
We have him here now.
There's lots of chatter about him holding his seat as an independent in Islington North, which goes against what all the polls were showing, that he would not keep his seat in Islington North as an independent.
Yeah.
But now it's looking like he will. What do you think of that?
I think it's interesting to look at how polling around election time works, and also how polling doesn't necessarily give you an insight into the mentality of people within a constituency. So I think we were talking off camera earlier on about this, that the general public are not, it might shock everyone to hear, are not as invested in politics as we are here at PoliticsJOE, or as you are as viewers of the PoliticsJOE podcast.
At 2 a.m.
At 2 a.m, like, what are you doing? Go to bed.
You're the real PolJOE head.
Yeah. So I felt like at the beginning of the campaign, there was polling done that said that Corbyn was something like 20 or 30 points behind the Labour candidate who hadn't been announced yet. That to me said the general public in Islington North were not aware that Jeremy Corbyn was not running as a Labour candidate.
Yeah.
And as time had gone on, that gap started to slim. And also you need to consider that in those early days, Corbyn wasn't down as Corbyn, he was down as independent and being interpreted as Corbyn.
Yes.
So you then get the weeks and weeks and weeks that went by where he was then put down as Corbyn on papers and the gap slimmed down. And I think, what were we last week? Maybe 5 or 6 points behind. And again, a candidate that's been parachuted into the constituency in the first place, you know. So I think it is with Islington North. I think it's an interesting case study in how polling cannot always give you the full picture of what's happening on the ground.
It's interesting because right at the beginning of this general election campaign in week 1, I went to Islington North with our very nice work experience Cleo, and we went and we chatted to constituents in Islington North about what they thought about Jeremy Corbyn and how they'd be voting in this election if it mattered that he was an independent and not a Labour candidate. And interestingly, we kind of, apart from one man who was voting Reform, people had very positive things to say.
Is that the left-wing Muslim
Yeah,
guy?
he called...
Hamas.
Yeah.
He's a left-wing Muslim.
If you haven't seen that video, after the stream tomorrow, once you've slept, go watch it.
It's essential viewing for any PolJOE head.
It is quite funny, actually, how whichever constituency we've gone to throughout this campaign, there has always been like one Reform voter that we come across.
They're among us. Yeah. They are among us. And we can
well,
see.
clearly, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, when we were in his constituency, the thing that became really evident was that he was a very... Well, obviously because he had led the party at one point, but aside from that, he was a very present constituency MP. We were stopping people who were saying, yeah, like he came to my primary school when I was in primary school. I see him about the constituency. I wrote to him about this. He helped me with that. So I think that kind of being a very present face in your constituency will play very much in his favour. And like you said, when it comes to voting today and they see the names on the paper, I think it's not as simple as independent or Labour. It's Jeremy Corbyn or Labour.
Exactly.
And I think, like you said, that's what's been unaccounted for in a lot of the polling.
Yeah. It's I think that's the interesting thing about politics in general as well, isn't it? Of the voting on ideology versus voting on personality. And I'm not saying that Jeremy Corbyn is a personality politician. He's quite a strong policy politician. But equally, if not more, a fantastic constituency MP.
Yeah.
And I think that is the one thing that separates a lot of MPs from their... I'm trying to think off the top of my head now a good Conservative example of it, where you have a party apparatus where Labour have just held Barnsley North with Reform UK coming in second place there. So
Labour have also just held Knowsley as well while we've been talking.
Knowsley.
Yeah.
So another second place there for Reform again. But yeah, what was I saying?
The MP versus the party.
Rachel Reeves seat is on its way to being called. I think we can expect.
Is that Rachel's seat?
No surprises there.
No.
No, that's not.
Workers' Party of Britain in last place behind Reform in her seat.
Oh. That's a shame, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, she's just declaring. Rachel Reeves, 18,976. The Conservatives second place, 6,584. So Ava's right. She has absolutely stormed her constituency.
Yeah.
No, they haven't.
Not a one. Reform in third place there as well.
very
tight,
close behind the
very
Conservatives. Only 300 votes in
yeah.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Very much following the trend of the night, isn't it?
I think we are ready to throw it over to Ed and Connor from Gay Star News, who are in Campo.
Welcome to LGBT plus corner.
Not this.
Stop with the homophobia straight away, thank you.
That wasn't homophobia. That was allyship.
Oh, poor Ed. No, don't.
If you can't identify that.
Oh, he's U-turned at
That's
us.
a you problem rather than a me problem.
Hey, how are we?
Very good. Yeah.
Having a nice evening?
Gorgeous. I went to see Standing at the Sky's Edge, which actually revolves all around the elections of the previous kind of 30 years.
Oh.
Which I didn't know until I sat down, and then suddenly, and I had a real visceral reaction when it was the 92 election. I was like, I'm so sad. Oh God.
One major. It was supposed to be a hung parliament.
Kinnick saved us.
How are you, Connor? The audience saw you earlier, but
You know what? Awake, fresh. It's 2 a.m., but we're going strong.
Absolutely.
I feel great.
Could
Could be 12 p.m. for all we know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. What have we made of the results so far? What was your gut reaction to the exit poll? I'll come to you, Davina.
I think there's a lot of racists in the country.
Talk me through that.
Like, how are there so many seats for that? You know, there's a documentary on, we've been watching, I won't say what it's on. There's a documentary about Nazism and the parallels between Farage and the Führer are pretty stark, actually. You know, you watch it and you go, oh, yeah, it's terrifying, actually. And for somebody who, you know, it always starts with the queers, it always starts with us, and you look around and you go, what's been happening? Oh, that's been happening. And then all these other people who are minorities are, oh, now it's you're the trouble, and you're the trouble, and you're the trouble. And yeah, so have we had all the populism that we're going to have in this country? I don't think we have, not yet.
It's curious, isn't it? Because in 2019, I don't remember, this could be my ignorance, but I don't remember LGBT people being as much for football as they have been.
No.
Like, when that was just 5 years ago, there wasn't this debate about self-ID. There was that Channel 4 sting on Reform where they talked about the pride flag being that degenerate flag, which I found horrific and disgusting, but as I'm not a queer person.
Yeah.
What has that been like, that resurgence of that kind of language into, like, it's not, I wouldn't exactly say, well, excuse me, the trans stuff is absolutely mainstream, is mainstream is platformed. What has that been?
Yeah, I mean,
like?
it didn't used to be, like, you look at Kemi Badenoch's Twitter feed, and 2 years ago she's making very supportive noises. So you have to just look at where does this come from, and just over 6-7 years ago the Evangelical Church in America made it they said very explicitly, we want to separate the T from the LGBT community.
Jesus.
And then you look at where's the money coming from. A lot of it is coming from America. And then you look at the people in this country who are pushing that narrative, and you know, the witch woman might not say it explicitly, but what's her name? What's the pseudonym that she acts under?
As a author's name.
Her author name.
Robert Galbraith.
Okay, and who was that Google search before it was her that came top? Robert Heath Galbraith, who was a conversion therapist for queer people. You've told us who you are. What's the high school where the kids get bullied? Stonewall.
Jesus.
Who's she set up a charity with? Baroness Nicholson, she's an anti-LGBT campaigner. She sent love to Miriam Cates, who has just been implicated in a conversion therapy scandal revolving around churches that she's been
a trustee of.
Thank you, a trustee. And, you know, I'm searching for the words. I've had 2 drinks. Darling, she's a cheap date. You know, so these people have told us who they are.
Yep.
Listen to them. Listen.
Connor, Keir Starmer's kind of, I think, been.
I'm going to get sued now, aren't I? Tomorrow I'm going to be in court.
I think it'll be us.
I can't wait.
It'll be us, not you, Davina. But Connor, Keir Starmer's been, I think, playing to 2 audiences. He's been playing some quite dog whistly stuff with trans stuff, but he sent a letter to be published in Attitude magazine, that the publisher of Attitude said that he could not, in good faith, publish without some serious caveats. What have you made of future Prime Minister, incoming Prime Minister's approach to queer people in this election?
I think it's a shame, because I think 6 months ago a lot of us had a lot of hope for what a Keir Starmer government could look like for LGBTQ plus people. I think now, especially in the last 7 days, the ear to the ground is kind of saying that people are now just looking for the lesser of 2 evils and not wanting to even vote for him. Most people that I know who are queer today all said they weren't voting for Keir Starmer, mainly because of his anti-trans stance that he's declared this week. I think the overall campaign, he's kind of seen to go on LGBT issues where the wind blows him, and that wind often takes him to the right, and it often takes him into territory that is really toxic for queer people, especially trans. Regarding the Attitude thing, I think that was yesterday, I thought that was a really good thing that Attitude did with that, and I thought it was really powerful.
I thought it was incredible.
It's very brave as well to basically take on the future Prime Minister that at that point we kind of knew was incoming. But I also think it's a testament to the fact that Keir Starmer maybe has read the room a little bit poorly on this and thinks that what he's done hasn't gone noticed by the LGBTQ plus community. I think they've heard what he said, and I think what Davina just said is very accurate also of Keir Starmer and the Labour Party at the moment, in that maybe they've shown us who they are on queer issues, and should we listen now?
And I think the message actually to our community is organise.
Yeah.
Get organised, because the people on the other side are being very organised, and they're being funded by people with very deep pockets. So in order for us not to have our rights rolled back, which is what we're talking about, you know, 20 years we've had people have been using the facilities that align with their gender. There hasn't been a problem. There are 150 million people in the world doing exactly that. It's not a problem, you know, living under self-ID. It hasn't been cataclysmic for people's societies. So I'm about evidence. Where's the evidence? Where's the data? What is it that I'm being shown by the data? If I was being shown by the data that actually, you know, there is a very clear and specific issue with this demographic of people, I would be like, okay, how do we deal with that? But the reality is, 1% of rapists get prosecuted and only 2% get charged. Well, it's not trans people doing that, is it? They're 0.5% of the population. It's underfunding of the justice system, it's underfunding of the police system, and it's not taking those things seriously. This is a societal thing rather than, oh, look over there, it's them. It's not them. It's not them. This is a much broader problem. And if you were serious about this issue, about violence against women and girls, which we absolutely should be, then you would be doing something about that rather than going, oh, look at these people who have no power and have no say in our society. We should blame them for all of this. You know, it's so crazy.
It's well, I think kind of baffling as well is this pitch for an imaginary anti-trans vote, when like there was polling that said 2% of people said that the trans debate is a major issue for them in this election. It's like it's not you're appealing to newspaper columnists and who like you're appealing to. I largely think you don't like if you've got people up and down the country. Like, what's on your mind? It's never. I'm concerned about someone being. I'm concerned.
Oh my God! Do you have a cock or a bunny? I don't know. Oh my God! I can't speak to you. I don't know how to deal with you right now. Can you just tell me? Because you have this haircut, so I just can't understand what's happening right now.
It's so.
What is going on? I don't know.
It's so jarring when you sit down for like a normally serious interview and like, can a woman have a penis?
What is a woman?
And you're like, what?
That question.
Shut up.
I can't.
We have people choosing between whether they can eat or heat their homes, and we're talking about this. This is not a serious debate. This is not serious people. This is culture war nonsense that doesn't do anything to fix the systemic problem. Systemic problems in our society. You know, like what is really going on in the world? The world is on goddamn fire.
Yeah,
Let's talk about that, because there won't be any toilets when the world's on fire, babe. It won't matter. There's no shelters that the Tories have underfunded and made sure that they've closed.
You would kill for a single-sex toilet, a unisex toilet.
I'd love a changing room, but right now I'm swimming.
I live in a tree now. I live in a tree. It's a unisex tree.
But can I also just say, on a side note to that, something that I've always found really frustrating as someone in the media is when you watch these journalists on, TV, radio stations, whatever, spending their time asking the leaders of our world, what is a woman? Can a woman have a penis? And they've got this, usually when you get offered time with these leading front benchers, you get 5 minutes. You often get 1 minute, one question. They have the luxury of asking questions that span 15 or so minutes. And they're spending time asking that instead of asking, how can we resolve the housing crisis? How can we make sure that people, talking about women and girls and violence, how can we make sure that they've got access to shelters? How can we make sure there's enough shelters? For example, that's just one example. How can we stop war in Europe? But no, let's ask, can a woman have a penis? Because that's what we're all worried about.
It's so jarring as well, because I actually kind of largely think Britain, even if I think Britain is quite it doesn't affect me, I literally don't care. Kind of.
Yeah, I think so.
I think like in all these in any town across the UK there will be an LGBT community of whatever size, and I think they'll probably largely be left to themselves. And I think most people think, and also, but somebody like even the most reformy person in the world, like your stereotypical reform voters who are old, voted Brexit, whatever, they might have a gay grandson that they love.
They usually do.
Yeah,
to be quite honest.
But there's a very good chance. Like I think it's, and I'm concerned about the gains, or even just people like children being used at football. They're just grim, just really grim. Like this is entirely anecdotal, but when I was in school, someone came out as trans, and the school handled it, I think, fairly well. I think it was the first time it ever happened at school, and not that big a deal was made. I think now there'd be like, so parents who wouldn't have been outraged 10 years ago may have been radicalised in the past 5 years even, writing and being like, asking these horrific personal questions.
I think it's fear-mongering is the word I'm thinking of, is because I think what we've seen is 10 years ago this was all happening. Trans people have been around since the dawn of time, gay people have been around since the dawn of time. That's proven, that's a fact. Trans people existing is a fact. But what's kind of being made to believe is that their identities are dangerous. That is not a fact, and there's no evidence of it, as Davina was saying. And I think with the school stuff, it's really interesting that we're seeing so much rhetoric around that, because it's making an issue out of something that's, as you said, not an issue.
Well, it was this, it was this story about the cats.
Oh, the
gosh,
one.
yeah, last year. This was last year.
Complete nonsense, being shared by everybody, and then you find out where that comes from, and actually, it's a story that has been recycled since the 80s. In America, and it's because they have litter trays in their classrooms, so that if there's an active shooter situation and the kids need to piss themselves, they can do it in the tray.
Yeah, it's
like,
do you know what though, on that?
I actually had this conversation with an older couple on a train. I'm sat on the table and they're having that conversation. Well, you've got kids pretending that they're cats now. Identifying as cats. I went, I'm really sorry. Hi, I'm your local rainbow ranger.
I'm your local drag queen.
It's me, Davino De Campo.
Local faggot. I'm also, having worked in education, I just need to point out this story is not true. And what happened was the story got shared and conflated, and then very quickly it disappeared. And it disappeared because Just like the quote that's on the strictest head teacher's wall from Churchill, that isn't from Churchill, it wasn't true.
Yeah.
The school were like, no, this isn't true. This has not happened. It's a load of bullshit. And that's what all of this is it's just these fabricated falsehoods and lies and fear-mongering, that it's that old adage about, you know, a lie can travel around the world faster than the truth can get its pants on, isn't it?
We've seen...
Have I got us sued again?
I don't think so. I think that's fine.
I think that one was okay.
Unless, I don't know, maybe the captain's real. I don't know. It's not. Here tonight.
It's the litter tray, yeah.
In prison.
You weren't here when...
I'll have a nice time.
When the exit poll was conducted.
No.
How did it feel to see that tiny Conservative seat for you? What did you make of that? Was it cathartic, do you think?
Yeah, I'm pleased with that. I think there is also an element of be careful what you wish for, because the look of it is that Reform will get more seats than necessarily I would have expected.
Yeah, me too, actually.
And I think that is an issue. And I think actually that creates a stronger argument against proportional representation than I would have hoped for. Yeah.
Gosh, I think. Can I come back? Can I push back on that actually?
Yeah.
So, I think people find first past the post an inherently dissatisfying system, and even ways that you try and make it more palatable by protesting, by voting reform. There was a programme in South Devon where basically they arranged these primaries to choose a progressive candidate to rally around, and even speak to those people who are saying, well, I'm in this seat and they've said the Lib Dem candidate is the one to choose. I like the Green candidate, but I guess I'll vote Lib Dem. Like, it was that, they weren't enthusiastic. Versus I think if you get people to be enthusiastic about voting, they might turn out in greater numbers for, so someone in, I actually wonder, I don't know what the right wing version of this is actually, because Reform are the protest vote in this circumstance, I suppose. But I think if you get enough people, and also turnout was only 57%, which is tiny.
Yeah. Is that all? I didn't even know that.
Yeah,
wow,
really low.
That's a lot less than I expected.
So if you get people more enthusiastic about voting and it becomes a more satisfying experience, if it doesn't become distorted, I think it will. If there's greater turnout and people aren't able to articulate themselves, not like I'm doing now, but at the ballot box, but at the ballot box properly, people might get into the habit of voting more and find that more satisfying experience. That's what I would come back to you on that to say. But I appreciate your
concerns. Reform genuinely terrifies me because of who they attract as their candidates. Why am I closing my arms? Who their candidates are, and the things that they say, and the things that they don't say, but they indicate. You know, it's all dog whistles. We know what I'm saying, rather than actually saying it explicitly. So yeah, I think maybe there is that element of.
Speaking of Reform, Ashfield is declaring. Sorry, is that Lee Anderson's 17,000, the only MP that Reform had? Oh my God, this is going to be. That's high, isn't it?
Well, that's a high number of votes already, 17,000.
17,000. Labour, 11,553. Conservatives, 3,000. That's Lee Anderson retaining his seat in Ashfield, isn't it?
That's crazy.
It's about to be confirmed. It is quite emotional.
Someone off screen saying they hate him.
Lee Anderson has retained his seat in Ashfield. That's a big thumb in the nose for the Conservatives. Labour 6,000 behind. Ashfield, I think it's at a local. Is that right? Oh, yeah. So if there's whoever the Independent is, if those people voted for the Labour Party, they'd have beaten Reform. That is interesting. So Reform have retained Ashfield. They've got the first elected MP.
I mean, I find it very difficult to, you know, I'm who I am. I can't do anything about, I dress like this for my work, but if you see me walking down the street, I look like a fag. And there's nothing I can do about that. There's never been anything I can do about that. I just look the way that I do. And so it's very difficult for me to fathom voting for anybody that would vote against another minority in the way that, you know, and create an environment which makes it difficult for minorities.
It's curious, isn't it? So my argument would usually be, you talked about people voting for reform, and I would usually say you should have empathy for, not you specifically, one should have empathy for these people. The places where they live have been forgotten, left behind. It's been completely broken down. Absolutely. Totally. But I think it's quite easy for me to say as a cisgender straight white guy. I'm not the one.
Yeah, but where are you from?
Scotland, Glasgow. But I'm not in any way.
Scotland has been absolutely shafted by Westminster.
So, sorry, I'm not persecuted. That's
You're not feeling the way I can understand
feeling.
why people vote the way that they do because they feel like they've been forgotten. But right-wing politics has never offered the solution to society's problems. Because what is it that Reform want? They want to do trust on steroids. What happened there? You know, they want to deregulate everything. And what does deregulation actually mean? It means no holiday, no maternity, no paternity, no workers' protections. You can get you know, that's what deregulation actually means. So when they talk about we want to free up the market, that's what they're talking about. They're not talking about we want to make it so that you can make more money. No, they want you to have less rights, and they want the people at the top to make more money. And that's the big problem in our society right now, is that the people at the top are extracting all of the money from those of us at the bottom. All you have to do is look at the energy companies and how much money they've made over the last couple of years, 10 times as much profit, while they're saying, well, our costs, the base cost of energy is so much more. Well, how can it be? And then you're making 10 times the profit. How can you as a supermarket say, oh, well, you know, we've had to put prices up because the cost for us is so much more, and then you're making £1 billion more profit than last year? That's a fucking lie.
Yeah, water companies as well. How are you getting the bonuses? Bonuses from water companies.
You've lost money, you are in debt, and yet your CEO is making extra money on their bonus this year.
Conan, do you think what we're seeing with reform, we've kind of been talking about how fun it will be with the Portillo moments of the ministers being potentially losing their seats. Do you think, can we still have fun with that? Do you think that's still possible?
What, for like LGBT people to see the fun with ministers losing?
No, us in general, LGBT people.
I think there's definitely a lot of fun that can be seen in tonight. I think it's more also about the irony of certain people losing their seats. Because I think if we saw Kemi Badenoch unseated, that is a big message to the LGBT community that her dog whistling just hasn't worked and that they've had enough of it. And I think a lot of people don't think about the real world consequences that these tweets and these words have. You can, as an MP, log on to Twitter and tweet, we're going to stop children being taught about gender ideology. They don't realise that actually puts trans people in harm's way, because what that then does is makes parents at school think that the trans person that's maybe waiting to pick up their child has got this thing they're trying to push on them. So in terms of if we can see the fun in it, I think it's more about celebrating the karma of the situation. Is probably how I would describe it, because I think some of these people, I think it's what I said about Keir Starmer earlier, I think a lot of people forget that there are real world people seeing and noticing this behaviour, and I think queer people, they don't forget. I do. I think there's a lot of things that queer people don't have in common. I think one of the things we do is that burn us once, we'll remember it for the second time. But, you know, whether or not the rest of the population has that, I'm
curious,
sure.
which MPs, we talked about which MPs are dreadful in LGBT rights, which MPs are good in LGBT rights?
Gosh, let's start reading them off. Nadia Whittome. Huge pioneer for queer rights.
Alicia Kearns has pushed for a conversion therapy ban more than most of the Labour MPs have, dare we say it. Caroline Noakes, chair of the Women and Equalities Committee, same thing, been absolutely incredible, fought for an inclusive conversion therapy ban. Not me already starting to run out after 3. Dawn Butler's incredible. Emily Thornberry's been quite strong on it as well for the most part. She gave good answers to the trans questions. Doesn't mean she's a perfect MP, but as we were talking about earlier. Lloyd Russell Moyle is another one that we're sadly losing at this one, but that's a real shame and a real loss to the queer representation in Parliament. Luke Pollard's another really strong one, but the sad part is I think a lot of them don't always get listened to on queer issues. I think often it's also really hard to be heard in Parliament. I know that there's been MPs who have sat waiting for hours and hours to raise something about LGBT and they get about 30 seconds to do it if they get it at all. But there are some really hardcore fighters.
It's easier to sell, we were talking about this before we came on, it's easier to sell fear than it is to sell, actually, this is, what's the stats, what's the data, what's the reality. It's much easier to sell, danger, 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 rather than actually, this is the systemic problem, and in order for us to tackle this, it's not these people over here, it's all this other stuff around it that we actually have to fix. So, there's too much politicking rather than actually trying to fix shit.
There is, and I think on your question, Ed, about the good MPs, what I really hope that people take away is that not all MPs that are part of necessarily a bad that a party that they perceive as bad are bad. I think every single party, maybe excluding probably Reform, let's be real, but if you look at the main parties, all of them have got incredible MPs within their ranks. All of them have also got terrible MPs. This is solely on queer issues, by the way. And I think it's important to separate that from party at times, where you can.
It's interesting with that coalition. I think if you look at the SNP in particular, you've got Joanne Cherry, very quite firmly on the gender critical wing, shall we say, versus Mary Black, and they sit in the same
complete opposites.
Yeah,
complete opposites,
but bound together by a desire for Scottish independence.
But the sad thing is, I think there's some people that would then look at that and say, well, Mary Black is an awful person because she's part of the SNP, and maybe they perceive the SNP as having that issue. And I think that's what I'm trying to say. I think from working in this job and getting to meet some of these people, like Nadia Whittam's the main one that comes to mind. Labour's been under a lot of heat this week, and rightly so. Does that mean she's a bad person and not on board with it? Absolutely not. I think she would fight harder than most of the MPs in that party for queer liberation, if you want to just umbrella term it with that. But it's a hard separation to make.
I'm curious, if we go back to that awful question about...
what is a woman?
What is a woman? What is a woman? No,
it's always what is a woman.
Genuinely, what is that? I'm actually trying to think, what... Obviously... What would you like them to say? I'm not trying to
catch
you.
What's the correct answer?
No, I'm not in the correct answer. What would you be happy to hear? Is what I'm interested in.
I don't want to talk about this.
Yeah, I think
it's not for me to talk about.
Yeah.
Are you a woman, or are you a man, or are you a non-binary person? I don't care.
Yeah.
Actually, it doesn't make any material difference to people's living conditions.
That's it. I think also it's
that's the fact, and the fact is. If you're a broadcast journalist and I'm an MP, the fact that you're asking me this tells me that you are not a serious person. It tells me that you are not interested in the problems in this country and you are trying to stoke culture wars. And actually, I shouldn't engage with you.
Yeah.
So would you like to ask me a question about something that actually will affect people's lives, or are you going to continue being a dickhead?
Can I add to that? Just to put this a bit more funny as well. I kind of wish they'd just say, that's so fucking weird that you just asked that.
Yeah.
To be quite honest.
Why are you so obsessed with people's genitals?
I just don't get it. I don't get it. When you're, a lot of the gay clubs, for example, almost all the toilets are unisex. And actually, a lot of the girls that I speak to there prefer it because they feel actually safer being around the gay men and stuff in the toilet than they do in the regular bars. And so this question just it's just a non-issue. It's what we've already said. It answers no problem that actually exists.
For the majority of people, it is a non-issue. There is a tiny minority of people who are very, very vocal and very aggressive and very, very angry that are very vocal about this and are very angry about it. But that's because They haven't got anything else going on in their life.
Well, what we also just said regarding how MPs can respond, I'd love them to ask, do you actually know any trans people?
Yeah, I think...
Actually, how about that? Do you actually have any close trans friends or family that have spoken to you about their real world issues and have shared what they might? Because maybe they might raise the concerns of, I have to wait 7 years to get the first appointment on gender health care. Yeah. Maybe then they'd start realising this is not the issue at hand. Just a thought.
And we've seen lots of there's been moments throughout the last few years where there has been one person and then suddenly there's been this huge shift and we're going, oh, everything's being rushed, everything's being this, it's too fast, it's this, it's that, because one person has had an issue. But if you look at, people who've had gender affirming surgery, more people regret having knee surgery than having gender affirming surgery. So we should actually stop giving people surgery on their knees or their hips or their spine by that logic,
Yeah, it's always the extremes, it's always the complete...
Yeah, because that's...
cases that are used as evidence.
That's where all of those arguments always come from, isn't it? It's from the extremes of life, rather than,
definitely.
What is the base of where most people are with everything?
Something we spoke about before we came on, which is, I think, relevant here. There's a reason these stories make the news. When someone says, oh, I regret this, it gets there because it's not happening often. What is the news? It's typically things that aren't happening in your day-to-day. If you live in a city where there's something that happens every single day, it's not on front page of the paper. But when you do have this one person who maybe comes forward and say, I have this regret, that's very valid. There are people that do, and I hope they should be heard, and I don't think anyone's disputing that. But there's a reason that makes the front page. And it's A, because it stokes up all of what we're talking about, but B, because it's just not happening. And that's why it's news.
And actually, for the majority of those people, which is, we're talking about, less than 2% of the people who have that surgery, and then a lot of those people then go back and transition because socially they haven't been supported. Actually, if we just sorted out the problems that we've got in the NHS, having those support things in there, the cash report is flawed in a lot of ways because it ignores a lot of the evidence. However, it's saying, as we've had previously, reports saying the problem is that everything is so centralised. If you want to get in there, there isn't enough provision, and we need to decentralise that. And actually, the NHS doesn't have the services to provide to support young people in the way that they need anyway, in terms of their mental health and all these other factors. Well, if you sort that other stuff out, then actually maybe the system would work much better and be a much kinder place for people to engage with. Where rather than having to wait, 7 years before you get seen. I don't think that works very well.
Starmer picks up the phone tomorrow, appoints each of you to the House of Lords and invites you to be in his cabinet as Minister for LGBT rights. What's one thing you do tomorrow to improve the quality of LGBT people's lives?
God, I'd get rid of West Streeting.
Oh! That was really one LGBT person's life.
No.
Oh, gosh.
No, but yes.
You're messy, Davina.
I would, if you can fix the problems within the NHS, which means you have to invest in it properly, and then you have to also invest in social care properly, which in turn then saves us all money, then you can fix all of that stuff. But if you are inviting more private sector work into the NHS, that doesn't fix any of that stuff because it is more expensive, it is less efficient, and it means that people don't get seen in the way that they need to be seen.
What about you, Conor?
I think just from a policy perspective, I'd love to see an action plan on tackling hate crime, to be honest. I think hate crime recently has reached, in the last few years, record high numbers, and especially on the trans community. And that's been attributed by the Home Office themselves to the media narratives that we've already discussed. So I think I'd love to see the next government, as they've been urged to do for years by most LGBT organisations. I would love to see a real world plan on how socially they can tackle that. And I don't think it's a really easy solvable thing overnight. I'm not pretending it is, but I do think we could have something in place that helps reduce the numbers.
Thank you so much for joining me on LGBT Corner, a regular segment on the PolJOE podcast with its natural host. We're throwing to Ava now.
Right, we're going to bring you Rochdale shortly. That's about to declare, and that's obviously an interesting seat because we're thinking that George Galloway could possibly... Am I on the right seat here? I am on the right seat. Well, because it could be... yeah, he's not there, is he? Right, so well, that's why I was questioning if I was in the right seat. I was looking for him. So Rochdale is about to declare. George Galloway obviously just won that by-election a couple of months ago. He doesn't appear to be on stage, but we'll let you know if he arrives.
Yeah, and the one that just came up before that was Rees-Mogg, looking incredibly dishevelled on screen. He looks a bit out of sorts. He looks panicked. It's the polls are projecting that he's going to lose it. We're going to find out imminently, but that would be an absolutely huge scalp for Labour in a absolute rock solid Tory heartland, and he seems to be the sort of story of the night.
He's part of the furniture, isn't he, down there?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, let's see how it plays out. But what we're seeing across all of these early declared votes is that the Conservatives are bleeding votes. In a way that we saw in the by-elections, it's replicated again in a national general election. It seems like it's a historic protest vote of the year of the ages.
Of the year.
Can
you please? Can you please? I can't do this again next year. Well, Reform have not taken Barnsley, and they were expected to. They also, Labour are now saying that they believe that they've won Hartlepool, which was expected to go to Reform as well, which suggests that the 13 seats that they were predicted at the exit poll might have been a bit overblown.
Yeah, I'm not sure, and I said it at the time, I'm not sure where they're getting the 13 seats from. I think that Reform will come second in hundreds of seats. I think they will pick up millions of votes. Let's not sort of talk about this like Reform and not a big story in this election. They're probably the big story in the election. Notwithstanding, 13 seats seems overblown right now. I'm also hearing that even the 131 Conservative seats is seen over.
Sorry, 1 minute, Jack. Sorry. So Galloway is not on stage, and that's because Labour have picked up the seat. There is no Galloway there. He's not even turned up. So
he's responding in the most Galloway way possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So that was so he won in the by-election and he ran with the Workers' Party. It has now, it appears that he hasn't even shown up.
Yeah, well, that's quite astonishing. But I think for him, not completely surprised. And obviously, last time out, he was running against a Labour candidate that hadn't been endorsed by the party. So this time, Labour have put some real stock into the seat. They put forward a candidate that they've endorsed and backed. And Galloway, we're looking at the screen right now, is nowhere to be seen, which is quite an extraordinary way of conceding defeat.
We're going to have some news on Islington North very shortly as well. Keep you up in.
Yeah, my sense of Islington is that it's going to be incredibly close.
Yes, okay. I will confirm shortly. But that is outstanding, that isn't it? That is gone. That George Galloway hasn't even shown up. I mean, when you think about the sort of campaign that he led, I mean, that by-election was a really ugly fight.
Yeah.
I mean, you had him with several different leaflets that he was distributing, leaflets that I saw myself when I went there to cover it. He had different leaflets for different religious groups, and he was really pushing Gaza. He was making it sort of a referendum on Gaza, and he was really targeting certain communities with that vote.
Yeah, and the fact that he's gone like a puff of air into the night after having ran that sort of campaign, he's not had a huge showing in the Commons, but he's been in there. It seems to me that's completely sums him up as a a politician and as an individual, it leaves a lot to be desired.
Oh gosh, look, that's a very unhappy looking Richard Holden.
See, yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
He looks
miserable. Richard Holden, of course, is predicted to lose his seat tonight, and he actually moved down south, didn't he? He moved constituencies in order to hold on.
Well, he was an absolutely committed Durham MP until he
Yes.
wasn't a committed Durham MP, and he's now moved down. But this is two scenes in the last 2 minutes. One, I've never seen Rees-Mogg looking as dishevelled as I've just seen him, and Holden is looking like he's having a really rough time of it right now.
So I'm being told in my ear that he's panicked because they've gone to a recount.
Yeah.
And it's got 23 votes in it. That
Yeah.
could be a Conservative win by 23 votes. It's gone to a recount though.
Yes.
Look at him. God, he looks absolutely awful.
Wow. I mean, so let's just put that in context. By the way, that had even if he wins on 23 votes, that is an astonishing loss. You know, this is the Tory chairman moved seats to an absolute guaranteed win, and he might have scraped over the line by as few as a couple dozen seats votes.
So this is Chessington, which would mean that it's Ed Davies' constituency.
Ed Davies run a fantastic campaign as well. He's obviously been out having the time of his life, you know.
Sorry, so that'll be Kingston and Surbiton, is that right? Yeah. Kingston and Surbiton, because they're in Chessington.
Yes, yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yes, and that is Ed Davey just waiting now to declare. Oh, very pleased for him. Oh gosh, he's very excited, isn't he? Well, I think that we can pull away from that a moment because I think we do know that.
Well,
Ed
there was a lot of
Davies
predictions about how Ed Davey might get there tonight earlier on. It seems like he's walked in a suit in a conventional way. No parachuting in, no paragliding. He's not bungee jumped through the roof. So it's quite nice to see Ed Davey actually being there in one piece for the actual count.
Oh God, he's not wearing anything ridiculous either, which is rather disappointing, isn't it? Here he is, Ed Davey with 25,000 votes. I think that's safe to say that he has. He's secured that there. 8,000 for Conservative. Green barely getting a look in there with 3,000.
Yeah, and well done to him. Like I say, really good campaign. I thought the video with his son was really powerful. He is a real advocate for the care sector.
Labour 6,000, so that's a Liberal
very
Democrat
comfortable.
hold.
Yeah. And I think he's run a really good campaign. I think he's come out and he spoke about the things that he's really emotional about and cares about a lot. I think that Lib Dems have concentrated all the resources in the areas that they think that they can win. I think that they will win. They're being projected at the moment to win 61 seats. That would be a significant uptake on the 2019 result. Ed Davey can be pretty pleased with his lot tonight and maybe celebrate with another bungee jump, another Chessington adventure ride.
What will be the stunt tomorrow morning?
Exactly,
that's the question.
Yeah, we all hold our breath to see.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think he did lose. Was it 2017? The seat went to the Conservatives, and they had to fight to bring it. Was it 2017 or 2015? They had to really fight to bring it back.
Yeah.
Comfortably, he's won that though tonight.
Yeah, this is an absolute. I mean, it's looking like again. The Conservative share of the vote there, down 16%. This is the absolute story of the night. You know, you're looking at every single seat, you're seeing a drop that's in the double digits, and some have been up to 36 points. This is quite remarkable, really. Yeah. But congratulations to Ed Davey, who's run a great campaign.
That area as well, that sort of right bottom of London, bleeding into Surrey, that's really where the Liberal Democrats have been targeting this election. There's several seats around there.
Yeah.
Woking is one of their targets. Godalming is another target. Kingston and Surbiton, well, they would like to have held it.
Yeah.
And they have.
Yeah.
But there's a few other. Esher as well, which is formerly Dominic Raab's seat.
Yes.
Where so that is likely to go to Liberal Democrat.
Well, we obviously all holding our breath to see what will happen in Godalming. It looks like that's another safe win for the Liberals. I've got a few friends on the ground who said it's looking very yellow there. Everybody's speaking about there has been a huge Tory effort there as well.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if it's quite close. I think that Chancellor Jeremy Hunt will be a victim of what is a huge protest vote, a historic protest vote. But unfortunately, it looks like for him, his time is up as an MP.
I am not confident in Jeremy Hunt losing Godalming this evening. I think that I think that might be one. I'm happy to be wrong if I am wrong, but that seems to me one seat where you could actually say there is the shy Conservative voter.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I think it's a really closely run affair. So, there'll be a few thousand votes in it. But again, we're talking about history-making territory here. So if a Chancellor goes out, then that's going to be huge news. We're looking at Nigel Farage on his way over.
Nigel is arriving in Clacton. To rapturous applause.
The Clacton klaxon goes.
The Clacton klaxon. Oh, look, Ed Davies giving us a real speech here, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, it's nice that he's doing it. Then he's not on a teacups or rolling down a water slide. It's actually probably audible this time.
In my ear as well. Ashton under Lyme. Hold for Angela Rayner.
Yeah, there's some interesting stuff coming out tonight about the role that Angela Rayner will play in the Labour Party moving forward. I think that, she's had a really good campaign. She's gone back to her working class roots and said, this is personal for me, workers' rights are personal for me, people being not well off is personal to me. I think that she's a real weapon for Labour, really, and one that probably with the threat of a resurgent reform party that they probably need to harness a little bit more.
Do you know a weapon on this channel is a bad thing?
Oh,
yeah, it would be derogatory.
Right, okay, let's.
No, she's a good player.
Yeah. What about a string and a bow?
A really nice weapon, a weapon they want.
Yeah.
We talked about this on the podcast a couple of days ago, and I got a lot of feedback. I was relaying what I'd been told about Angela Rayner, and I got a lot of feedback telling me I was wrong.
Oh, really?
Yes, that she potentially will be holding that role in name only.
Oh, wow,
as deputy leader.
Yeah. Well, this is what I'm hearing
Minister,
too as well. So probably not getting a portfolio as well, which is I think that it's a complete missed opportunity. It looks like the results are coming through thick and fast now as well. We've got Emily Thornberry up.
Well, do you know what? We'll get you back in a bit, Jack. I think we're going to swap Ed in now, and love to have you back.
Yes.
See you shortly. Thank you so much. Oh, Ed, strap in. We're going to get Bath soon.
Oh, hello.
We're going to get North Somerset. Sorry.
North Somerset.
Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Sick.
Oh, he's not looking happy. So what we were saying with Jack there, he arrived very late.
Rees-Mogg did.
Yeah, I think excuse me. Unless you're someone like the leader of a party, you tend to arrive quite early to the count.
Yep.
Have a little walk round.
Yep.
If you feel like you're going, especially if you feel you're comfortable. If you're not comfortable, you might come in and do the walk of shame, which is you arrive rather late, you don't really look at the ballots that are being counted, and you just sit down and start. Oh, look, do you know what? I tell you what, this is great. Richard Holden is currently patrolling.
Oh my God!
The ballots in Basildon.
In Basildon. I suppose your point about he arrived late. How soon would you get to the gallows? How long would you look?
Oh, I thought you were making a George Galloway joke. I wasn't sure. Well, Richard Holden in Basildon. They think that
I think did Galloway lose? I actually didn't see that.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
Excellent.
He didn't even show up.
He didn't show up.
He didn't even show up.
But he was their MP. He fought long and hard for that, actually.
Yeah. Well, everyone said that he would only win the by-election and then he wouldn't actually be able to
that's well.
continue
Labour
onwards.
didn't run a proper campaign there, either.
Yeah. But Richard Holden said the Conservatives think that they've got that seat with 23 votes.
Jesus Christ.
That's why they've gone to a recount.
So the Conservatives think they've retained that seat with 23
votes.
That is nuts. That's
going to a recount is pretty nuts as well. Look at him, he's really patrolling it, guys. He is walking around like a hawk. He is not happy about it.
He's intimidating.
Yeah.
How are you? How's
do you know what? I'm great. Oh, we should also say that Torsten Bell has won Swansea West.
Friend of PoliticsJOE.
Friend of PoliticsJOE, Torsten Bell.
Yeah, he's if you want to watch an interview with him, there's several on our channel.
He's going to go straight into the Treasury, isn't he?
I think so. I think he'll probably have to do less PoliticsJOE as well.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Nah, I think he'll come back.
He's
I think he'll be right on Darren Jones's turf there. That's a real tanks on it. They've got a very similar personality.
Do you think they'll be friends?
No, do you know something? That's what I mean.
Are they too
I
similar?
think they'll find each other quite contentious. I think because they're so similar, and they've got,
Isn't Torsten a knob? Well, exactly like you, Darren.
I hate that guy. Hate yourself,
Spider-Man meme.
Clacton, Nigel Farage has arrived.
He's hideous media.
Has he dyed his hair, Nigel Farage?
Silver? Has he dyed it silver or
No,
more
he's
white?
A bit more blonde, that isn't it? He's got a bit
is it just a yellowy light above him?
So we were talking a little bit actually about reform. We were talking about the 13 seats. It doesn't actually seem that they are going.
Interesting. I don't know if you talked about this. I might. I certainly didn't. But Barnsley North was one of the ones that Reform were predicted to win, and Dan Jarvis.
Hartlepool as well. Labour have said that they've won Hartlepool, and they were also predicted to win that. So what we've got left is Great Yarmouth, Wellingborough, Boston and Skegness, which is obviously Richard Tice's seat. But you know what's interesting about Hartlepool is Richard Tice was going to stand in Hartlepool. He was even going to buy a house there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to get too niche into this information because people will start saying that I'm a reform agent again. He was going to buy a house on this roundabout, and he was going to cover the roundabout with all big reform posters. And anyway, that didn't work out, and he moved over to Boston and Skegness. And I wonder if that's because they did a bit of polling and thought maybe they couldn't.
Interesting.
Maybe they
couldn't
take it. Yeah. Because you went to Boston.
Yes.
Do you think that that's fertile ground for a reform?
Yeah, 100%. It's exactly the kind of sentiment that they're trying to exploit, as in the country. I think in Boston, more than anywhere, maybe it's been that you can see the pace of immigration.
Yeah.
There's literal, like the face of the high street has changed, and it's different waves of immigration. First there was Polish shops and Lithuanian shops, and now there's Romanian and Bulgarian shops. And so just the sheer pace of it's breakneck. It's incredible, the rate of immigration to Boston, and if the town has gone downhill, if people feel poorer than they did, it's easier to kind of stoke kind of resentment towards those communities.
Reform?
Stoking resentment?
What are you talking about?
Colour me shocked.
You silly man.
Oh
look, Richard Holden is so bad.
That is such a bad. So there's a shot of just Richard Holden looking forlorn in a gym hall.
Richard Holden is having a nightmare tonight in Basildon.
Should I very quickly
Stop laughing.
I'm going to very quickly grab my laptop. Vamp.
Okay, great. Just me now. Long, hard night for Richard Holden. That should be the barometer by which you judge all of your nights going forward.
Whether or not it's as good or bad.
Has it been as bad
as Richard Holden?
Could it be as bad as Jacob Rees-Mogg? I think that if he loses his seat, that would be absolutely astonishing. Anyway, we're about to get to a run of cabinet ministers, aren't we? We're going to have Laura over at the board, I think, shortly, where she can start crossing and ticking off
should we go?
Ministers that haven't made it through.
In the meantime, shall we answer some cues?
Pews?
Cues.
Cues, let's do it. Well, hang on. No, let's not. Carry on, just carry on.
Who's confirmed that?
It's fine.
I'm sorry. Excellent. Excuse me. I'm scrolling through your questions on the subreddit now. Make sure to drop them there. Which politician do you think would like a magician the most?
Would like a magician, or would be like a magician?
Would enjoy a magician's performance the most?
Probably Richard Holden tonight, so he can magic a few votes.
Very
do you know what?
good.
He was writing on something there.
Has now disappeared. Look at
I had this huge majority, and poof.
I think Matt Hancock would really enjoy a good magician. Do you like magic?
I'm reticent to talk about the Jeremy Corbyn because it hasn't been called, and also their team, his team is being.
That's not.
Is asking.
Just
we
can wait.
Nothing at the moment.
We can wait. If the exit poll, some called art/filth badger says if the exit polls are right, I've won 5 figures betting on the election.
If the exit polls are right,
he's won. So presumably he's bet.
Well, what was the bet? Can you put that in now?
Yeah,
Can you let us know if you put
/Phil's
that bet
Badgers.
on
If
and
you
you're
can
gonna
reply
win
to your
5
comment on the Reddit post telling us what your actual bet was, and we can discuss that. Everyone's asking who's Emma. No one's asking how's Emma.
Yeah.
It's nice you got a nickname.
Mm.
Not all of these are great to be TBQH.
I'm going to bring Laura in for a little chat.
Excellent.
And then I'm going to jump out. Okay, so I mean, it's all going to come thick and fast now. You've got to really strap in now. We're about to go full results.
How are you feeling? I'm feeling like I've been on a long haul flight.
Yeah, I know, but I think we've got to come right back in. We've got to get back in. Ed, should we talk about pissing, shissing and kissing?
Yeah, let's do it for a bit. Come on.
That's been your week, hasn't it, really? Ed's had food poisoning.
The bathroom's finally been put to its proper use.
Yeah. Exactly.
Absolutely. Very little kissing been going on, I must say.
Do you know, okay, so we've got Richard Tice. He's waiting to hear if he's won his seat. Nigel Farage, I think it's fairly safe to say that he has secured Clacton. But the real work for Nigel Farage will be when he's sworn in, because he's going to have to be, he'll be held accountable.
First time as an MP.
We talked about this earlier, but I am intensely fascinated by the party being a business rather than being a political party, a political party setup, and how that's going to work in Parliament and what kind of mechanisms you'll be able to use in order to dissect the funding that is being made into the party. Because obviously all of it is shrouded in confusion at the moment because they don't have to declare who's funding them right now.
No, they don't.
They're going to be the new, oh God, I can't say that because they're going to be the new think tank that always gets that question.
Who funds you? Who funds you? Who funds you?
Yes. Right, Laura, do you want to jump in? All right, here we go.
Laura, welcome back. Scott Pod.
How are you feeling, Ed?
Like I've been on a long haul flight. I'm grand. How are you?
Good. I was just saying it's starting to feel quite exciting again with all the seats rolling in now.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Angela Rayner just holding her seat there.
What a surprise. Shock.
Biggest shock of the night.
That's the real story of this election. What are your thoughts and feelings?
Thoughts? My thoughts and feelings. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to imagine how CCHQ are feeling right now with 8 seats at this point in the night, knowing that they still have all their ministers' seats to go.
Yes. Oh my God.
I imagine the mood must be shocking.
I would love to be a fly on the wall. What do you think? What do you think was greater, the celebration in Labour HQ or the silence in the Conservative HQ? Do you think?
I'm going to say it's the silence in the Conservative HQ because I think maybe I don't think the celebration yet will have fully kicked off for Labour because I think they're still waiting on a few key seats. Whereas I think for the Conservatives, they can already see how this night is going. There's no more shocks coming. Is that Keir Starmer's seat?
Is Keir Starmer about to declare? Oh, Keir Starmer's coming.
Yep, about to declare.
Keir Starmer, you've got the monster raving loony party. This is actually interesting because Andrew Feinstein was standing as an independent here on a kind of pro-Gaza ticket.
Yeah.
He's a former ANC MP in South Africa who resigned in 2001. And the monster raving loony party guy has certainly got a number of votes. For sure.
Holborn and St. Pancras.
This will be interesting. I think this will be a real litmus test for how significant kind of those independent votes are. So
I mean, we've still not seen Islington North yet or Faiza Shaheen's seats.
No, I think Jeremy Corbyn is in the league of his own. I actually don't really count him as.
Yes.
I think he's the most significant, to be fair.
Yes.
Oh, 7,000 for Andrew Feinstein. That is.
I mean, that's not an
Yeah.
insignificant amount.
That's more than Lib Dems.
I think maybe because it is such a Labour safe seat, people might have felt empowered to use their vote to kind of show dissatisfaction at the Labour Party and at the Labour Party's stance on Gaza. What else are we seeing coming in there, Ed?
So we've got Conservatives 2,776. UKIP 75.
UKIP?
Yeah. Not heard much for them. Reform,
He's not heard about Reform yet.
2,321. Yep. Wonder, see the Monster Raving Loony Party guys in brick. I wonder what the N stands for. Nigel.
I think
The Green Party 4,030 in Holborn and St Pancras.
Oh.
Who was that?
Who was that? Someone's constituency.
And then Keir Starmer 18,884. Majority of 11,000, with Andrew Feinstein in second place.
I mean, it's very impressive.
That's significant, actually.
It's very significant for an independent, and an independent who wasn't a well-known
Yeah,
name.
100%. Not backed by a party.
Yeah,
Self-starter.
Yeah.
No real name recognition.
No. Yeah, in the UK.
Yeah, in the UK.
Andrew Feinstein has been running a very on the ground campaign though in Holborn and St Pancras. He's been outdoor and
Pancras.
It's 3 in the morning.
Laura said something silly.
He's been very visible out on the ground, making himself known. And I think it's that's how you have to run a campaign as an independent. I saw just before that we were looking at Richard Tice's constituency, Boston Skegness, which looks just now like Reform will win that one. What are you?
So I was just looking at the swing. 18% swing from Labour to the Independent.
That's very significant.
Yeah, that's pretty remarkable. And I don't think he was in any danger of losing.
No.
But that is a sizable dent he's put in that thing. That's remarkable, actually.
It's interesting because when I went out right at the beginning of this campaign when Keir Starmer had called himself a socialist.
Yeah.
And then I went out and spoke to his constituents about that and kind of just about Keir Starmer in general. And while a lot of them were saying, oh yeah, like we're going to vote for him, there generally wasn't that kind of groundswell of enthusiasm. There was a lot of criticism for him, criticism of him not being truly left-wing enough, being too much to the centre ground. And I think in that swing to Feinstein, you see that sort of sentiment coming through.
Yeah, definitely. And I wonder if that will then. So we've got the other high-profile independents: Corbyn, Count Binface, Nicola Milana, all the same stripe.
Do you think Count Binface stands a good chance in?
Breaking news: Alex Chalk has lost Cheltenham.
Our first minister.
Can we cut to the minister board, please?
Yeah, Seán, are you on that, or are you on that, Ed?
Are you going?
Minister.
Which one's Alex Chalk?
Alex Chalk. Am I in vision, Sam? Breaking the fourth wall. Where did roll mic on this one? Am I here? Alex Chalk. Confirm that's Alex Chalk.
Yes.
Alex Chalk.
Justice Minister.
Big X.
Gone. First Minister of the night, down.
Gone. Bye-bye. That was first Portillo moment of the night. Did that feel good?
Did it feel good?
Did we enjoy that? That was fun. We should all get to do that. I want a bigger one though. Alex Chalk.
Yeah, first minister down, first of many.
See, when you said first minister, I was like, first minister down. That sounds like the Scottish Secret Services. Yeah. The first minister's been compromised. Put it on. Come off this.
Yeah, stop showing Keir Starmer,
I know,
future
honestly.
Prime Minister, and get to Alex Chalk.
Tell us the big bloody news.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I'm very curious to see Islington North imminently.
Yes.
I'm sure. And
any minute now.
Who's the Elmo guy? There's an Elmo man on stage. Sorry, a man dressed as Elmo.
Elmo's here.
Elmo? I was thinking it's so jarring seeing those things like Elmo's small. Elmo's tiny.
Elmo's not real.
Elmo can't be big. No, but you've seen like an Elmo toy. That's the size Elmo should be. But instead you've got this fuck. That's the size Elmo should be.
I like that you apply that logic to anything. Like
give me another example.
A car, and you're like, oh my god, this is huge. This is not the size of like toy cars.
No, but if you saw, imagine you saw a car the size of of a building, you'd be freaked out a bit. You can't. You're actually being ridiculous.
You're being unreasonable, actually.
No, you're actually being insane. I don't like to say it. I don't like to be gendered in my criticism, but I will be.
Yeah. Shall we
Excellent. Where is handheld mic? Sorry, Sam. Seán has it. Excellent. I'm going to go to the bar.
Great.
Will has it. Excellent. I'm going en route. What's that, Laura? Hello. Look at our lovely Sam breaking the fourth wall. Am I talking to this as well?
Oh my god. This one.
That's for you.
Thank you.
Will, how are you?
I'm great.
I'm going to clean up the bar a bit. This is a bit.
Yeah, if you could, thanks. I brought something to the party.
What did you bring?
Because it's a party. I just wanted people to know that
you're a PolJOE head.
Well, that I went past a charity shop today that had a copy of 1984 in it. Is what I want people to know.
Do you know the lore about this?
Oh yeah.
Okay, of course.
Yeah.
Yes,
I did it because Ollie Dugmore.
Absolutely.
It's cool.
What was Ollie's name? J.W. Durden or something like that. J.S. Durden.
Like that.
Something insane. That's sick. We'll give that to him.
Whoa! I spent £2 on that. Ed.
Sorry, man. Actually, but you've got a million of those in your flat.
Yeah, I have loads of them. Yeah, they're well thumbed.
How are you? I'm going to keep clearing up because this is, guys, you've really let yourself down here.
I just kicked a load of things. Yeah.
Sorry, that was my fault.
No, it's terrible. Good. Yeah. What a strange evening.
Are you having a nice election night?
I'm having a very nice time because I was sitting over here eating pizza. No, it's not. That I don't know what liquid that is.
I pissed in earlier.
There you go.
Leave it. It makes it look like we've been having fun.
Well, it looks sloppy in my opinion. But anyway, Will, to those who... I thought you were plugging 1984.
Yeah. This is...
to those who don't know, you can introduce yourself.
My name is Will Seabag Montefiore. That's my real name. It's more of a Wi-Fi password than a name, but it is a name. I'm a comedian and a satirist, I suppose. But I have worryingly little political knowledge, and all of it comes from PoliticsJOE. So... If I don't know anything, it's an indictment on the podcast, if anything.
I think if you're relying only on us for information, that's on you.
Okay.
The perfect combination is us and the Financial Times.
Do you think so?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, great. How are you? Are you mic'd up? Do I need to?
No,
you've got one right there.
Yeah. You just can't see it in the shirt.
It feels like I'm doing a vox pop.
Would you like that?
Yeah. How is the high street in your town?
It's full of charity shops, and that's it.
Great.
I never come in. Excellent. Faisal Shaheen has lost the election in Chingford. Sam, who won that? Ian Duncan Smith, the architect of austerity, retained his seat. That is... Wow.
Architect feels like a generous description for him, doesn't it? It feels like he built something nice, but he built something really horrible.
The man who built a horrible shed without planning permission.
Yeah. The austerity, the horrible shed.
You're a satirist and comedian.
Yeah.
You played a prank on the Reform Party.
I did, yeah.
What was that?
Well, I didn't sort of mean to, but I also sort of meant to, where there was the secret filming with Channel 4 that that Nigel Farage said or implied that was an inside job, that they paid an actor to be quite horrible, just putting it kind of lightly. I then did a video pretending that I'd auditioned for that role, but I don't get that many auditions, so it was fake. And I thought it was very clearly, it was obvious. I was being like, if you look at it, you look at it like Occam's razor, the least likely thing is I was like making lots of jokes in it, and that went over the head of lots of Reform voters. And there was I don't know if I should name him. There was a journalist who had quite a lot of followers who got quite angry with me. And I was like, it's funny because I was like, I want to I don't really know what satire is, man. I don't know if it's speaking truth to power or if it's just being like, look at me. And mostly it's kind of just look at me. I worry it's like a toothless endeavor, but I'm wearing a nice jacket and you can look at me.
Absolutely. And you can make funny videos on the internet. And what else is the internet for but for making funny videos?
Yeah, that's you guys do that. Yeah, sneak them in, don't you?
We make jokes sometimes.
Yeah.
We make jokes. What are your thoughts on how the election has gone so far? What were your thoughts on the exit poll?
I was surprised that Davey didn't let Zorb in to his speech. I thought he was going to do something exciting to come in. The exit poll, I don't know. I don't know what my thoughts were. I was just very worried about like the which I think is what everybody's talking about, is the rise of reform.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's genuinely worrying and sad. And I think there's like a real sweet spot for satire, which is like things have to be going bad enough to like make fun of them. But if they go too bad, it will get too sad. Shaps is gone.
Oh, Grant Shaps.
Thank
Gone.
God. It's the best thing Grant Shaps has done is get me out of trying to answer a fucking question.
Does someone want to go and take him off the board?
Take him off the board. Take him off the
Ava.
board.
Ava's got mic on.
How many did he lose by?
Does it come off the board?
3,000.
Wow.
3,000.
I
I chucked mine.
What am I doing
Grant
it
Shaps is
with?
gone.
Grant Shaps is gone.
Grant Shaps is gone.
You heard it here.
Where is he?
I hope you did.
I hope you did, yeah. It'd
Yeah.
be weird if you had two windows open.
That is.
If I'd had my in-ear in, I'd know that I can...
This is so exciting. This is live.
This is live.
Right, here we go.
Okay, so
Grant
41%
Shaps.
Labour.
That's good.
Gone.
I'm glad he gave us the grace to let us have this.
It's good of him, isn't it?
Yeah. That is astonishing. Look at him. Look at him. He's taking that like a champ.
Clapping, smiling.
Smiling, shaking hands.
Yeah.
What's that? 14% swing. Good lord.
It's big stuff.
That is remarkable. I like the Lib Dem guy in the middle
He's just looking down.
with his Spice Boy haircut.
He looks like a groomsman who's trying his best to not be emotional at the speech.
So this is. Well, we don't stop this. This is. We can talk about other things.
Yeah, we can talk about what we like. Sorry,
We can't see
we're
this.
now just watching
we were
TV.
We were just watching television.
What else should we talk about?
So, talking about people were talking about. I've seen a lot of criticism, not criticism, observations saying what will comedians joke about when there's no longer a Conservative government. What do you see the role of satire as? Because I think a lot of like online comedians have made their name.
Yeah.
Or Twitter famous comedians, Rosie Hope being a good example, kind of satirising just being conservative and being very good at it, being very funny.
Yeah, she did a great thing with Jonathan Pye today, saying goodbye to one another, and then him being like, I'm really going to miss you. And I think there is something very funny about that, but I think like the sort of sad reality is that like, I don't know how much it's going to change. I don't know how much it's going to get better, because like the reform being like second and third in a lot of constituencies is like, I don't know how to make that funny. And there is a real like, if things get too bad, it's really hard to make fun of it, because it's like, and I'm questioning a lot, especially with the digital marketplace at the moment, because when you guys had Armando Iannucci on, it's really interesting hearing him talk about that. But like now in this world where it's all like clickbait and stuff, and that reform video that I did was deliberately designed to be like clickable, and then I regretted that, but that's a separate thing. But like it is an interesting thing of like what sells online and what is actually making a point, and whether you're changing people's minds or you're just being like, choir, let me preach at you, which I feel a lot, and also that I think there's value in that, of being like making people feel less alone and being like, some people do not hate everybody.
Well, thank you so much. We're going to throw to
Thanks.
Ava, who's going to talk about Chingford.
Goodbye.
He's definitely held, it says.
Right.
And they've split the vote between them.
Right. Wow. Okay. So that's we've had Chingford there, and we've also had Grant Shapps, Defence Secretary, former Defence Secretary, has lost his seat in Chingford. Faiza Shaheen has not won. She was the independent candidate after Labour. Labour deselected her. She was originally the candidate, and then she was deselected in quite a spectacular fashion a couple of weeks ago. It seems that Ian Duncan Smith has won. Faiza Shaheen and the Labour candidate have split the vote between the two of them, and that means IDS has held. What do you make of it, Matt?
Well, it's interesting. I didn't know whether some of the support was overblown, but you've got 12,000 there for the Labour candidate, 12,000 for Faiza Shaheen, and Ian Duncan Smith on 17,000.
Wow.
So it goes to show the support that went into Faiza and her campaign. I don't know. I think if I look at that at face value, sometimes there's justice in the world. Even minor bits of it. I think the way that she was treated was disgusting. Nothing short of disgusting. I've nothing personally against the Labour candidate, but you know, to make such a late decision like that over spurious allegations, and you know, it was a blatant stitch up. It's the way it works. But you know, I imagine Labour will blame her for standing as an independent. She'll say, you know, I should have been the candidate.
Yeah, absolutely. But then if you look towards 2019, when Faiza Shaheen was the Labour candidate, she had 22,219 votes. Ian Duncan Smith just pipped her to it with 23,481. I mean, that is so close, so tight. If you were strategising there, you would want to keep Faiza Shaheen in place, because you would, I imagine, you would think, well, if she nearly did it then, she probably would do it this time.
Yeah, and if you didn't want it, you wouldn't have selected her in the first place. You know, she was clearly very popular locally, both within the Labour membership and the local area. But this stunk, I think, of people drunk on power, at having, you know, won their faction of the party back. I think a lot of the late selections we saw were quite controversial, going to people that, you know, it wasn't necessarily expected. And yeah, no, Labour have cost themselves a seat there through, you know, poor political management, poor political strategy as well, I would say.
I think it's actually astonishing that Grant Shapps has lost his seat there in Welwyn Hatfield. I mean, that is nuts. He had 33% of the vote there, Labour 41% of the vote.
It's a huge thing.
I mean, that's...
And he's going to be gutted, because he was obviously going to plan a leadership bid, and that's now going to go straight in the bin.
Well, because that's the next part of the story, isn't it? Is that all of them were hoping to launch a leadership bid. That's the big story with Kemi Badenoch. If she doesn't hold that seat, she won't be able to run to be leader.
Yeah, and you're looking at a position of, I think the way it is playing out, the exit poll is overestimating Conservative support as well as Reform support. I see that it's now been rolled back. Reform may only get 4 seats rather than the 13 that they first thought. And I think it's actually underestimating the Liberal and Labour gains. I think that Labour could quite easily hit 420 here. So it becomes a question of who's left for the Conservatives to make up any sort of leadership challenge. Priti Patel may get her day, Suella Braverman the same. Again, conversations will continue about Nigel Farage, depending on who wins that leadership and whether there becomes a co-opting of both parties, and then that opens up the door to maybe him challenging somebody. There's a lot to play.
What do you think the thought process will be behind the Chingford? Well, you could call it a loss there, a non-gain there. Do you think that there'll be anyone who's particularly bothered inside Labour, or do you think they already knew that that was a seat they were willing to sacrifice?
No, I don't think so. I think, you know, from conversations I'd heard in the Labour Party, they knew they were going to win, so therefore they swapped in somebody they wanted. Pfizer has sort of cost them that. I imagine in certain Labour circles this is Pfizer's fault. She split the vote and allowed a Tory in. You know, really, she was the Labour candidate up until the last minute, and therefore, you know, she should have been really likely the MP. So, yeah, they'll blame her if Jeremy wins tonight. You know, he's a splitter or whatever. I think at times the Labour Party has shown a lack of political nous and a naivety on how to deal with certainly MPs or prospective candidates on the left. And probably just assuming we'll get a big majority, it won't really matter.
Well, that was the argument, wasn't it? Was that Faiza Shaheen was making jokes that she was the last socialist to be selected by the Labour Party, and she wasn't exactly quiet about the fact that she was planning to be a disruptor when she was in the House of Commons. Perhaps that pushed them towards the deselection.
Yeah, I think she has since conceded she was probably a bit naive. And I think with politics, you've got to play the game. And, you know, there may be things that you should or shouldn't be tweeting, because you have to think about how it may be perceived or how somebody could catch you out. And, it shouldn't be like that, but it is, unfortunately. So yeah, her going around saying that isn't going to help. From my understanding, she wasn't meant to win. I imagine there was supposed to be another candidate in the first instance, and I think she would have been somebody that would have stood up tall and said what she felt, and that would have made life awkward for the Labour Party. So, I think for them it was a quick fix, but it's not worked out.
Well, Matt, thank you very much.
No problem.
Back with you. I don't doubt, but for now, over to Ed.
Hello, everybody. Are you coming with me? I wasn't sure. No. I was like, I've got nothing. What? I also didn't have my in-ear thing in. So, my mistake. You were right. I was dismissive of your...
Resistant to wear these. These are awful.
Yeah, I know, right?
These are really horrible to wear. Imagine just having someone's finger in your ear for 5 hours.
Like a wet willy.
Not even that.
That's what they call it, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's like there's lubrication at least.
Yeah.
This is going in dry.
Yeah, well, that's the problem, isn't it?
Absolutely. They didn't get us lube for our ears.
Yeah. Could someone come and moisten my ear?
Holy shit. Isn't it? I think the audience are so right. We kind of go into pretend presenter mode, like you had a really like cerebral discussion with Matt, and like we can have really high-minded conversations with other people, but we bring out the worst in each other or the best. And I think that's what makes this podcast so special.
What do you think is your best?
Is my best?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Because I don't know if I prefer the. Oh, have we put the cabinet ministers on the front of the desk?
Yeah.
Who else is there?
Grant Shapps and Alex Chalk.
Goodness gracious. Oh, do you know what I wanted to talk to you about?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go on.
Just while it's still in my mind, Tom Harwood tweeted, IDS retaining Chingford is like a reverse Portillo moment. Because he was happy about it.
Why is it a reverse Portillo moment?
Because it's high profile.
Is IDS like Portillo?
I don't know, it just made me laugh. It's not deep.
No. No, I think it's funny, but I'm just totally perplexed by his maths there. Gosh, this is absolutely outstanding, isn't it? I mean, Grant Shapps, Defence Secretary.
The country is defenceless, actually, at the moment.
What are we going to do?
What we're going to do is Putin's going to strike.
What happens? Do you know, I'll be really annoyed about that because I like where I live because it's near the epicentre of if a nuclear bomb were to hit London.
So you think that's good?
Actually, would we be nearer to Charing Cross here or where I live?
No way.
Wow.
Mary Black has lost.
No, she didn't stand.
Oh,
but her seat has gone to Labour.
Sorry, okay, at least you don't care. Oh, sorry.
Ed Campbell, everybody.
Hey. Stop laughing at me.
Mary Black's old seat, vacated seat, has gone to Labour.
Vacated seat, which only...
What? What are you laughing at?
Only went in 20.
Say it on the mic. Come on.
15. No,
come on in.
They're not big enough or brave enough. So
look at him, he's walked away like something.
Labour making
scurried away like a little rat.
Gains in Scotland at the moment. What were we talking about there before I was so rudely laughed at?
You could... Tories gains in Leicester East. Okay.
There's too many seats. This is absurd.
We should cut that down, shouldn't we? We should slim
three
that.
seats.
Just 3 seats. That's all we need.
Absolutely.
Can you imagine the chaos if we have proportional representation at the next election?
Why would that be? Why?
Because, well, for one, reform right up the rear of Labour in a very many number of seats.
Yeah.
Right, so the GSN representative has laughed at that.
They did.
For
She's
God's sake.
They did. Yeah. They did.
Reform. Well, I don't even want to say. Reform firmly on the tail? What would you like?
Wanking off. They're wanking off Labour.
Reform are firmly cupping the balls of Labour. Do you know what this is?
Reform rimming Labour.
Oh my God! Stuck there for ages with it as well. Reform are the jockstrap of Labour.
The novelty jockstrap.
Yeah. Reform milking the Labour Party.
God's sake.
Keir Starmer held his seat. Was that?
Speaking of rusty trombones.
That was wild.
Isn't that? That's fine.
No, I know. It's fine.
There's a rumour about someone's brother at school that like that's what he liked, but the boy in question was about 16, so I just don't believe that.
Right.
I don't believe he was sexually adventurous enough.
What, to like a rusty trombone?
Yeah, I don't believe that.
What were you doing at 16?
Not getting rusty trombones, and I was missing out.
Lying flat. Anyway, so where were we?
It's so weird having this. We've got like a large crew here tonight. They're all looking at us.
I know.
They're
just sitting there waiting for the milking joke. So like,
yeah, and they're like, oh, this is why we're here.
Say it again, Ava. Say they're
that's
cupping the balls
Corbyn.
again, Ava. Oh, here we go.
Live for Islington North.
Islington North. Here we go.
Islington North.
Corbyn's
Holy.
Corbyn's team have refused to give any hint about what.
Who looks?
Is pretty
Corbyn
tight
looks
there apparently.
Tense, I would say. I would agree with that, Torbs.
It has been declared by a couple of people, but the Corbyn's team have refused to give any.
Lib
okay,
Dems,
here we go.
1661.
This is extremely tense, isn't it? Jeremy
He's
Corbyn has
smiling.
got on a similar suit to what Mayor of London Sadiq Khan
Yeah,
wore
a
on
nicer
the
suit,
day
actually, I
after
would
he
say.
won.
I prefer that shade of green.
It's less of a linen, though, isn't it? It's more
It's
of
more a classic
That's
suit.
a thicker cotton, that.
Going into our menswear guy.
It's more
era.
tightly weaved, that. It's got a lovely
Looks
white
smart.
rosette on.
Nice glasses.
Yeah, they're bifocals, Corbyn, aren't they?
Really?
Always, yeah.
That was more Corbyn facts.
Well, what else would you like to know?
Well, 24,120 for Jeremy Corbyn.
Oh, God. Here we go. Is that Labour declaring?
No.
Conservative. They know what we want
Karen
here, don't they?
Harris.
1950 for Conservative.
Yep.
32
For Paul Jostling.
God, bloody hell, Paul. Christ, it's not even getting your deposit back. That's like...
32 is like, but how's that? See,
That's negative
well, I still think
deposit.
that's quite admirable. Getting that many people to vote for
32
you.
votes.
I can do that.
I've got more members of my family. Green, 2,660. If I got 32 votes in an election...
What would you do?
Well, I couldn't say on here, could I? I think we know what I'd do. See, it's been very tight this entire time. This is why Corbyn's team have not wanted to declare it.
They've just zoomed into Corbyn.
It's extraordinarily tight. If it's a very small margin, Labour will probably call for a recount. 16,000 for Praffle.
Jeremy Corbyn
Corbyn's won.
retains Islington North. Well, Labour lose.
Labour
Islington
have
North.
lost the seat.
Jeremy Corbyn will be
It's gone to
the
independent
MP.
candidate
That's majority
Jeremy
about 8,000? Sorry, way off.
7,000 majority.
What a turnout of 68%.
Gosh, turnout's been very low, hasn't it, this year?
So what does this mean for Count Binface?
He didn't run in that seat, did he?
No, I know. I've been doing a thing where I pretend all the independents are on the same slate.
Did Count Binface, is he running in North Allerton?
Yeah, he sure is.
With Rishi Sunak?
Gosh, that's...
Well, Jeremy Corbyn, 5 more years.
5 more years. You'd be an old man then.
Praffle Nagant, he was a council leader, thought quite unfairly parachuted into that seat. That's a very difficult seat
That is
to
a poison
fight.
chalice.
It is, yeah.
But what does he get in return for this, to be fair?
And then the campaign has been marred with accusations of, aggression, actually. There was a story I was following up on a couple of days ago. One girl reporting to the police, she claimed that she had been punched in the chest by a man brandishing Labour pamphlets. Oh, we're going to Nigel Farage now.
Gosh, Clacton, Nigel Farage.
My God, that Labour candidate is well dressed, isn't he? Let me talk you through what he's wearing. He's wearing a beautiful.
Oh no, we've gone to the
beige
presiding
suit
officer.
here.
Boo!
He's wearing a beautiful beige
They're
suit.
standing
and he's
so
got a
far off to the sides.
wonderfully similarly
Those people.
coloured sweater. What's that?
Matt, you're spoiling it for us.
Can you say that again?
I don't think
What did he say?
Liz Truss might have come third.
Might have come third.
Matt, you're
Well.
spoiling it, because if that's not true, that's good.
Well, there were 3 of us in this marriage.
I don't think we can say Matt's the third person in politics.
No, Boris
to be fair.
Johnson, Liz Truss, and Rishi Sunak. You see,
21,000 votes for
21,000
Farage.
for Nigel Farage.
That's the one, Matt.
Huh? Jonathan Ashworth's gone. Who said that?
Matt.
Okay, well.
I think that I think that's detrimental to our coverage. to be honest.
Good gracious. Oh, he's comfortable here, isn't he, Big Nige? He's comfortable. Well, we've got Labour 7,000. Oh.
I reckon.
Sorry, we should probably tell you. Nigel Farage, 21,000 votes. Labour, 7,448. We're waiting on the Conservative count. UKIP, 116. Oh, Andrew Pemberton. Maybe next time, sweetheart. Weren't quite racist enough. Giles Watling. Wow. Giles Watling, 12,820 to Nigel Farage's 21,225.
Elected as an MP the 8th time trying.
So that means, but also, you know, what we originally were talking about with the 13 seats that were predicted from the exit poll was that, you know, we'd be hearing from him quite often at Prime Minister's questions. And it doesn't look like Reform have gained enough seats to achieve that slot. It looks like, anyway. You know, I mean, they've now got 2 MPs. Potentially they might get another 2. That 13 seats seems like it was way overblown.
It does at the moment. We still have a ton to go, to be fair. As interesting as it is, he's been kind of, he has tried to define the election, and I think he has defined the election in a lot of ways. What do you think? Will Clacton be well served?
By Nigel Farage?
Yeah.
Well, it's difficult, isn't it? Because because the party isn't large enough to enact any sort of seismic change. So a lot of the policies that he's going after are, you know, things like raising the tax threshold to £20,000. He also wants to do more oil and gas licenses. He wants to go after the shale gas. You know, all of these sorts of policies would be very difficult to, you know, you can protest them while you're in the chamber in the House of Commons, but without a party behind you, where does it leave you? Look, the Conservatives might be so embittered by the end of this evening that they might beg him to come over.
Is it actually as well? What's really good for the people of Clacton is that actually cause they might not have as many MPs, so he'll actually have a lot of time to get on with constituency business. So he'll be like really gunning for the area that he said, what was it, who would want to spend all the Fridays in Clacton?
Do you know something?
They'll be delighted.
Jonathan Ashworth has lost his seat in Leicester South.
Really?
That is a Labour frontbencher who has lost his seat.
To who?
Goodness gracious. Jonathan Ashworth has lost it to the independent candidate.
No way.
He has indeed. He's lost it. Wow. Gosh. That's shocking, isn't it?
Where are you seeing that? Just so I can...
He's lost by 1,000 votes. That is outstanding.
That is nuts.
That's shocking because Jonathan Ashworth really is a part of the furniture with Labour.
Maybe that's the Portillo moment.
That's the reverse Portillo moment, is it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Anyway, gang, do you want to like put in a couple of questions or put in a couple of comments? What do you think about Nigel Farage winning? Did you expect it? Jonathan Ashworth losing his seat? I didn't expect that.
What is Labour's stance on Nunu? That's not really been covered in the...
On Nunu?
Yeah.
Do you know the conversation about muumuus?
Muumuus?
Yeah.
No.
They're sort of like a night dress.
A muumuu?
Yeah.
What is that?
So, like, a muumuu is what you want to wear if Nunu.
Oh, is it like lingerie?
No, it's like a dirty kind of t-shirt sort of night dress.
Oh.
Yeah. But apparently men like it.
What?
Yeah.
How do you spell muumuu?
Phonetic.
Muumuu dress.
Yeah, search it with TikTok.
Oh, do you mean night dress like a gown?
But what do you think I mean? Like,
I
no, not like a slip. It's not sexy.
That's what I thought you meant. I thought you meant like...
It's not sexy.
Pyjamas is what I thought you meant.
Jem can't conceive of it. All women are sexy to me.
Jem's never seen a woman that he hasn't found attractive.
Oh, Saffron Walden, we're about to get that as well. That's Kemi Badenoch. So Kemi Badenoch in Saffron Walden, that has been marred in controversy because...
Yeah, she's won.
Oh, she has won.
She's won.
She was concerned because 2,500 postal votes did not turn up. And there was some discrepancy over whether there would have to be a recount, which would mean another by-election.
So the independent candidate who defeated Jonathan Ashworth ran on policies of nationalisation, a wealth tax and pro-Palestine.
You're joking.
Gosh, that is...
You're joking.
That is a bloody
Jonathan
nose.
Ashworth was beaten by a pro-Palestine candidate.
That is a bloody nose. Question for you, Ava.
So that's two Labour. Well, I mean, I think you can count Chingford as a Labour loss because they should have had that seat. You compile both of those, the independent candidate there and the Labour candidate, and you would have beaten.
God, that's interesting, isn't it? Do you think Nigel Farage will be the next Dennis Skinner in terms of outbursts and insults in the Commons?
Wash your mouth out talking about Dennis Skinner like that. What's your problem? Who said that?
The beast of Bolsover.
Come to Exmouth Market right now.
The cock of Clacton.
Outside right now. Talking about Dennis Skinner like that. Filth.
Who's that? Oh no, sorry, I'm scrolling up. Sorry, guys,
I just think that is absolutely shocking.
Yeah.
The shadow Work and Pensions Secretary lost his seat. He has been part of the furniture with Labour.
1,000 votes.
That is astonishing.
Oh, that is insane, isn't it?
My God. Be interesting to see what happens in Wes Streeting's seat, won't it?
Yes, that's actually. I really do wonder that now. That will be huge if that's a scalp.
Yeah, that will be. She might have taken. Well, you just don't know, do you?
No,
she might have taken a number of votes away from him.
Because Weinstein did.
It was quite tight there. I think the last time I looked at it, it was about 5,000 votes.
In the poll.
But it's a very large. That doesn't seem very much in comparison to what the sort of votes we've been reading out here. But it's a very large constituency, very large, densely populated.
Really.
Might pull that one up. Ilford North.
I'm looking up. At
You got any
chat
questions?
now.
Pardon?
I'm sorry. I'm looking at the chat now.
What did I think you meant? I thought I'm looking up your, and I was like, my what?
Oh, someone has put a troubling image of the subreddit saying, "In my election, Goon Cave."
Goon Cave.
I think you should go outside, man.
Good for you, brother.
Not good for you. I think get some fresh air, pal.
You got any?
Touch grass, man.
Okay, yeah, it was 5,000 votes between the Conservatives and Labour. The reason that I think that's important is because if Leanne could scoop 5,000 votes, 25,000 went to Wes in 2019, 20,000 went to the Conservative candidate. If she can just pip 5,000 votes and all of those Conservative voters stay true, they probably won't, it'll probably decrease. That could be, she could deliver potentially a Conservative gain there.
Yeah. We talked about Nunu.
How's the live chat?
Someone's watching in Ohio.
Someone's watching in Ohio?
Aw, what do you think about, holy shit, the thing's gone nuts. Is Ohio the furthest away?
It's Ava a twig. Should we do that?
Do you want to? Yeah, okay. It's 24. Do you want to play as Ava a twig?
Are we actually going to do this?
Yeah. Can we switch to lav mics, please? Excellent.
You can't look strange because then they'll all think.
Let's do it here.
Oh, right.
Just here.
Are we going to be able to get in?
Okay. God.
What's the measure of me being a twig?
Whether it lifts you up.
Okay.
I think for your state
I don't
of
know
mind.
if I want you to do that.
No, that's what I thought as well.
I've changed my mind.
Yeah, okay, we're not playing Ava a twig.
Okay.
Okay, anyway.
That's great. We digress.
I think for Ava's mental health, we will not play Twig game.
I don't think that we are.
I'm confident you are a Twig, to be fair.
They're losing that. Oh, someone's watching in Virginia. 2 people watching in Virginia. Missouri. Toronto.
Stephen Flynn has held
New York.
his seat.
Anyone in Chicago?
Aberdeen
I'd
South.
quite like you to hear
Anyone in
from
North
you if you're in
Carolina?
Chicago.
Anyone in Chapel Hill?
Oh, did we both do a year abroad?
Go Heels.
I believe in Ed, Ava is a twig.
Twig.
I can't remember if twig is derogatory or not.
Twig.
Hi from Houston,
Twig
Texas.
means I can lift you up.
Hi, Jonathan.
Sydney.
Hi, Dan in Ohio.
Watching New Zealand. Oh, thank you guys. That's cool.
Nova Scotia.
Where's your jumpsuit from?
I love
That's
the Nova
question.
Scotia thing because it's my favourite. One of my favourite songs is Carly Simon's "You're So Vain."
Does it mention Nova Scotia?
She does. You took your plane to Nova Scotia to see the total eclipse of the sun. Yeah.
I don't recognise it, but I will trust you, to be fair. God, there's a lot of people.
Okay, someone in Melbourne, but more exciting, someone's in Aberdeen. How are the oil rigs?
Look at the Tweed Jeremy Vine graphic. That's so shit. I can't believe that's the level of graphics
What were you
we're
saying
dealing
about
with.
before? My jumpsuit.
Oh, someone asked where your jumpsuit's from. It's very nice. To be
My
fair.
jumpsuit is from And Other Stories, and it's on sale. Oh, no, but my foundation's shit right now. When I've like patched myself up. The problem is I've been going like this, so it's all come off.
Yeah, I'm not wearing any foundation. Someone asked
No,
if
but that's because you're naturally beautiful.
Someone's an East Kilbride. I'm so sorry about that. I lost a button.
Oh, bloody hell, everyone's just naming places now.
Yeah, it's interesting. We're both very perky. We have to be, man. It's
Rochdale,
24.
Compton, okay, Manchester.
What's the Mile High City?
My Liverpool. What? Mile High City.
Yeah, what's that?
What is that? Mile High City? They're watching it on a plane? Are they having sex? Ah, it's Denver.
Is that
apparently.
Denver, Colorado? Sam in the ears says. It's quite good, this, having like a... It's like
Yeah, Sam, say more things
it's like
to
having
us.
a cognizant brain that speaks to you.
Sam, what else have you got for us?
Crete, someone says. That's amazing. East Lothian.
Oh my God.
Bexley. PoliticsJOE.
Michael Fabricant is gone.
Fabricant is gone. What was his seat?
That will be the end of people asking, is that Boris Johnson?
Where are you seeing that?
I'm seeing it on Twitter from a whole number of people. Michael Fabricant.
What was his seat again? God.
We can't see that anywhere. No, I've seen it on Twitter.
From a
That's where it's reliable.
From a verified source?
The Mile High City is Denver, Colorado. We can confirm
question
that.
for you, Eva.
Yes.
How many cigarettes do you estimate you'll get through tonight?
Do you know I'm quitting tomorrow?
Are you?
I know. I said that I'll cut down.
But Big Tobacco will lose its biggest fan.
I know. And I love Big Tobacco.
Mm.
I just think they have a really hard time.
They don't get enough.
They do. They've been really. They've been hurt over the years. What is it, Jim?
People are saying so long wig, the wig is gone.
So long. Well, because
That's
Michael
about
Fabricant has the most
Fabricant.
ridiculous hair, and it kind of looks like he's wearing a wig.
But until
Yeah.
that's verified.
We've got many oil rigs where? In Aberdeen. Oh, Michael, talk to me more about the oil rigs. Where are we? Pro? Con? Can I get on one of them? No. Are you definitely sure? Are you definitely sure? Okay. Wait, hang on. Guys, everyone.
Is this based on...
Hang on.
But as in, like,
Everyone.
have they announced it? Okay.
Okay, right, everyone. Sit back. You're
Pardon?
about to get the news.
Hang on.
Stoke-on-Trent MP, Jonathan Gullis, gone!
Woo!
That was for Jack Pete. Jack, are you here? Would you like to come and talk to us about Jonathan Gullis? Got a microphone for you here. Come and sit in the middle. Come on in, Jack. Man of the hour. Here he is.
Wow, that's a incredible result, and it's not the Portillo moment, but
It's
he
your
is a
Portillo
horrible man.
Can you believe he used to be a teacher?
No, exactly.
It's
I mean,
so staggering.
I've had teachers like him. You know,
Really?
I can imagine him being a complete arse of a teacher, but as he was an arse of a politician. But good riddance to him. He's divisive. He has contributed nothing. You know, he calls his own constituents scrotes. I just think he's just one of the worst of the 2019 crop of terrible MPs, and it's great that he's gone.
Well, he spent quite a large amount of time on various TV outlets talking about migration and not doing a lot of constituency work.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Ed rightly pointed out earlier that we've got a very similar problem now in Clacton, which I think, you know, let's be under no illusion that Farage is going to be a constituent MP. You know, he's going to be off to America in a few months. They might not see him, you know, from when Parliament actually reconvenes for months. You know,
Do you think he'll still go to America?
Yes, he's going to go to America. So you know, this is he's cut from the same cloth as that sort of MP who is in it for himself and is out just to say the most divisive thing and get as much attention as he can. And there might be a slot for him in GB News down the line, but ultimately, I hope he's back in the classroom.
To what end does he need to be on a channel talking about how he failed to do any of the things that he was shouting about the entire
Yeah,
time.
absolutely. Yeah. You know, this
is what gets me, Jack. This is what gets me. Okay, if you are someone who really believes that we need net zero migration and you're really concerned about the small boats and you genuinely believe that that is the root of all evil, okay, cool. Let me hold you to your record. What have you done to achieve any of that? You've just moaned about it.
Yeah. So there's actually a optimistic case in that, which is, you know, if you look at sort of the far right moves in Europe, in France, in the Netherlands, in South America, you know, the far right are brilliant at campaigning because you can say, I'm going to take a really complex issue and I'm going to make it really simple. I'm going to put it into 3 words and that's how I'm going to get into politics. But they are terrible politicians. So when it actually comes to enacting any of the things that they set out to say that they're going to do, they never do it. And he's a classic example of that.
I'm a bit confused here because Oliver Dowden has kept his seat. Oh, excuse me, he's getting a knighthood. Sorry.
For getting his seat, for keeping his seat.
He's getting a seat, but he was on the honours list. And so I suddenly thought, well, he can't be an MP if he's going into the House of Lords, but he's not. He's just getting a knighthood.
Yeah.
So he's going to be Sir Oliver Dowden from now on.
And let's be honest, no one's worked harder. No one deserves that knighthood.
I was confused because I was thinking, well, how on earth can you get an honour?
Yeah.
Can you be moved into the House, House of Lords? And,
Yeah.
But no bother.
Obviously one of many controversial knighthoods tonight.
What was your favourite knighthood?
Well, I bet on the election and you receive a knighthood is a great headline for tomorrow's papers.
Oh, do you know what? I'm going to be Alistair Jack, but I'm going to be awful here, and I'm gonna go on the defence for Alistair Jack over the gambling.
What was it?
His
was quite.
Well, because Alistair Jack didn't gamble knowingly, is what he says. He put 4 random bets on, and he says that it wasn't anything to do with what he'd heard.
I think The Economist had a great line on this, which is that scandals in Westminster are rarely uncovered; they're just noticed. Now, you know, this is the thing. Gambling is widespread. These are not the first people to bet on an election or anything in politics, and. So I guess that the line comes down in this instance on was it insider, was it not insider, and if it wasn't insider on his case, then but still
that's the line.
You know, second jobs is a scandal. We've just not noticed it yet. You know, taking donations from pharmaceutical companies that are within the threshold.
Well, I don't know, big construction companies, and then not being bothered when said construction company decides to move out of your constituency. Jonathan, you have a great time not being an MP anymore.
I'm going to interrupt you both.
Yeah.
Labour have won Michael Fabricant's seat.
Wow.
Oh, I thought you meant Labour have won the election.
And Paul Brand. Paul Brand of ITV is reporting that Carla Denyer has won in
Good gracious.
Bristol Central.
Carla Denyer. So that will be a second Labour shadow minister will have lost their seat. That'll be Thangham Debonair.
Yeah.
Cut. Sorry, I was in the middle of something. As I was saying, Jonathan Gullis took a donation, £10,000 from JCB. Now, I'm not saying they were connected, but just coincidentally, JCB is moving out of his constituency. He claims that actually half of it is in another constituency. Whatever. The half that is in his, he wasn't too concerned about. You never heard him speak about it. The number of jobs that JCB
Reform have won
factory
another seat
provides.
in Great Yarmouth.
Great Yarmouth, and they were predicted in the exit poll to...
That's a minus 41 swing against the Conservatives, which has got to be the biggest so far, I think.
Yeah, 38% swing from Conservative to Reform. Jack, should we let you enjoy your Jonathan Gullis future, free future?
Yeah.
You never have to think about it ever again.
Carlin on Gullis.
Why don't you go have a Carla Denyer?
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, that is tight. In Lichfield, which is formerly Michael Fabricant's seat, the Labour won by 810. Good Lord. That is 22% swing from Conservative to Labour. It's all coming in thick and fast now, isn't it?
Yeah, it does doesn't it?
We're really in the...
It's like most things.
We're in the eye of the hurricane.
Buses.
What, a million come at once?
You wait all day, then 3 come along.
Absolutely.
Has anyone tried the Superloop?
No, get fucked. Have you done it?
No, I think I'm going to do it when I've got a bit of time off.
God, the
whole loop.
chat, you're going nuts.
You can't go the whole loop though. You've got to do like a couple of. You've got to get off and get on again.
You know you're true. Chat, can you read the chat?
Did you? Are you? Can we hear you in that? I think we can. That light's on. Sam, are we able to hear Jem? Oh, he's busy. Oh, no worries then.
Doug Alexander's on the telly. He's back.
Mm-hmm.
Back in Lothian East. Let's see if
Can
there's
someone check in on Gillian Keegan, please? Yes, please.
Why is that?
Gosh, we've really had quite a number of things there, haven't we?
Absolutely.
Anyone else to come off the board yet?
Who? I don't think so. Someone has asked, what was the panel's opinion on podcasts and nonsense? We famously love podcasts and hate nonsense.
Yep, she's
Holy
gone.
shit.
Laura, are you sure? Yeah. Laura, would you like to go and get it off the board?
I'm mic'd up is the only...
Yeah, go on then.
Yeah.
Right, Ed is going to get the next cabinet minister that has lost their seat.
Michelle
He's walking over now.
Keegan.
Did you say Michelle Keegan?
Yes, Gillian Keegan.
Gillian Keegan.
Excuse me, I'm very tired.
Michelle Keegan has lost her seat.
Oh, Michelle Keegan.
Yeah.
Yeah, Michelle Keegan was, Department for Technology, Junior Minister.
Department for looking great.
Gillian Keegan.
Crumbled like the concrete she presided over.
Oh, very droll. Yeah. She goes on the desk of shame.
Gosh,
Here
we've
we
got
are.
3.
This is like
So that is the former Education Secretary.
God, what was it? She was like.
Bridget Phillipson, her opposite, won her seat
Oh,
tonight.
Suella's retained her seat.
Suella Braverman. Oh, she's so back.
Shift them all. Which way? This way.
A bit closer to me, I think, Ed. So Suella Braverman and Kemi Badenoch both winning their seats tonight. That means that we're going to have a very interesting leadership competition, aren't we?
Remember,
Do the both of them will put their hat in the ring?
I wonder if they've struck a deal.
Do you think?
I wonder if they'll be. I promise I will hate. So one of them will say, "I promise we'll really, really persecute trans people." If you step aside, or is that I promise?
I
we'll really
imagine the
persecute
party would prefer Kemi to Suella, so I think it would be in Kemi's interest to just let Suella run.
You think so?
Yeah, because
I think-
Kemi's more. Well, Kemi for one thing is cabinet minister, or well, now was cabinet minister.
Yeah.
She's also very. Albie was talking about her earlier. The Conservative commentator we had on. You can scroll back to that if you like and watch that.
Anyway, because this is gold.
He attested, that Kemi is extremely popular.
I think she's also more palatable to more people. She's not been as high profile.
Well, do you think also, I think she's a much better speaker. So, Kemi Badenoch often holds questions in the House of Commons. She does business questions. She is an excellent orator. Suella Braverman, if you've ever heard her speak in the House of Commons, and actually there's a couple of clips of her doing so on the PoliticsJOE YouTube, she is, I'm sorry, but totally dreadful. She is not a public orator. And look, I know you might bite back at me and say, well, that's really mean. Well, sorry, that's like 80% of your job as a politician is to speak.
In
so
public.
if you can't do it, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know why they let us come on here and speak.
Me neither, actually. And also, when we're this bloody tired.
We're going to swap out in a minute, and Laura is going to jump in. But I'm quite desperate to know Bristol before I depart.
Do we not know that?
Oh, we know, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Already
Sorry.
said that. I said that.
Laura, you ready?
I said that about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, and I actually acknowledged it. Sorry about that.
Look, she's up there.
Oh, here she is.
It's quite boring when we find out.
Do you want to stay on, or would you like to hand it over to Seán?
No, I'm quite happy.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Great.
I'm fun.
Ready, Laura? Here she is.
This is Laura.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good, yeah. Very good.
Are you having a nice time?
Yeah, I am. Are you having a good time?
Yes. Oh my God, sorry. That's so rude of me. I just yawned.
Oh, sorry. Am I boring you already?
No, I'm so tired. What's the mood in the rest of the studio like? How's everyone? How's
I think they're holding up surprisingly well, given it's 5 to 4 in the morning.
Yeah, how's
That's
when
insane.
Seán was in there earlier, we discussed Daisy Edgar Jones was here.
How's Daisy taking the news? How's she feeling about?
How's Daisy Edgar-Jones what? I'm sorry, your question did not make sense to me.
We said that Daisy Edgar-Jones is the guest at our party, which is a fact. She just doesn't want to come on camera.
Oh no, yeah, she's backstage.
What's her mood at the moment?
I think she's feeling quite good about the Lib Dems' performance. 22 seats.
Do you not know who Daisy Edgar-Jones is?
I've just talked about Daisy Cooper. I'm so election pilfering.
KSI? No.
Leader of the Labour Party, KSI. Yeah, I mean, Thangham Debonair losing in Bristol Central to Carla Denier. That's Jonathan Ashworth and Thangham Debonair. That's two big,
serious bloody nose.
Yeah, two MPs that have been really big players in Keir Starmer's opposition. Gone.
Yeah. No, that is. It's interesting, isn't it? Because all the what? Sorry, we're getting a lot of information. Noise, notification-wise, it's hard to keep up when you're this. When you're this. What? So what?
You fired Bob Seeley.
Did Bob Seeley lose his seat? Oh my gosh.
Is that confirmed?
Yeah.
From who?
A Labour gain?
Sorry, was I right about Michael Fabricant? Yes, I was.
Yeah.
No, you are.
If it's a Labour gain, he will have lost his seat to Richard Quigley, who was the Labour candidate there, who I spoke to when I visited the Isle of Wight last.
Basildon. Oh, sorry, this is Richard Holden.
Yeah.
In Basildon, and Billy Rickey, Conservative Party chairman. I wonder if we're getting
another cabinet minister.
Another wall man.
I'll just keep chatting about Richard Quigley then, so we're not just silent on the stream.
Well, we can talk about this and then. So,
okay.
Richard Holden, he abandoned the Northeast after chicken ran to a safe seat in Basildon.
I mean, how embarrassing to have done that, gone to a safe seat, just to then lose that seat.
Turfed out a Tory guy.
That's a hold for Richard Holden. 12,905 to Richard Holden, 12,885 to Labour.
Oh,
11,354 to Reform.
So is that just 100 votes in it?
Yes. No, 20.
20 votes?
12,905 to 12,885. Oh, wait, that's not 20 votes. That's 10 votes.
So it's 100. I said 100. I'm right. God, that's nuts. So
it's 10 votes. It's 10.
No, I was joking. I was making a joke about what I said. Yeah, that's good for Richard. He stays up on the wall, actually. So what were you saying about Isle of Wight?
So Isle of Wight is one of the constituencies that has been split into it was the largest constituency in the UK. It's been split into two constituencies for the first time this election. And it was a safe seat since 2017 for Bob Seeley, who was the Conservative candidate there. Very mixed opinions about him in the constituency. And Richard Quigley, who I spoke to, was a very, I think it's fair to say he was a very Starmerite candidate. He really felt like he knew the Labour lines incredibly well. And I believe he'd worked with Labour on transport issues, because obviously the cost of ferries and stuff is a very big issue on the island, so he was already working on that. And when I was out in the constituency with him, it was actually quite surprising just how many people were coming up to him, knowing him. He's also the governor of a school on the Isle of Wight, so he's very involved in the community. And I think that was a point that he was raising throughout the campaign, was that he was embedded in this community and Bob Seeley wasn't. So I guess the voters have made it clear how they feel about that.
So that was on Isle of Wight East?
Yes, Isle of Wight East.
So, shall I talk about Isle of Wight?
Please.
No, that was West, excuse me.
Sorry. Yes, West, sorry.
On Isle of Wight East,
yes.
There was a primary similar to the one in South Devon.
Richard Tice wins Boston and Skegness.
Sky are reporting that Richard Tice has won in Boston and Skegness, which is up to 4 seats for Reform.
Still shy of the 13 they were predicted by the exit poll.
Yeah, but still not that, like, there's tons still to go.
so true, Bessie.
Thank you, I need all the gentle encouragement. That, yeah, four seats for...
Yeah. 15,520 votes to Richard Tice, 13,510 to the Conservative candidate. And you were in Boston, Skegness.
I was.
What was the mood there when you were speaking to people?
Interesting. I think they just wanted to change. I think they were frustrated with the... I've said it multiple times. I've said it on this very election live stream, but I think in Boston, more than most areas, you could see you could see immigration. And it's the waves who come to work in farming and to work as the cheap labour for the massive farming in Lincolnshire, and people are just kind of alienated by kind of the rapid change of their town, and the town is very run down, high crime rate. It's been what's been the fattest, most murderous. All the epithets that nowhere wants. It's not somewhere you ever. If where you live is constantly being called that, and you're seeing evidence of that, if a 9-year-old girl has been murdered in the area, it's not a very nice place. I think people are desperate for change, and if you can tap into that energy, it's quite a dangerous, potent force. And Reform have managed to do that. I'm curious to see what Richard Tice... It's interesting, isn't it? Because I'm not convinced Richard Tice is going to be a brilliant constituency MP.
Really?
Believe it or not. And do you know what these people do? Like, these people need someone to seriously champion them, to champion the area, to kind of take on, I don't know, the big farmers and kind of get them to invest back into the community, because there's millions and millions of pounds there. And what James Dyson's there building robots to use to use on his farm, and places like these need. I think I just feel sorry for these areas that Reform and Nigel Farage and whatever are kind of taking advantage of their stuff for their own to run a business.
Well, I think it will be interesting because Nigel Farage is a political actor. I mean, he was an MEP, but aside from that, in terms of his role in domestic British politics, has always been as an outsider, as a commentator, as someone on the outside throwing stones. And now that he is an elected MP, the leader of a party that will have up to 13 MPs, he has a much harder job now because he can't just critique, he actually has to be held to account for what he says.
I actually disagree with you. I don't think he has to be. He's still an outsider. He's not going to be in government. No. If anything, it's easier for him. He can do it more regularly and with greater attention than more people will probably watch him as a clip from him in Question Time than they maybe would on his show on GB News.
Yeah.
And so imagine Nigel Farage taking on who'd it be? Who's the Shadow Home Secretary? Yvette Cooper over immigration figures at Home Office questions or something like that, or taking Starmer to task. He's going to get more attention, and he's positioned himself as an outsider. He's an outsider. He's an insurgent in an insurgent party. He's not part of the establishment in Westminster. He's never been in Westminster, and I think he's not really going to be held to account because there's not much he can do. Really, I suppose he can. I was maybe being unkind to Richard. I wasn't being unkind to Richard. I'll take that back entirely. But they're not part of the government, so they're closer to it, and they're going to more easily hold them to account if they get. I don't know if. I wonder if you're turning up to every debate and asking serious questions. If you're making a real go of being a serious MP, that could be more effective.
But I wonder if people like Richard Tice and people like Nigel Farage, as you said, to them, this is to a certain extent a business venture. How interested will they be in the actual day-to-day being a constituency MP? Will Farage be in the constituency on a Friday? The constituency,
which he said he didn't want to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it is.
Because I think obviously like the grandstanding, the asking a question at Prime Minister's questions, like obviously he will be there for that because that is his realm, but there's more to being an MP than that, and that's the side
Surgeries.
the side of it that I think he might neglect.
No, it is interesting, isn't it?
Mhm.
What's been your highlight of the election, would you say? I've asked you that already. I'm not sure I have.
Yes, you
I
have.
Oh, well.
What's been yours, Ed?
Oh, what has been... There's been so many. My 3 holidays.
Which was your favourite holiday?
They're all so good in so many different ways. I'm so glad I took them.
Glastonbury?
Glastonbury was sick.
Mhm.
Euros was sick. Bilbao was sick. No, I think my personal highlight was I thought I was really proud of my film in Boston. I thought that was a serious labour of love. I think I'm proud of it. I think it was quite a good piece of content.
It is a really good piece of
Thank
content,
you.
and if you've not watched it, you should watch
Zach
it.
Balansky liked it as well. He kept complimenting
did
it during the
he?
interview, and I was like, "This is quite a disarming interview tactic."
You just like get fawned over.
I'm not gonna mention the boob thing. Yeah? I completely pussied out of asking about the boob thing.
Yeah, I mean, he is so earnest, and he is very good at these interviews.
Yeah.
He gives very good answers.
Yeah.
That I feel like it might make you look silly to ask the question.
Yeah, sure. Actually. But we could prank him at some point.
Mhm.
Just one of us wear like an inflating device or something.
It's interesting because neither of us were good at maths because Richard Holden won that seat by 20 votes, not by 10.
You said 20 at first.
Did I?
Yeah, you did.
And then
I
I
said 100.
backtracked on myself.
I'm gonna give me more credit because I couldn't see the numbers. I
Okay.
couldn't remember them.
Yeah.
You could see the numbers.
I had no excuse
No,
for
zero.
not being able to do basic maths.
No, God, they're coming in thick and fast
They
now.
are. Labour passes 200 seats.
Woohoo! Here we bloody go. Let's see. I'm going to check on the Reddit post to see if there's got any good question. Oh, Penny Mordaunt,
Oh, Penny Mordaunt's constituency.
live in Portsmouth.
I think that Penny Mordaunt is obviously Kemi Bain not held her seat, but in terms of Conservative leadership, Penny is looking quite nervous here. But in terms of Conservative leadership, it is Penny and Kemi that are some of the favourites to win.
Mhm.
Victoria Atkins as well, according to Oliver Dowden.
Really?
Yeah, he said that. Yeah. But if someone like Penny was to lose her seat, that really throws the future of the Conservative Party, the options for Conservative leader, into the air. So it's a very important seat to be watching.
When she did the sword thing at the coronation, everyone was like, "Our next Prime Minister." It was.
That's all you have to do, actually,
It was
to become Prime
It was
Minister.
a really impressive feat of physical strength. But it's not like the sword in the stone. It's not like
We should select our Prime Minister
by
by
who's
physical
physically strong.
strength.
Who can win? Are you a twig?
Yeah. That's how we decide our
Who
Prime
can
Minister.
hold the most twigs? And then who do you think the strongest party leader is? Like physically strongest?
Ooh. I would go. I think Stephen Flynn.
Yeah, he's wiry.
Yeah, wiry.
That's question, Sean. Is that question from you, or is that question from YouTube? Someone has asked which MP is most likely to win a Fortnite Battle Royale. That is a great question, I think, actually.
Who is the most gamer-coded MP?
That is Charlotte Nichols is quite gamer-coded.
She is.
She tweeted about liking Rick and Morty, and
Yes.
I cringed so much. I was like, that's the most embarrassing.
Because did you see yourself reflected in the tweet?
No, for God's sake. So rude. But she was like, as a huge Rick and Morty fan, I was like, you could not
not
waterboard
torture
that
that
information
of
out of me. I think Charlotte Nichols is actually quite gamer-coded.
That's dead on. It's Charlotte Nichols.
There must be another one. Oh, Mary Black said at the live show she loves COD and arguing with. That was really funny. I mean, she's talking about arguing with 10-year-olds.
Yeah, that was funny.
Playing COD. But she's not gamer-coded.
No,
It's
she's
a gamer. It's a lifestyle.
Mm.
My culture is not your costume.
Mm.
No.
If you didn't hear
shit.
that, Sean just told us that Therese Coffey has lost her seat to the Greens.
That is nuts. What is that? What? No, excuse me. What constituency?
Yeah, I can't see that on Sky.
That is nuts.
Penny Mordaunt is still looking very nervous.
I like the man's chains.
Yeah, all of them look quite.
All of them
quite
look
dripped
lovely.
out, yeah.
Shout out to how beautiful the presiding officers are.
how beautiful our British democracy is.
Portsmouth North declaring Lib Dems 3,000 for Simon Dodd. Mr. Dodd, congratulations. Labour Amanda Martin 14,495.
Okay.
She's won.
Yeah, pennies.
Ms. Martin, congratulations on your almost 15,000 votes. Well, a race well ran. That must be Conservative next.
Penny's smiling now.
Oh my God! No way!
Penny 13,715. Amanda Martin from
Holy
Labour 14,495.
Pen, Ava.
Yes.
Penny was
Holy shit!
Penny
Oh
was
my God.
smiling after that Labour number came in there, and very quickly it was not.
You what?
Wow. Oh my God.
Gracious.
780 majority.
The woman who could
Wow.
have led the Conservative Party, tipped to be the leader, carried that sword pretty well.
Fucking huge. Like,
But couldn't carry
Leader of the House.
Majority.
Couldn't carry a majority, correct.
Couldn't carry her seat.
That is 780 she's lost that by. Look at
That
that,
is-
the Reform
Wow.
vote.
Reform
So it goes
vote,
behind it. Okay, so Penny Moore
8,500.
13,000, Reform 8,000, Labour 14,495. That is astonishing.
That is nuts.
Well, we'll bring her over then, boys, I reckon.
Absolutely.
Oh, here she goes. Good gracious.
I bet chat's going mental.
Really?
That is
Why don't you
insane.
say some of the things that the chat are saying, Ed?
I'm going to check. That's woke up, Ed. That's woke Ed up. Lol. I'm paying attention now, guys. Gordon's gone. Penny's gone. This is insane. Lol. Penny gone. The sort. I'm not going to say that. Penny Morden out. Someone said my friend called Stephen Flynn a twat on a night out, not realising his friend was in the pub next to him and Flynn was a few tables away. That was rude of you. Be kinder with your words. That is nuts. That is mental.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit.
That is absolutely nuts, isn't it?
Ed's
I mean, what is the future of? I mean, who takes over as leader of the Conservative Party? It's just more likely that it'll be Kemi. Yeah.
God, that is really it. So I'm just totally speechless.
Yeah.
Are we absolutely sure? You're joking!
Andrea Jenkins gone.
Andrea Jenkins is gone.
Do you know something?
Do you know?
Yeah, sure.
I need to wee.
Were you asking me to do that and I was just ignoring you?
No, I just asked you.
My God. Okay, Andrea
Wow.
Jenkins gone. Andrea Jenkins, who infamously had Nigel Farage's face on her leaflets.
Yes.
That was pretty strong, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Didn't save her though.
No, and who infamously once flipped off the British press.
Can I talk to you about this?
Yes, let's talk about it.
So I was there with which video? Who is? Who? Are you
Johnny
sure? No, you're
Mercer's
joking.
gone.
Are you
Oh
sure?
my gosh.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you absolutely sure?
I think.
No.
Sean, do you want to take Mercer off?
Are you ready?
You get the order.
Oh my God, he's gone. Johnny Mercer, the Veterans Minister, has gone. He's had a pretty tricky week, Johnny Mercer, hasn't he?
He has had a tough week, yeah.
His wife has had more
Veterans
of a tough
Minister,
week.
Johnny
Phoning
Mercer.
the police on protesters,
The Plymouth,
allegedly, yeah.
Plymouth Herald comment section are going to have something to say about this.
They're going to be buzzing.
Plymouth Herald are going to have a field
Are we
day.
on Sean?
Hey?
Here he
The
goes.
X is drawn. Johnny Mercer, Veterans Minister. No more.
Oh my God. That is absolutely astonishing. Wait, why is Penny Morden giving a little speech if she's gone? It's all right, babe. We've had enough from you. We told you we don't want it. 59% turnout in Portsmouth North. Goodness gracious.
She's reminding them about when she carried the sword that one
she is,
time.
yeah. She should have the sword there.
Wow.
If she had the sword with her, it might have worked.
Oh my gosh, Lucy Fraser, Culture Secretary, also lost her seat.
Sean, get the
to
pen
Lib
out!
Dems.
Sean, get the pen out!
Lucy Fraser.
Lucy Fraser.
Yeah. That one. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
See that?
That is the culture secretary.
Culture
Gone.
Secretary Lucy Fraser. Another big red X. Gone.
Are you going to throw that or are you going to bring that over here?
Will I bring it over? It was a bit aggressive when I threw the last one.
No, it's all right. I only nearly took my eye out. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Yeah, nearly, but not
Should we
quite.
bring in Davina?
Yeah. Welcome back.
Sure, may I take that?
Yes.
Oh, no, we're going to do
Ed,
Ed
do you wanna
first.
switch back
Yeah,
in?
no, Laura, sit down.
Holy moly.
Stay here.
Okay.
Guys, what the fuck?
Okay, Morden, gone. Mercer, gone. Fraser, gone.
Keegan, Shaps, Chalk, all gone.
Keegan, Shaps,
shit, who
Shaps,
do we have
what is
left?
that, 6?
Who's
Yes,
safe?
that's
Who's
6.
safe?
No,
Foreman
and Buckland
safe.
was former.
Dowden safe.
Down safe.
Dowden's safe and Dowden is now a Sir.
That's mental.
Okay, I think we need to get a little bit of reorganisation on the pyramid, don't we?
Some reorganisation.
Apparently, sources
Holden safe.
in Goldingham and Ash are saying that seat is too close to call right now.
Godalming.
Godalming, sorry.
No, sorry. No, I didn't
I've
mean
been
like
terrible for pronunciations tonight.
No, I didn't talk about a Scottish seat earlier because it's...
The healing in here.
No.
Edinburgh.
Okay, no.
Mo guy.
Do you know that name? No.
What name?
I can't because it's going to give it away.
Alwa?
So I better not.
No, say you coward.
No.
I really
Do
want
it.
to know now.
Okay. I couldn't. How do you say that?
So, Lothian.
Yes.
Lothian.
Lothian. Ava didn't know I'd say
I
Lothian.
can't, yeah. I pronounced it wrong once in front of Ed and he ripped me for it, but I couldn't remember which way it was actually meant to be pronounced.
Yeah, Lothian.
Yeah.
Not Lothian.
Yeah, well, thank you.
I just whispered in my ear.
Good gracious.
That is nuts. This is...
Scotland are taking a battering, aren't they?
They
You
really,
No,
best-
the S&P aren't.
Sorry.
Birthday Euros, now this.
They're all supporting England now. They've all just given up on having their own MPs and they've gone, let you all do it. You're doing fine
We've
with
announced,
Southgate.
we've had a plebiscite and we're rejecting a parliamentary democracy.
When Andy Murray retires after this year,
Yes.
what will you lot be contributing to sport?
I was racking my brains actually.
Yeah, there's no answer.
That was more of a joke that should have been at the desk.
That's so rude.
Should we
Being the close run losers of the Six Nations.
Laura, may I politely swap you out and have you back shortly? Would that be all right? Here she is.
Hello.
Hey!
Oh,
God,
Davina's wiped her head.
then I'm
Do you want to sit
sorry.
here? I'm
No,
gonna have some.
let's stay.
I'm gonna get something to eat. I'm really hungry.
Oh, okay.
Hungry.
Connor, do you want to come in? Come on in. Laura, you could have stayed after all. I'm so sorry. You'll be back shortly.
Scared her
Laura
away.
will be back. Everyone gets really upset when Laura leaves.
Sorry, Laura.
Laura is actually the audience's favourite.
Tell Laura.
God, it's not you. I'm shocked.
Do you know, at one point, I used to be like, not the favourite, but popular-ish. Like, people would say they liked me. But then, ever since I've stood next to her, they now think I'm so massive
Oh, God.
that they all hate me. They've gone right off me.
Oh, thanks.
I've got a
Is it,
microphone on. I do.
turn off
If
at
I
the
had
back?
my in-ear. You would have been able to tell me that.
Oh, where's the actual remote?
Sorry.
Well, if we stand next to each other, everyone would be like, wow, you are so tiny.
You don't understand. The other day I had my hands out and then everyone commented being like, put away your fucking massive spades. I was like, what do you mean? Are
People commented on the hit. Oh my god.
they? Okay, well, we've got similar sized hands.
No, we really don't. Look at this. Similar size hands.
We do. And then when I was next to Laura,
giant
they were saying that I could like power half of like the northeast as a wind turbine.
They're very creative.
I know.
Wow.
I know, they were like, they should power kinetic energy in the northeast. Wasted on there.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be allowed, would you? Because then you'd be on shore.
Oh yeah, exactly. And I like my
Banned.
wind where I like my funds. Right. Let's talk to me. What do you make of it? Penny Mordaunt, gone. Mercer, gone. Lucy Fraser, gone. How do you feel?
I mean, I'm joyful and yet still, you know, Tice. Less joyful.
Right.
You know, it's that yin and yang, isn't it, of an election where some of the hateful rabble have been displaced and then some other hateful rabble have been put in a different place instead.
But there's less of them.
Yeah, but they're more hateful, I think. Penny Mordaunt at some point was quite LGBT, you know, supportive, and then suddenly adopted a Thatcherite hairstyle and became... I don't know what happens. I think they just go to the hairdressers and the hairdresser is like, oh, it's 1987. Let's give you this. I've got an entire bottle of inset ready for you. And then they become, you know, lunatics and they lose all sense of perspective about the world.
Do you not think that's sadder, though? Is that not worse? If you once had the perspective to say, oh, I think that possibly we should treat, you know, trans people as humans. And then you go, nah.
I've sniffed too much CFCs. And suddenly, oh no, I was wrong. Yeah, I think so.
She went full on it really during her leadership campaign, because I remember that up till then she actually was celebrated in the Equalities Office. I know people that worked with her, and they said she was incredible and she was like really fighting the fight behind the scenes. But then suddenly during the campaign she peddled the line of, I know what a biological woman is. And then it all went downhill from there and she lost the trust. But I don't know that necessarily impacted her losing the seat. I think what seems to have happened is the votes been pulled away from the Reform Party, and that's now worked against people like her, because suddenly you see her, what was it, 700 votes that she lost by? Reform I keep trying to say reform.
I know.
I'm trying to stop myself every time.
Reformed
Ham. Here at 4 a.m. on PoliticsJOE.
What did I say you looked like the other day?
Talking about
I'd like to
reformed
change
ham.
it now to ham.
Ava the other day said I looked like a pear, but then clarified she meant I'm shaped like a pear. That's what we're referring to here, everyone.
Because he came over, I was minding my own business. He walks over, he goes, "Oh, you look like a tomato," or something like that, and had some bullshit analogy about it. And then I was
just having fun. I'm not going to apologise for that.
And
then she clarified, no, shaped like a pear across the office once I'd gone and sat back down.
But you can imagine when he sat down, that's when I saw it.
I expanded. It's been said before.
No, I'm joking. I wouldn't say it if I meant it.
Yeah, you said it someone else behind my back.
Exactly. You should hear what I say about you.
Once I leave the room, then she says it. Lord, take the wheel.
I have long been advocating that this office becomes LBT.
Not the LBT Alliance, please, enough. I can't take any more of this.
Oh,
so
gosh.
Wes Streeting has held Ilford North by 500 votes.
Gosh, that's not many, is it?
Well,
votes.
Not
I
many.
mean, that kind of makes me happy. That kind of makes me happy.
Big fan of Wes?
No.
No, she's happy. It's a small majority.
I think I may have described Wes as the worst of us at the worst time for us.
Okay, what about us when it's 4 a.m. and you're
I thought you were about to sing a Pink song. Which I won't sing
And
for
my
copyright
fingers
reasons.
go round and round.
What's that? What is that? No, go on.
My fingers do the walking.
The Pink song. Yeah, what is that?
It's literally called What About Us?
Yeah.
But I can't sing it because otherwise it's
Yeah.
No, we won't get demonetized.
I'm not risking it. No,
I'll
don't
take
risk
the
it.
risk.
No, it's too. No, don't do it. Don't do it.
I will.
You don't even know the song.
The risk. Sing.
No, I'm not taking that. I'm not singing anything on live stream.
We're probably all right with me singing things because my cultural references are so old that nobody would have them copywritten anymore.
Ridiculous. He's talking about some fucking Pink song over
Yeah.
there. Do you know what I mean?
Anyway,
can you talk to me a bit about Ilford North and Wes Streeting? Why do you think he's the worst for us at the worst time?
Well, because he is one of those people who will politic rather than have a moral standpoint about anything. So currently they're being shouted at by lots of transphobic people. So having said trans women are women and trans men are men, now he's going, oh, I'm being shouted at by lots of people. So actually, that's not true, and I would never say that again. And trans women shouldn't be allowed on women's wards, despite there having never been more than one complaint about a trans woman on a ward from Freedom of Information.
Can I actually just talk a little bit about that? Because one thing I find confusing, actually Laura brought this up the other day.
Try and get on an NHS ward in the first place.
Well, yeah, and then the second part to that as well is that the Conservatives put through this big, that they made a big song and dance about how you should be able to have women-only wards and men-only wards, whatever. You can't, because the NHS is so overrun that actually they've been mixed wards for quite some time.
Good luck getting a private room. You're just not going to do that. When they suggest these solutions, there's never any actual thought, I feel, put into it, because when you say, oh, we can just have separate rooms for trans people, I'm like, well, I was at the hospital last week with someone and I didn't see a single free bed. Obviously, that doesn't mean there isn't one, but, to say that there's just rooms on tap.
We know that there
we
is.
know there's
People
not.
are being treated in corridors
There you
right
go.
now. So how on earth are you going to find a separate room for somebody when people are being treated in corridors? That is nonsensical.
Well, I guess that actually does answer that problem, doesn't it? If you're in the corridor.
Well, I said that, somebody asked me today on Instagram, they said, what are they thinking? I was like, well, actually what's going to happen is we're just asking trans people to piss in the street and get treated at the reception and get changed on the shop floor. That's actually
You're being really realistic. That's it.
That is actually the future that the SNP wanted.
Yeah.
They wanted trans people pissing in the street. That is exactly what they wanted.
If you need a wee outside Boots, just do
Outside
it. It's
Boots.
fine. Are you trans? It's okay for you. That's fine. You actually then have more rights than anybody else.
Do you know what
because you can just do it anywhere.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Go for it.
And
I'm ready for that
That's
future.
the future West Streeting
myself.
wants. Do you know one thing I think about all the time? A couple of years ago, I was coming back from a shoot. What, you filthy.
Us both being like, could think of a few things.
I was coming back from, I was going to Manchester really late at night on a work thing, and I remember going into the toilets there, and this really aggressive man came in, running in after me, trying to get into the stall that I was in, and I was like, oh my God, that's frightening. And then I went to the station staff and I was like, this just happened. Don't know, maybe he shouldn't be in the station. Oh, they could not care less.
Yeah.
They did not care. And then I think about the sort of song and dance we make of the hypotheticals and all the, you're not protecting women. Like, hello. Like, I am woman. I asked, can you please help me? No one cared.
Yeah.
But this hypothetical scenario, that's worth dominating the news agenda for the past 3 years. It's so nonsensical.
And this is not the same thing.
What?
However, I went to a concert the other day and lots of women were queuing in the men's toilets, and all of the urinals are along this wall as you come in, and the women are literally looking along the urinals. I have whacked out my cock while women are looking at it. And not even pretending not to look at it. Like,
I'm afraid that might be me.
but if that is happening, why are we having this conversation?
Yeah, it's so dumb.
Straight women do not have a problem with looking at a guy's cock. That is not a problem.
Yeah.
I feel desperately uncomfortable because there is a woman and I am a person in a male body and I am exposed. This is not appropriate. I feel more in danger than because she was having a real good time.
Well,
I need a wee. Stop looking at my willy. How are you going to complain about that when in real life, what happens is you're coming in and just checking it out. And that's happened to me multiple times in gay venues as well. The stalls are put away, and women have come round to have a look, at
Yeah.
what's going on in there.
Well, I think, you know, a
Which,
conversation for
you
another
know.
day, when I definitely think you should come back and have this conversation, is probably the way that women act in gay clubs, because I think
Well-
that's probably an entire episode in itself.
I think a drag queen can give you quite a
the-
few insights
well,
into that.
I know. The problem with that is I understand why.
Yeah.
I understand why.
Mm.
If
Well, it's a
you
safe
are-
space
if
for everyone,
you
isn't
are
it?
Squashed and oppressed and pushed and you are made to feel like you cannot be safe in a space, then when you suddenly are and feel safe in that space, then you do those things which you have done to you in other spaces to the people that are in that
Isn't that
space.
sad? Is that sad that you're justifying it, I think?
No, I don't think I'm justifying it, I think I'm contextualising.
No, I think you're justifying it.
Gaslighting at 4:30 in the morning.
I understand it. It doesn't mean if you smack my ass, I'm not going to tell you to fuck off. But, you know, but I get it. You know, I get it. As a woman, you are... The behaviour of men, of cis men towards you is a whole level of bullshit. It's, yeah.
I don't know, no one wants to shag me.
I don't think that's true.
Wes Streeting, Ilford North, 15,647 votes. Leanne Mohammed, just beneath him, 15,119.
I wish I'd
That
shared it
is
more.
astonishing.
I wish
Good
I'd shared
gracious.
And she's
it
independent.
more.
She's the independent, yeah.
Wow.
Which is an amazing result, really, for her.
That is, I mean, to equalise pretty much there on the Shadow Health Secretary, who, by the way, has been out and about for how long?
Really long time.
He's been talking on every major broadcaster for God knows how long.
Well, that's someone that one day wants to be leader of the Labour Party. Let's just be honest.
100%.
So he's setting the scene for that down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, goodness me, should we have a little switch up? Was there anything else you'd like to say? No.
No,
I'm good, actually.
Really.
Bye.
Not just yet, you know.
Well, the night
find
is
out what
semi-young.
happens with the rest of the night, won't
Yeah.
we?
Oh yeah. Let's.
There's so much.
Right. Who have we got? Who's around? Who's about? Anyone? Ed? Jem, do you want to come on? Come on, Jem. Come on, Jem. Right, you're going where you normally sit. And then Laura, do you want to jump? Sean, do you want to jump in?
Do you want a break?
Yeah.
Tired.
I know. Oh, should we have a couple of live questions?
Yes.
Great, I'll leave you to it.
Absolutely. Can someone feed me when my laptop's died? So I've got...
How are you, Ed?
I'm good, thank you.
Are you satiated?
I took a kind of energy pill that Sam gave me.
An energy pill?
Yeah.
I'm sure that was an energy pill. You've got a half hour to go until you...
Until
Just hang on, brother. Yeah.
There we are. How are you? What's been going on, pal?
I'm superb. I've just been looking at the live feed. No questions here yet. Please send your questions
Or
in.
go to the subreddit.
Or
as
to
well.
the subreddit.
That's actually it's easier for us to see your question.
Did you get through all the questions from earlier on?
Yes, all the good ones, I think.
Yeah.
But I'll double check that right bloody now.
So the top line when you were away was that Wes Streeting has retained a seat.
Yes.
But
Very close.
A very close one. 500 in the difference between himself and Leanne Mohammed.
This is interesting, isn't it? Because obviously, huge majority beyond their wildest dreams, Keir Starmer's wildest dreams, but it's so much more complex than that. There's so many different currents. It's Reforms night, it's the Greens night.
Yeah.
It's all these independence nights.
The independents, obviously the big one being Jeremy Corbyn as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the vote split really, isn't it? It's I think I saw earlier on it was Bristol South that the Green Party came second to Labour in. And it looks like next time round it's going to be it's a new seat for the Greens to contest next time round. So this is going to be an interesting weekend when people start to pick through the rubble of the night
Start
to
to take
see
stock.
Yeah, to see where the majority, or what the majorities are in these new Labour seats or in seats that they've retained. How much the Lib Dems are behind, how much the Independent is behind, how much the Green Party is behind in these places. Because I think they're going to smell blood. You know.
It's interesting. So I wonder, because obviously Labour are vulnerable, might be vulnerable on two fronts now. They might be vulnerable from the right, they might be vulnerable to the left. If they've seen what Jeremy Corbyn can do, they've seen what can happen to, excuse me, who's the other independent who's won? In what seat was that?
Sorry, say that again, bud.
The other independent who's won has slipped my mind. But they've seen that independents can beat these party machines, and it's going to inspire copycats. At a by-election, there's no reason why an independent, a well-organised, well-drilled team can't elect an issue, and something as emotive as Gaza.
Well, this is the thing as well. Do you think there is scope for a new party to be born out of all these independents? I'm not necessarily saying that it's like the Gaza party or something like that, but there seems to be a trend within the independents that are putting in major contests in these seats. That there is, there's a pro-Palestinian part of it. There's also a nationalisation part of it. I think the candidate that beat Jonathan Ashworth was nationalisation, keeping the NHS public, very much the same policy platform of Liam Mohammed. So I think there's like a running theme in these people that is kind of like the traditional Labour.
Do you know, I actually think if they, I think they would lose actually a lot of it if they banded together and made a party. I think they're much more agile and flexible on these issues if they are not tied to a central party. In that, I don't know, you'd have the same problems you have with other parties. Like, it's so much easier to be like, I'm a local person, I hate this local MP, you also hate this local MP, let's fucking get him. Rather than, it becomes a lot less personal, it becomes a lot less targeted if it is just like, we're just another.
But it feels like the independents are, the showing for the independents is in the Labour constituencies, you know. So yes, I appreciate that it's we don't like this MP, but you can broaden that out and say, actually, we don't like this Labour Party.
But is that not just for the, like, I don't think there is an appetite for that.
A new Labour, perhaps? A new Labour?
But like, what is like, there's so many more fringe left-wing parties.
Yeah.
Like, how the Workers' Party got on. Like.
Sure. But I mean, yeah. I don't know. I think there's a lot to be picked over now over the weekend, and to see how the Greens are going to be contesting these places. The Lib Dems maybe not so much, but the Independents certainly. Yeah.
I've got a couple of questions. I'd just like to say hi to Edward Curtis, who I know is watching. Hope you're having a lovely evening.
People want to know if I'm a twig.
Do you want to know if you're a twig?
Shall we find out?
Shall we find out if Sean's a twig?
Let's find out if I'm a twig.
Oh, Conservatives. I don't know. I'll see.
Do you want to go
I'll see how I
straight
feel.
up, or do you want to go?
Maybe like a bride.
Okay, that's cute. Do you want me to? You're about to find out.
Okay.
Sean that's not how you carry it.
Oh no, I've changed my mind.
Oh, okay.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
I'm going over here.
Shone's a twig. Sean is a twig. Sean is a twig.
I'm going over your
Sean
shoulder.
is a twig. There we are. Sean's a twig.
You're welcome for that shot, by the way. I think Ed's already shouted out Edward Curtis. Big up Edward Curtis. That was for you, man.
We can't. Oh, live in Northallerton, you can see Sunak standing next to Nico Omilana and Count Binface on the television.
Sunglasses indoors for Nico.
Why is that candidate facing the wrong way? That's a joke.
Don't you know where the camera is?
Someone has said, can we just look away from all the news for a moment to think about all these newly unemployed Tories and laugh? Shall we take a moment to do that? Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. I think we're going to Northallerton soon. Are they coming on stage?
Yeah, I think they're coming up onto stage now.
Oh, here we are.
This is Laura's biggest call of the night.
Oh, it's Godalming.
Okay. Godalming is being called now. This is Jeremy Hunt's seat, the Chancellor.
Live in a place called Haslemere. They've assembled in height order. That's nice.
Not often enough are things like that considered in a stage setup.
Do you think they're twigs?
I think you've got 3 twigs on that stage. I think Jeremy Hunt is a twig, you know.
That's what you said. I've got no idea. Twig. Come on.
Oh, he was saying twig, not twink when he lifted him up.
Seán is a twink. Seán is a twink. Oh no, the microphone's not working.
Oh.
Oh, he's got a couple of buttons on down there, hasn't he?
Oh, hello.
Who's this now?
Blair on holiday.
Is that, the returning officer?
Is he the most handsome returning officer we've had?
I think so. I haven't seen many. There's been a
hottie.
lot of drip on the returning officers.
Oh,
very few.
going to Northallerton at the same time. You can't do both of them at the same time. You can't do Prime Minister and Chancellor.
This is huge.
Ava Dune's come in for this.
Do a split screen.
Shall Ava come in for this?
Yeah. Ava's back.
How does he look?
Just want to be with the boys for this, you know.
It's good to have you, man.
Laura, do you want to come and stand in? No.
So we're looking
really
at
split
a
screen,
live
shouldn't
feed.
they?
Yeah, this is fucking. It should be like Super Saturday or something. Or what was it? The BT Sports goal, the Champions League goal show.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
unbelievable.
This is unreal.
So we're at Northallerton now. Presiding officer is giving his speech.
Less sexy than the Golden one.
Far less
What?
sexy.
Okay.
Oh.
I told you he would.
Jeremy Hunt won a seat. Anyway.
I told you he would. Anyway, yeah.
We got these guys.
Told you he would.
Look at Nico Milano.
Oh, he's going to win it, so isn't he?
Who, Nico?
Independent. 27 for Jason Barnett. 4,000 to Mr. Callahan for the Lib Dems.
800
Congrats,
majority
sir.
for Jeremy Hunt.
800, holy shit.
That's not great,
33
is it?
for Angie Campion. Congratulations, Angie. 90 for Louise Dickens for the Workers'
Yeah.
Party of Great Britain.
No.
2,000 for Kevin Foster in the Green
He
Party.
hasn't done it, has he?
Congrats, Kevin.
Who's that?
Rio
Yeah,
Goldhammer.
he's done it.
What a sick name. Who's this
Yeah,
guy?
Rishi's done it.
132.
Rio Gold.
Unless Labour are going to go mad here.
Bin
308.
308 comedians
No
in
deposit
Northallerton.
back
Absolutely.
308 legends.
I miss it. What's
Do you know
coming
what?
out?
Some of these tellers, they really love the drama. Just sit house.
Nicola Minette.
Oh, that's
160.
disappointing.
Well, there you go.
He should have to pay more of a deposit for that.
He gets taxed.
Yeah.
Brian
Probably won't
Richmond.
even mind,
You can't
will he?
change your name to the constituency and expect to win, pal. The cheap
Brian
gimmick.
Northallerton.
23,000.
Look at how upset he
for
looks.
Sunak.
He looks so
Because he has to continue to
miserable.
be an MP.
That's 23,000. Oh, look, he
Seven.
really perked up there when that
7,000.
23,000
Wow.
came on. He thought he was going to lose his seat, you know.
God, he looks.
Hold on.
He
really thought
he's
he
the
was
Prime
gonna
Minister and
lose
they're taking a kicking.
10,000.
10,000.
So that is
Comfortable win.
That's a 14,000 majority loss there.
What?
He had 27,000 majority.
Oh,
now he has-
sorry.
He's now got a 14,000 majority. So.
No one's maths is good at the moment, I must say.
Well. So if.
Oh, Nico.
Bravo, sir. So for everyone watching
Nico's
us
holding an
and
L
not
sign behind the
the
perimeter.
live feed from Northallerton, Nico O'Malana is stood behind Rishi Sunak during his acceptance speech, holding an L.
What a friggin' legend. What an absolute hero. He's so epic.
Yeah. He's such a legend.
He's so epic.
It's so strange that Count Binface didn't do something like that. It'd be really cool.
Well, I'll leave you to it, lads.
I think Count Binface has more
No, come
dignity.
back.
No, I don't want to
He's
be.
been on for ages, to be fair. We all need a break sometimes. I want to hear more
Can
about.
I have your
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
I want to hear
Like,
more.
like it was sneaky.
I want to hear more about
Oh, I
Rio
don't need that.
Goldhammer personally.
Rio Goldhammer.
Yeah, what's his deal?
Do we think like there
Thank you.
is a Norwegian influence in this man's life? Do we think there is an origin in the Scandinavian region? Huh?
Oh, it might be.
Oh yeah,
actually.
yeah.
But
But I mean, I'm not like.
But
he
just
he
the
could
name-
have Viking in him somewhere.
the name
you know?
Rio Goldhammer.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we on at the moment?
Yeah, so that's Nico goated.
Nico confirmed greatest of all time.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's
Kim Leadbeater.
Kim Leadbeater.
Joe Cox's sister.
Yeah, they didn't
Yeah.
hear what Matt said.
Yeah. So, Batley and Spen is predicted or has gone independent.
Oh,
it's
Batley
a
and
new seat,
new-
right? Okay. Gone to an
Gosh.
independent, right? Interesting.
That is interesting.
Uh-huh.
It's just several wounds inflicted on incoming Prime Minister Keir Starmer. I think he would have liked to come in and been like, "Well, what a clean campaign that was."
This is it. This is it. We were saying the other day about the. I think the most important seat for him this evening was probably Islington North. If they won that, it was the perfect opportunity for him to turn around in his acceptance speech and say, since he came in, the change that he has made to the Labour Party is proven by Corbyn not being re-elected, Labour winning the Islington North seat, proving that Corbyn is not a popular candidate in Islington North. What I have done to this party and to the left of politics in Britain is so substantial that you don't recognise what the left is from 5 years ago. But the left is still clinging on by its fingernails against against what he has changed the Labour Party to be. So I think there's a metaphor somewhere in Jeremy Corbyn winning his seat, especially as well with the other independents, as you're saying as well. He would have wanted to get away scot-free with this, but I think the most important one tonight is probably Islington North.
You think it's the most important result?
I think it's the most important one for the way he would have framed today's victory. I think the fact that Jeremy Corbyn is going to be, maybe an exaggeration, the most important, but it's a very significant result. The fact that Jeremy Corbyn is still going to be in Parliament for the next 5 years,
I don't.
from the sidelines against the Labour Party that tried and tried and tried to eradicate him from the memory of what the Labour Party is in Britain. You still have a handful of MPs in the Labour Party that will get elected tonight that are of the Corbyn brand, you know. So I think there is still going to be tension between the left and the right of the party. Whether it's as strong as it was before remains to be seen. I don't think it's going to be a strong opposition to it.
I disagree with you about Corbyn. I think Corbyn retaining his seat isn't actually really much of a surprise or a shock.
Well, the polls were saying that he wouldn't win it.
Okay, but would you have been surprised if 6 weeks ago? What does Corbyn's seat? What does Corbyn winning tell us? It tells us that in Islington North, his politics remains palatable.
Yeah, sure.
And Starmer cut away all that part of the left, and in very select areas of the country, a pro-Palestine vote
this is what I'm saying. Don't you
has
think
manifested and coalesced. And despite all that, Starmer has got 170 seat majority.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, where I'm coming from with what I was saying earlier about these independent candidates, yes, they are pro-Palestine, but they are very much the sort of Corbynist Labour, the NHS public, the nationalising utilities, this kind of leftist politics that, yes, whilst they're independent candidates, they would probably very much feel at home in the Labour Party that Jeremy Corbyn presided over.
They don't sound that dissimilar to like Zara Sultana or Nadia
But
Whittam.
that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that it's when you still have those characters within the Labour Party and you've got someone like Jeremy Corbyn that has maintained his seat after such an effort to get rid of him and to eradicate him from the memory of the party, I think it would have been far easier for Labour to chip away at the rest of the left members of the party had Jeremy Corbyn not retained his seat.
Okay.
I think him being in Parliament is it is not in itself.
Oh,
we need to get over to that wall. Do you want to take
Michelle
this? You've got
Donlan has lost her seat.
Universities Minister?
She's fallen down. How
has she?
apt. I've got her.
On top of Tugendhat.
Michelle Donnellan joins the wall of shame. Where is a bloody pen?
It's just next to the...
Got it. Excellent. Michelle Donnellan is the latest stone to fall. Science, well, that wasn't very innovative of you. Losing your seats, was it, pal? God, there's actually quite a collection.
Yeah, we're really starting to build up now, aren't we?
We're going to run out of room on the table.
So who is safe on that wall now? We've got, well, we can probably move Rishi Sunak to safe.
Yep.
And Jeremy Hunt to safe as
Dowden.
well. And Dowden's already there.
Oh, fuck this.
There's not many left on the wall. We've still got Cleverly on that wall.
Moving on together, we've got Stride.
Uh-huh.
Atkins.
Victoria Atkins.
Harper.
Mark Harper.
Tugendhat. Oh, sugar.
And Claire Coutinho.
And Coutinho. No, Tugan.
Tugs!
And Tom.
My boy Tugs.
My One Nation... Fuck it. My One Nation King.
I think we just leave him on the table for the time being.
That sticky tape has run
Or
out
actually,
of tape.
maybe you just continue to try and put him back up on the wall. A little bit of entertainment.
Tim Farron's won his seat.
Hey!
Is that retained his seat, presumably?
Yeah, retained his seat. Win it back.
Yeah. Multiple sources. Who are
Ian
these?
Paisley is lost. DUP.
The ghost.
The ghost of Ian Paisley has lost his seat.
No.
The memory
Not
of
a-
Ian Paisley is gone from the, from the body politic of Northern Ireland. Reunification now.
And that's a problem with Ireland today, with Ulster today. Was that a good Paisley?
I think you need to give it a bit more of a jowly.
Add
more jowl.
Sunak has conceded defeat.
Well, that's brave of him.
And has called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him. Goodness gracious me.
Do you think it was a long phone call?
Do I think it was a long phone call? I don't know. I'd be curious to hear. I would be curious. Sorry, I said you were a threat to national security, man. Good luck with everything. It'd be quite difficult to shrug things like that off, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But
yeah.
you said I was good. Are you?
But you
do
know, I
Putin's
think
gonna strike now?
surely there's an aspect of it that's all's fair in love and war.
Yeah, but then
you
there's
know.
that. There's I don't know. I think there's an element of like genuine misinformation. That you have.
Yeah. I mean, the £2,000 thing for one, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that there's something that tells me that the two boys are quite cordial with one another.
Labour have gained Edinburgh South West, which I think is Joanna Cherry.
I think you might be... No, is Joanna Cherry not a Glasgow?
No, it's Edinburgh. Yes, Joanna Cherry has lost
Cherry is gone.
her seat. That is remarkable news. Big profile in the parliamentary SNP group. Famously gender critical and a friend of J.K. Rowling, we might say.
Anne-Marie Trevelyan gone by
No
somebody
way.
in chat.
Trev's
Wait
gone.
for that to be verified.
You can't just read out the chat. we had a message earlier about can we wait till things are verified, and you're just reading out things at the chat. The Lib Dems have won Glastonbury. Is that a seat? Glastonbury. Good.
That's wild. How wild is that?
I'm enjoying.
I would have said the Greens would win Glastonbury.
Hang on, right. Should I check on the Reddit post to see if you've got any more dreadful takes, Sean?
If I've got dreadful takes,
I just think
if you're just going to feed me things to say
no,
on the podcast.
I've just disagreed with everything you've said, and it's not intentional. Someone's fancy a chat about North Yorkshire's back of politics from Badgernomics. Who would win in a fist fight between Farage and Anderson? Anderson, I think.
Yeah,
Anderson.
there's no contest.
Is he younger? Not by much, probably, actually.
5, 7 years.
I think he's mid-50s, and
yeah,
that must count for something.
Yeah. No, I think, but I mean, you've seen the Anderson's guard. He's got it down, you know.
God, we've had some good memes, haven't we? Haven't we, pal?
We really have, pal. Really happy to be here with you, bud.
Yeah, man, this is sick. This is Labour gained Dover and Deal. Was that Elphick?
Dover and Deal is Natalie Elphick, yeah.
Well, they actually had that anyway.
Yeah.
So, gosh, it's 5-5.
And we still haven't had a... How many are they on now? 313. So we are expecting it to be called now in the next, 20 minutes or so.
1.9 thousand people watching.
Yeah.
Right now. Well done, guys. Thank you so much for watching.
5 to 5 in the morning.
Thank you for being here with us.
We really appreciate it, everybody.
So much.
Let's see how long we can sit in silence and people still watch.
Let's not do that.
700 in it.
Good
in
Lord.
Jess Phillips' seat, Birmingham Yardley.
That is quite remarkable.
Yeah.
Do you know what? That's a sigh of relief for Labour, I think, and they were really concerned about they were extremely concerned about the
Palestine vote.
Yeah, in Birmingham especially. I wonder if that's I wonder if they consider that a victory. But gosh, what a vulnerable thing. And she's actually talked about in Jess Phillips' positions on Palestine. She's talked about how important it is to her constituents.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like it's not like she herself is completely deaf to the concerns, but you can see how that can affect Starmer's early responses to Gaza and stuff like that. You can see how that has had knock-down effects all over the country.
It's really had a ripple, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
There's not much coming back from the initial stance that he had. Where are we now? It feels like there's nobody left in here.
Sam's still here.
Sam is always here, and what a great job he's doing.
Oh my
wow.
gosh.
Blackburn has gone to an independent candidate, so it's a loss for Labour.
Let's see. Someone asked in the chat, have we read the chat? Yes, we do read the chat. It's just quite hard to see the questions sometimes. If you've got any now, not all at once, but I'm reading it now. Make them good, please. Stephen Flynn looks tired on the telly.
Why isn't Seán wearing a loose-fitting graphic tee? Has he gone corpo?
Do you usually wear loose-fitting graphic tees?
I don't think so. I'm usually a muscle boy, aren't I, Ed?
No, you're a huge muscle boy. Read the questions. What questions? Do they learn from these close calls and the loss of Bristol about Palestine? I don't think Bristol was to do with Palestine, to be perfectly honest.
Mm-hmm.
And left-wing politics, or do they pretend it's not an issue? I think I wouldn't chalk Bristol up to Palestine, to be honest. I think other defendants certainly are. What are your thoughts?
What are my thoughts on that?
Yes.
Yeah, I think Bristol Council is notoriously green.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think
notorious.
I don't think it is much of a surprise that they're then going to return a Green MP. Is it a leftist politics thing? Maybe, but I mean, it's not a change from.
Do you know what I'm actually going to pick you up on?
No.
Which I think it's not necessarily a left-wing thing. It's a combination of. I think it could be obviously you can't describe people in a monolith, but there is a lot of voters from Muslim background, from various different backgrounds, who feel super strongly about Gaza, and that will have influenced a lot of these votes. Obviously, they're not monolith, and so it's a combination of that and extremely left-wing things. But you would obviously get some.
Absolutely. But I'm talking in the sense that it is a Green constituency, it is a Green council. So
sorry, excuse me.
That, yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Where are we now? Is anything being called at the moment? Stephen Flynn has retained his seat.
Yep. What's going on there? Sorry, Seán, I interrupted your good point. To be pernickety, sorry, that was very rude.
My good point?
Yes.
No, I think I finished my semi-okay point.
What?
Do you think electoral reform / PR will be a big issue going forward? Yes. I think after tonight, after reform showing in a lot of constituencies, I think it would be silly to think that the party are not going to be pushing for some sort of voter reform. If you had a proportional representation system, the amount of seats that they would have gained tonight would have been exponentially more than what they have turned around in the end. Whether it's going to be on the top of the list for Labour is a different question. I think the Lib Dems have said in the past that they will. I think Daisy Cooper was interviewed recently, and she said that she would, as a Lib Dem MP, advocate for PR alongside reform. So I think, yeah, especially with someone like Nigel Farage in Parliament, I think it is definitely going to be on the cards that it's going to be a major topic in the next while. Especially because we're looking at about 35% of the popular vote for Labour, but such a large majority. I think
Rees-Mogg is coming in.
Is just about to
we
be
can
announced.
see it. We can see it on the screen. One seat
Just
away
one seat away.
From
Do you want
Labour.
to
Did you
take
come in
over?
for Mogg? Mogg. They're declaring Jacob Rees-Mogg. Who's that guy?
There's a man
Next to
dressed
Jacob
in a
Rees-Mogg.
bean suit on the stage.
It's out of battery.
Damn it.
You can plug it into Sean's.
Sure, may I plug in for a minute?
Yeah.
Thanks ever so much.
That's all right.
Who's this fellow next to Jacob Rees-Mogg? Labour
are now
326 seats. They've won the general election. They will form the next government at His Majesty the King's behest. 4 seats for SNP is nuts.
Yeah. Big losses for them. 327 now. They're just falling in now, aren't they?
Show us the numbers.
Oh God, oh
pal.
God. Oh God.
Huh.
Oh. Guys, I think we're about to see something quite extraordinary.
Do we think Jacob Rees-Mogg is
Yeah.
gone?
They called it.
Gone!
Jacob
Jacob
Rees-Mogg is
Rees-Mogg
gone!
is gone! Holy
Bloody
shit!
hell.
What am I going to do at Tory conference now?
Bloody hell! That's huge!
That is mental. Probably more
Massive.
than. Probably he's been the spectre of the Conservative government for 14 years.
Yes.
Hasn't he?
That is
That's
massive.
a huge result.
That is.
It's huge.
Holy shit.
Bloody
I
hell.
know that guy.
Yeah?
I went to uni with him. Sorry,
Yeah?
on the screen
Keir
now.
Starmer.
If you're watching Starmer's speech on BBC.
Ed went to uni with Keir Starmer.
I did. This boy called Gregor wearing a Scotland flag, waving a Scotland flag. I went to uni with him.
That is shocking. Jacob Rees-Mogg, gone.
Gone. Holy shit.
Bloody hell. That is a really big casualty, isn't it?
It's huge.
That is nuts.
Because if you think back to the Brexit votes, particularly sort of 2018, how instrumental he was in the dislodging Theresa May or making her premiership totally unviable by continuously protesting the withdrawal agreements. You think about how much sway, how much power he had.
Yeah.
For him to now lose his seat. I mean, he was a key player in that. He was also a key player in the Johnson administration.
Even he literally treated the House of Commons like a lounge.
Yeah.
He would recline. He was so
Yes, he
uncomfortable
was.
there.
He
Like he was born
the
to it.
epitome of entitlement and established elite in the House of Commons. Is it a Lib Dem seat now? Is that who won?
Labour.
Labour won it?
Yeah.
That is shocking.
That is absolutely nuts.
I'm stunned into silence.
Yeah.
Shocked.
I am
What more do you say?
totally
What more do you
stunned. Do you know what, fellas? I think that perhaps... Are we coming to a close, do you reckon?
I think so. Is there anything else to wait for?
Liz Truss hasn't come in yet.
What time are we
would be
expecting
good.
Liz Truss?
Liz Truss should be in...
Well, drop a comment in the chat if you'd like us to wait for Liz Truss. Someone
Nah,
put-
no thank you. Get to give it a rest, guys. 6 heads. Any biggies?
Cleverly.
Why is someone shouting Ava?
Yeah.
Someone's just saying hello to you, I think.
Ava! Pathetic
see you.
cheering on the fall of JRM like this. Imagine how you would feel if you were Sextus or Octopus watching you laugh.
That's very funny. Surely Truss is gone.
Wait, what did I say after a drink or two? Why is it so quick on this
It's
chat?
insane, isn't it?
Let me hold it there.
Stay on. Okay, guys, stop it.
No, but let me read what did I say after a drink or two?
Yes, wait for Truss. When is Liz Truss?
Guys, I can't read it. Okay, I might have got it.
Do we have a time for Truss? Predicted time?
I haven't got one here on the document, no.
But creeps are creeps. Can someone tell me, if your name is Never22, can you tell me what you're talking about that I said about creeps? And can everyone calm down on the chat for a minute so I can read what Never22 has to say? I'm desperate to know.
Cleverly hasn't been yet, no.
I'm not. I think.
Waiting for Tatton with estimate Vey. Yeah, that's true.
Is Emma a twig? Some really long memories in here, casting their mind back 6 hours ago. When Albie was on.
I think it's
When
cool
he
that
called you Emma.
I think it's cool that he called you Emma now. I think it's funny.
Ava beef Scottish sportsman after a drink or two. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, that was funny.
Yeah, that was a bit sorry about that.
Our SNP going to be single digits? Yeah, it looks like that, doesn't it?
No, it's... Good lord.
Really?
Labour lost at Dewsbury.
So that's two seats they lost to an independent
More than that.
candidate running on a Gaza mandate, and they nearly lost. Sorry, Blackburn. Did they lose that to an
Yeah, I think
independent
so.
on the Gaza? Goodness me, 3 candidates lost on the Palestinian mandate.
Who was North Shropshire? The Lib Dems have.
The Dems have kept it, have they?
Was North Shropshire tractor porn guy?
Have they changed the boundaries on that? I thought that was Helen Morgan.
Labour gained in Glasgow North.
Yeah.
Holy shit! How many seats do we have left?
I thought Helen Morgan. Surrey Heath. Surrey Heath, Liberal Democrat gain. Oh my God!
Wow.
Michael Gove's old
Michael
seat.
Gove robbed us of a Gove moment. You bastard!
Tories have lost North Herefordshire to the Greens. Bill Wigan
the fuck?
gone.
Bloody hell! It's like this is.
Go, isn't it really?
Yeah.
Stop! He's already dead.
Somebody
Good.
call.
Remember
the
how
election.
difficult the first hour was?
What do you mean?
Like that was a drag.
Yeah.
Oh.
I found it actually quite challenging.
Yeah.
As in,
Did
like,
you?
Oh yeah, really. I actually did find it really quite difficult. But this is a breeze.
Oh, good. Let's do the debrief on air. I think that's good.
Someone...
Oh, good. Oh, look. You'll be. Please, Sean. Strangford, DUP hold.
Do you know who lost their seat earlier on?
Who?
Ian Paisley-Jr.
Oh.
The ghost of Ian Paisley.
How did Pat McCullin get on?
It's not Pat Cullen, I think, hasn't been called yet. Seats in Northern Ireland are very slow. I might need to take that out just because this is going to die.
Liz Truss is too close to call.
Liz Truss is too close to call,
Too
seemingly.
close to call. Sellyoak, Birmingham. Is that Jess
Pat
Phillips?
Cullen's won for Manasset.
No, she won by like 700
she's Yardley,
votes.
isn't she? Sorry. Birmingham Yardley. God, only 700. Good
Yeah.
gracious. I can't believe this is. Did that Nether 22 let us know what I'd said?
Someone called George Marchbank said, "What is your guys' biggest shock over the night?" I think Penny Mordaunt's mine.
Penny
Jacob
Mordaunt.
Rees-Mogg.
No, I think I was more shocked at. Well, I suppose that came later in the night. I was
Yeah.
used to seeing them fall, but I think Penny Mordaunt was the one that
The
actually
first big one,
That
yeah.
was that
Yeah.
got me out of my seat.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Penny Mordaunt, yeah, that was actually quite a shock.
Mm-hmm.
that was
I think Shaps was quite a shock for me, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I was quite surprised at that. But then he had been out really campaigning. A lot of these Conservatives, when they're in safe seats like this, they prefer to not bother campaigning, don't they? It's a bit uncouth. You know how there's that thing about posh people? If you ever worked in a trade, you're not really posh.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what Conservatives feel about campaigning in their own seat.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost it's like undignified. Was that a thing like in the 19th century? It's like you didn't actually campaign. It's like a gentleman's agreement. It was like if they like me, they
Let
like
the
me.
people decide.
Let the people decide. Actually, good thing these pesky women can't vote.
Yeah, so Pat Cullen is the MP for Fermanagh South Tyrone.
She's done it.
Yeah, 5 minutes ago.
Well, the BBC didn't show that, did they?
They didn't.
They don't want you to know.
Loyalist BBC strikes again.
Someone has said Jacob needs Nunu, and I think more than anyone, Jacob needs some Nunu right now. What was
He
Nunu?
needs Moo
Was
Moo
that being
in a
sucked
Nunu.
off by Nunu?
Yes, it was, yeah. It was adjacent to the milking thing.
That was a classic Sean Avon Ed episode where we talked about getting nooted.
I hope Labour booked in waxes tonight. It's good though.
Laura has just re-entered the building.
Ava, a creep was
We've
objectifying
gone
and
past
commenting on her,
325.
and we were talking about it.
Thanks for taking up for Ava, gang.
No, I haven't. Yeah.
Look at Blackburn.
Laura's heading over to the second set now. Sam, if you don't turn on the mics, please.
If you don't turn them
Don't
on.
turn on the mics.
What the fuck was that? What the fuck?
Labour are over the mark.
That was 15 minutes ago.
I was sat here the whole time.
Why didn't you go and get it?
I could have gone and got it, but... Huh?
We need to throw that in the bin.
That was...
That was a foghorn for everybody that didn't see it.
That was the worst planned prank of all time.
Are we all awake now?
That was so... That was insane. Sam in our ears just said that sucked just as much as I thought it would. I agree.
Everyone is so angry.
Sucked like Nunu, am I right? It's a good thing Nunu's visiting all the Tory MPs. There's nothing like getting your dick sucked by Teletubby to cheer you up.
We're so unhappy.
Dry your eyes, mate.
That's so funny.
Oh, is that when it happens?
Hold it, that was awful.
Oh, is that... But play it.
We're not going to play it back while we're still here.
Infinite
No, it's just
loop.
really meta, no?
You've woken some people up,
Why are
seemingly.
you watching this?
Do not expect to need a headphone
Just
warning.
woke up my
We've
dog.
just woken up someone's dog. Sorry. Sorry, the jagged news. We didn't mean to do that.
You've actually given me quite a lot of pain in my chest. Oh.
Labour hold Birmingham Edgbaston. What other cricket grounds have they retained? Lords? Have the Oval?
Well, they still
How
do have
many?
the majority.
Old Trafford?
Brecon, Lib Dem, Gain. Who was in Brecon?
Don't know.
Well, could someone, instead of just shouting, don't know, should we? Like,
Is Brecon like Brecon Beacons, Wales? Or is there another place called Brecon?
it is in Wales.
Oh, that's one of the
Brecons
foreigner.
and the Beacons.
Someone says Poe could get it. She has a decent arse.
Who?
Poe, the Teletubby. Which one has the whole antenna?
Someone in the chat is going to know that.
The straight antenna.
No, the one with the hole in it.
That is. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Sam
Poe
just
is
clarified
the one
over
that
the
wrote
internet.
A night with Nunu and Poe.
My God.
At what point can we stop
Holy shit.
talking about this?
About Nunu?
About Nunu. Surely people are starting to wake up for work at this point.
Oh my God, they are.
Oh my God. Just okay. Right. Let's. Yeah. Kemi Badenoch didn't lose. No. She. No. She won.
Yeah.
She's fine. I'm answering the questions, Sean. I'm not asking.
Sorry.
I'm not asking the table.
That's right. North Hertfordshire Green. Gains
Okay.
and
Right.
Tories.
I think.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye,
Davina's
Davina.
away. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Loving the chat for Davina.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Right. You've got. I think we're going to call it shortly.
I want to wait for Tross.
Oh yeah, we are. Want to wait for Are you sure?
Yeah. What? Oh.
Look at Harry. You can go home.
No.
Oh my God.
Is Jem okay?
What we'll do, we'll wait. We'll give it till past. How about that?
Whatever comes first.
Half past or Truss?
No.
Truss.
past or him.
Oh.
No, not me. Someone getting nudes.
And the cleaners are due in any minute now.
Try not to come challenge when you're getting nudes. Brackets impossible.
Laura, have we
This
got all of
video
the
ends when
correct
I
faces
come
on the phone?
after getting new.
Is there anyone else to
5
add?
seconds long.
I'm not sure
Yes.
if Victoria. She stayed, did she?
She's on here, isn't she?
No.
No, she's over there.
I don't know. I quite like that we're just asking each other.
And 2,000 people are watching us do it.
All right, you've got about 17 minutes now to ask us some serious questions.
That's not going to happen, is it?
Conservative hold for Victoria.
Yeah, she held it an hour ago, actually, to be fair.
Have we got a Foghorn for that?
No. It's
Brighton
just for
Pavilion's
20
taking
minutes
their
after
time,
that.
isn't it? Laura, if you pull that trigger one more time,
Oh, no,
I'm going to...
I will.
What will you do?
I'm not going to say
No, go on.
recorded.
What will
never,
you do?
Never. I would never say that.
Would it have been mildly threatening?
Oh, extremely. It was going to be extremely.
Was it?
Is there any other minister you're not sure about?
Claire Coutinho, maybe?
Oh. 4 Reform MPs. Good that.
What
Good
was
for you.
predicted?
You were busy.
14? Yeah, great day for the boys.
Nigel!
The SNP and Reform currently with the same number
Yeah, it's
of
crazy, isn't
MPs.
it? How much of Scotland is declared?
Ultimately, they had the same goal, didn't they?
What?
To
Scottish
break up a
independence?
union.
Oh, very good.
Thank you.
Why did I click on BBC Sport there? That's the wrong app.
Claire Coutinho has been elected. Yeah.
That's horrendous. Put that away.
What?
Oh, God. You should have seen what you just had up.
It was fan art of
Who else
Mooney.
is still up there? Mark Harper, is it? Is that Mark Harper? Still hasn't been declared.
Can you see Scotland? Can I...
There's only 4 SNP seats in Scotland.
But I'm trying to see how many are to come. Just out of interest.
Therese Coffey has lost her seat.
Yeah.
Someone's asked. When I'm saying these things, it's because I'm reacting to the chat.
Sorry.
I'm not just thinking out loud.
Sorry, I forgot how conversation works.
Ed, do you want to call Nigel?
Not really, to be honest.
Nidgy.
I don't hear him happy.
If you were going to text Nigel something, what should it be?
What are you wearing, says Jen?
Okay. Kylan Velper would like a quick rundown of all the heads on the table, quick summary. Should we do it?
Yes, we can't see them.
It's a bit of a boring one.
Alex Chalk, Justice Minister. Fucking bingo gone.
Should we just chuck them all off as we go now?
Let's reapply them.
Okay.
Because I like the decoration.
Okay. Grant Shapps, former Defence Secretary, gone. Of course, this is a rather Oh, is that it? Okay. Oh no, I don't want to give any commentary. Gillian Keegan, former Education Secretary, presided over. Well, look, you know, she did a fucking good job, I think is what she said, at losing her seat. So congratulations. Wasn't that funny? Thank you.
It's very cool.
So good for her. Who have we got here? Penny Mordaunt. Very good at holding a sword, not very good at holding the seat.
Very good.
Johnny Mercer.
Did you insinuate?
Not enough veterans in his constituency, it would seem.
Did you insinuate my wife was a prostitute in the comments of the Plymouth Herald? It doesn't fucking matter. You lost your seat, pal.
The Plymouth Herald comment section is going to be going off.
Shall we
tonight.
comment?
Should we go? Let's get up Johnny Mercer in the Plymouth Herald.
Let's get him in the Plymouth Herald and call his wife a prostitute.
No.
No, we shouldn't do that.
Let's call her a time waster with the police. Because she rang the police the other day for big moment for Catholicism yesterday. The veterans were out and about, weren't they? And they were describing Johnny Mercer as Judas, Johnny Judas Mercer. And she called the police over
You
that.
don't, like, Catholics don't, not just Catholics have Judas.
What other religion is there?
Christianity
in general.
Wide-ranging thing.
Oh, the Baptists are really going to love this.
Until the Presbyterians chiming in
until
again.
Until the Episcopalians have a city-state, I will have none of them.
Do you know what is very Episcopalian to me? It's like, because it's one of those made-up things, Milton Keynes.
Give me Johnny.
Lucy Fraser, former Culture Secretary.
couldn't cultivate a majority.
Very good. Very good, Ed.
Let's see.
Gamble, everyone.
That's the racist accent, I'll say.
Big up the Pope. Exactly. I can't think who this is.
That's Michelle Donnelly.
Yes, it is. Michelle done a not a lot.
Done a loss.
Done a loss.
Michelle done a loss.
And that's it. Someone's saying BBC said 8 ministers lost their seats. You only have 7. I think Alistair Jack is the one we're missing here, isn't it? Yeah.
Is that
we only picked the ones that we liked as
Sorry.
characters, not as people.
Sorry, there was a cutting out of cardboard, and there's not a big team here.
we spent all our money on we spent all the money on talent, so we commanded big fees for this.
Did we?
Yeah, I did. Did you not? I'm sure that your agent should get better.
I'm hoping to get a day in lieu.
Please, a half day.
Can I come in late tomorrow?
Can I come in at 12?
I come in late tomorrow. We could just not go home.
What, you want to stay here?
Do some work.
I might go straight down to Downing Street, see how it goes.
See what the vibe is.
Well, what time do you think he'll be there?
They'll be dancing on the streets of Downing Street tonight.
Do we think that Rishi Sunak will resign as leader tomorrow?
Yes.
Can I get like an audible yes or no?
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Yes. Anyone against? Well, look, there you go.
There we have it. That scientific polling. Is that talent in the room with us now? Go fuck yourself.
No, it's not actually.
No, we only could afford them for 10 minutes at a time.
Yeah. How's there still 136 to go? You know what? Nether 22. Why do I keep getting attracted to this man's comments?
Sinn Féin currently on track to be the 4th largest party in Westminster.
They're never there.
Oh gosh, they are.
Outstanding carry on.
That's great horseplay. Say that again, Laura?
And that is just common sense.
Yeah,
if
well,
there
there you
ever
go.
has
Do
been.
you know what the margin was?
I'll margin you in a minute.
That was Esther McVeigh retaining her seat.
I've got so many wires on me. I feel like Bionic Woman.
The $5 million woman.
The Bionic Woman with a microphone.
Yeah.
Superpower Ken podcast.
Yeah.
Deputy Speaker's just lost.
Has he?
Who has?
Nigel Evans gone.
A regular at the Groucho Club.
Esther McVeigh is sadly held.
Yeah.
Sad to see a fellow Groucho member lose his seat. The board won't like this.
Maybe the membership will be suspended.
Maybe.
Perhaps. Oh.
Maybe. Well, they won't let him order.
For God's sake. When is bloody Truss coming?
Liz Truss is too close, isn't she? So they're paying more attention. Has there ever been a dramatic change in numbers of votes? Okay, question.
Answer.
If they count the votes, then they do a recount. If a different result comes in, do they have to count again?
If a different result comes in the second time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So if
think
you've got
so.
like 51 the first time, 52 the next time, do you count again?
Oh, probably not.
No, because if it's the same person winning, probably not. I don't think.
Yeah.
That's a
If
guess,
it's a
though.
different person winning, then there's something seriously wrong
There's
with
something
the
afoot
eyes and
there.
hands of the people counting the votes.
Basildon underwent more than one recount.
Some say that Richard Holden is still pacing up and down that sports hall.
Sorry, I actually don't even know how that turned out. Did he win in the end?
Yes. Yes.
He did. And what did he get? How many votes? 20 votes.
20 votes, he held that
So
down.
he could have walked out with dignity with 23 votes, and he demanded a recount and went down to 20.
A measly 20.
It went up from 11. Yes! I knew it!
Harry, don't worry. Just 7 more minutes.
Oh, yeah.
I'm being offered another beer.
Oh, I thought you were going.
Oh, no.
Sorry, Harry. Oh, a Carling. Is that what we're going for now? No, thank you. Did the Stellas run out?
Oh, there's some archers.
Did we drink 30 Stellas?
Mark Jenkinson has
60
lost in
gross.
Penrith.
60? I think we ordered 80, Stella.
I went there, they didn't have enough. Like,
Oh, okay, we
I
didn't-
tried
Oh, so
my
they gave us
hardest.
the Sea Dogs in place.
What's that?
They gave us the Carling in place of the staff.
No, the Carling was from our partnership with Carling.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
What,
yeah.
Don't be just shouting that out in here.
Sorry.
It's not our
Our
partnership.
No.
PoliticsJOE Independent.
We have no
The Republic.
The Independent Republic of
We'd like some
PoliticsJOE,
for the
yeah.
podcast, to be fair.
Yeah, but if you'd like...
Yeah, maybe he should sit somewhere else.
It's not rotation.
Oh my God.
Should we maybe go?
Anyone got any questions?
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Let's.
Come on, Stella. I don't know what to do about that. Can you tell the story of the supermarket call on the last podcast that was muted? No.
Do you fancy a chat about the local North Yorkshire Larg?
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Could Truss be in the running for the Conservative Party leader again as one of the only remaining incumbents? No.
That energy tablet that Sam gave me worked wonders. I felt like gold for about half an hour.
I know, that sounds really dodgy. What were they?
An energy
Cocaine.
tablet.
Don't say that.
It wasn't cocaine. I don't know. They're good though. It came in a packet. It was like Mentos.
Ava, is that vodka? Yes, it is. But with lemonade.
Should we all get Penny Mordaunt's haircut to commemorate her?
Yes, absolutely.
Ava, why are my eyes aren't green, are they?
No, you're blue eyes.
No, I don't have green eyes.
No, blue.
Fucking colourblind
The
lot.
blue is
here.
blue.
A friend of mine got into a really big argument once at what festival was it? I want to say Green Man. Might have been Green Man, because do you know sometimes when you're back at your tent or whatever, and then there'll be like other people from different groups that you're not really friends with, but like you'll be gathered around with them or whatever. Friend of mine is colourblind, and he was talking to another friend of mine about being colourblind. And this girl who would join the group and we didn't know, just lost her mind at him. Absolutely lost her mind and was like, that is a disgusting thing to say.
So that you're
The man
colourblind?
was talking about being colourblind.
That's so
and in her
funny.
drunken state, she interpreted that to mean he was like sitting there pontificating
Like I don't
about how
see
he doesn't
race.
see race.
That's so funny. And then you rejected it.
Yeah. But I guess he doesn't because he's colourblind.
Let's behold Murray West.
Can
and
Laura-
our growth.
Ed, what's your mum's maiden name? Eat that bit of pizza.
Well, I was going to, but I didn't want it to be noisy.
Should we do some ASMR?
No, I don't like it ASMR. Do you?
I mean, I like it on here. That's so rude. Have you just seen?
Huh?
I like how you use massive sleeves to balance out the hands.
That's so funny.
I'm not. That's. Can we? I'll stop it.
What's this one? Sean, who stood in for you wearing your T-shirt for the opening shot of the
Joe.
podcast
Joe.
that you were on this week? I've no idea what they're talking
Oh,
about.
nobody,
I don't know what
sorry.
they're talking
Nobody
about.
did.
What on earth are these people talking about?
God, they've
I
got
don't
to
think
let
they're
Sir John
watching the same
Curtis go
podcast that
home.
we're putting out.
That poor man.
Who? John Curtis?
Yeah. Let him go home.
He is making bank off of this.
He does, doesn't he?
He's Professor Sir John Curtis has to be the most tired man in the UK.
He's known the result of the election for so long.
Okay.
He's known it since 2019, some say.
Some say?
Of the 2024 election.
Is it like he's the Stig?
Yes.
Sam just being exceptionally
No.
John Curtis in our ear.
Ed, which politician is the most borderline twig?
Borderline twig? That's a good question. I'd be curious to see if Bill Cash is a twig, because he's a giant man.
Bill Cash.
Ah,
You think he's a twig?
I'd be curious to see if he's a twig.
Okay.
I'd like to.
Can you just talk us through the parameters of Twig?
I can lift you up.
Okay.
You can't lift Bill Cash.
I could.
Was it easy to lift me?
Twig.
You went
that
out.
makes me feel great.
Was there an obscene question?
No, I just really need to stop opening my photo album.
For God's sake. We know we got that.
We already called that.
Hours ago, Taurus.
Right, there you are, Sean.
That? I didn't think my arse was that fat.
We can see something. Oh, sorry.
I never knew my arse was that fat. And actually, I think it looks all right.
Davina commented on how nice it looked, actually.
She did not.
Yeah, she did.
My arse.
She did.
Wow.
She said it was peachy.
That is high praise. I'm actually quite happy with that.
What will be the first scandal of the Labour government? Probably a sex scandal.
Yeah.
I'm going to say.
Cabinet or new MP?
Old backbencher. Having sex where he likes to choke himself.
That's not a scandal.
It is, because it's distasteful. We're bringing back the moral majority.
Excuse me, Isha and Walton, Liberal Democrat, gain. And I've forgotten her last name, it's Monica.
Lewinsky.
I was going to say Lewinsky.
Monica Lewinsky has won Isha and Walton.
Miss Lewinsky, what a journey.
Welcome to British politics.
From the, how many seats
Oh,
could
no,
Monica Lewinsky
you don't
win?
have to do that here.
Dugan's held?
He's over onto the other side of the wall then, isn't he?
He's held. Right, it's 5:30.
Yeah. Well, I don't know where Liz Truss is, but she doesn't seem to be anywhere.
No.
BBC reporting, it looks like she's confirmed. Looks like. Nothing confirmed.
Yeah, but it looks like we should end this podcast, but we haven't. What's the matter?
Well, now we've got a decision to make on air, don't we?
What are you weighing up?
Oh, yeah.
I'll just shot now. Yeah, come on. Anyone else would like a shot?
Yeah, let's do that.
Jack, are you interested in a shot?
Do you think?
Good for you.
Do you think?
Connor? Connor, would you like to join us in a shot?
Having like an alcohol shot.
Well, what else?
I wasn't sure if you meant shot on the camera.
No. Well, let's.
Do you want to have a go?
Let's.
37 seats for Labour in Scotland. Sorry.
Should we pour? Are those Jaeger bombs?
They are Jaeger bombs.
Are you just doing the one? Are we just going to share the cup?
No, I've got.
We're all just from one cup. Like communion.
I was just thinking that.
Exactly. Always comes back to Christ. Fucking hell, she's a bit liberal with that, isn't she?
Wow. Thank you.
Bloody hell, Laura.
Thank you very much.
I assume you don't want one?
No shot for me,
No,
thank you.
never know which end that's going to come back out.
Still don't want to shit myself on television.
We could swap outfits and then it would be more cataclysmic.
Thank you.
As a Patreon tier,
Yeah.
see me swapping out.
The Patreon tier is Ed wearing this outfit and then seeing if
see if it holds.
yeah. Oh,
See if
do you
it's
want to?
shitproof.
Do you know the same colourblind man? Do you want to hear another really great story about him?
Yes, please.
So he was on this programme on Channel 4 where you have to go and they live for a year in this remote part of Scotland and
the island?
Yeah, and they have to create camps and things like that. Anyway, so when he got...
say no.
We're just going to have two conversations.
You're more than welcome to do whatever you want with it, though.
Sean, stop talking into the microphone. If you're talking to Laura about not podcasts, don't do that.
We're still doing the show.
And you're like, no thanks, Laura.
No, fine for me, thank you, Laura.
You are having one.
Yeah, no, she said. Well,
Is there any raspberry one?
That's what I said. I said, should we mix it with it?
I'd rather have a little raspberry vodka than that vodka. Huh? There was 2 bottles.
Oh. 2 bottles of what?
Vodka.
Oh,
3.
Only one.
There's only one raspberry, yeah. There's 2 bottles of
Oh, I'll have the rum then.
Where was I? Oh yeah, so he's on the island. This is the colourblind man that I was telling you all about. He he did this programme called The Island. You live in a remote part of Scotland for a year. So when he gets there, he packs away this fresh pair of Calvin Klein boxers, and he's like, I'm going to really enjoy wearing these at Christmas. It's going to be my Christmas Day treat. So he packs them and he buries them. He's worn the same pair of pants for like 6 months at this point. So then on Christmas Day, he goes and digs up the Calvin Kleins. They still smell like laundry detergent. Can you imagine? You haven't had a fresh pair of drawers 6 months. He puts them on and he does an Ed Campbell immediately. He shits himself.
I reject that.
Ed Campbell has never shot himself.
Never.
But immediately, he said the second that the pants were fully on, he just defecated.
Do you think his body reacting to how so alien it was?
He says that he thinks he might have been so excited. that he just
loosened up.
Are you sure he didn't ejaculate?
He was the funniest person I ever lived with. One time I came downstairs and there was the most ridiculous smell. Do you want to hear this?
Yeah.
The most obscene smell you've ever smelt in your life. And he was skinning a deer.
Oh my God. What the fuck?
He was from Yorkshire.
That's sick.
Jack, sorry. Jack, why?
Don't lie to us, Jack.
It was Jack.
Shall we pass
Who's
out?
also colourblind.
Shall we pass out the shots?
Right, come on then, everyone in who wants a shot.
Shots.
Go on, shots, people.
Maybe.
Come on then.
Maybe Shav behind the camera.
Come on, Finlay. Let's do it. I'll probably put down the
I think you're alright.
No. Not you. Over there, pal.
Yeah, I'll do it.
No need to touch that.
Is this vodka?
Yeah.
No, I don't think I can shot vodka.
There's rum.
Just rum.
That's vodka.
There's also a spiced rum, the orange one.
I didn't pour it out. I'm sorry.
Look, Jack, mate, you just followed my lead, man.
Well, hang on, let's wait.
Well, now there's no empty glasses.
Well, you'd need
This
another
isn't good,
glass,
is it?
wouldn't you?
Well, I'll just put it in this. Oh, fine.
Oh, well done, Nora. She's just solved it.
I've got Red Bull if you want to do a Jaeger rum.
Do you want to finish the show?
Get all in, man.
Oh my God's sake.
Sorry for
Right.
having fun.
Right, let's do this soon, so that doesn't happen again. Right.
Someone might have spilled
I
that.
have his monster on the outside.
Thank you so much, everybody, for watching tonight. Thank you for watching and following all our coverage throughout the general election. It's been such a pleasure having reporting on this for you all. Thank you to the excellent PoliticsJOE team who we all know and love. Thank you to the wider crew for working so hard for us tonight to make such an excellent show. Thank you to our guests. Thank you to the audience. Thank you to everyone. Thank you so much for watching. And yeah, the Tories are gone, so we can celebrate that. Absolutely fucking decimated. Thank you guys.
Cheers. Cheers.
Love podcast, hate nonsense.